Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Truth About Billionaires by Michelle Pennington, narrated by Nancy Peterson. Chapter 1. Jill twirled her iced tea, listening to the tinkling of the ice in her glass. Not even the shade of the veranda or the cooling breeze from the ceiling fans overhead could dispel the sultry heat of a hot Alabama evening in July. Sweating in unladylike places, she sighed as she watched her friend, Charlotte, circulating through the guests scattered across the sloping green lawn. There was only so much she would endure, even for her best friend. When Charlotte had been a newly divorced single mother, Jill had been there for her as much as possible. But now that Charlotte was happily and radiantly married to Nate Haverton, despite her reservations about marrying such a wealthy man, Jill couldn't understand why Charlotte had sent her an urgent plea for help. When she'd gotten the text asking her if she would please fly back to Alabama, she'd tried to ask what was up, but Charlotte had just said, "Nate has something he wants to talk to you about, but mostly, I don't want to host my first party since the wedding without my best friend to give me confidence." True, Jill's parents were affluent, and she often mixed with wealthy people because of her job, but Charlotte appeared perfectly at ease mingling with her guests. Something was definitely up. Jill took a sip of her drink, hoping the caffeine might help with her jet lag. She'd flown here from Argentina, arriving this morning, and she'd had no time to take a nap. She was used to it for the most part, since she'd been living out of her suitcase for 2 years now. Most of the merger accounts her father assigned her to were foreign or required extensive traveling. After the last 3 years, she was a master at packing. She only carried a precisely curated capsule wardrobe and minimum accessories, but changed them out between trips so she never got bored with her choices. Today, she wore a royal blue skirt and a gauzy white blouse embroidered with blue flowers. She'd bought it recently while in Costa Rica, and like many of her favorite things, it reminded her of people she'd had to say goodbye to. She'd loved living such a free life with few possessions to weigh her down, but sometimes she wished she could unpack somewhere and just stay. Lost in her thoughts, she only noticed the man next to her when his deep voice, flavored with a slight southern accent, intruded on her thoughts. "You'd think they could have at least had their party inside where it's air-conditioned." Jill turned sharply to see an attractive man walking up to her. As he sat in the seat next to her, she let her eyes sweep over his features. He had thick brown hair that was nearly black, tanned skin, and piercing blue eyes. Even though she judged him at just under 6 feet tall and built on lean lines, he gave an impression of being bigger than he was. Power and impatience emanated from him, so even his sharp, model-worthy features didn't soften Jill's reaction to his criticism of her friend's party. Taking him down a peg or two would be a pleasure. "This is a barbecue. Or maybe you didn't know that when you decided to come." Her words came out sharper than she'd intended, however, and from the way he turned to study her with lifted eyebrows, he didn't appreciate her tone. She noticed that he took his time looking her over, though, and it raised her hackles. "I didn't come for the barbecue. I'm here on business. My appointment with Mr. Haverton happened to coincide with his party, and he invited me to stay for dinner." Jill narrowed her eyes, looking him over as frankly as he had her. His words triggered a memory, and she realized how familiar he looked. Business with Nate? Like a well-oiled machine, her brain recalled seeing him on the news, featured in business journals, and on the Forbes 400 list. "Oh, you're Blake McDaniel. You own Square Enterprises. No wonder." The man tilted his head. The sharpness of his gaze made her skin prickle. "No wonder what?" Jill took a deep breath, determined not to be unsettled by the strength of Blake's personality. "No wonder you're so condescending about a barbecue, even one hosted by a fellow billionaire." "I'm not condescending. I'm hot." Jill bit back an urge to agree with him. She would not turn juvenile just because this man had stirred her reluctant interest. Irritated though she was, she knew attraction when it coursed through her veins. Not that she would let him see it. "It is July." His deep voice held a stronger note of annoyance now. "I enjoy eating charred meat as much as anyone, but I hadn't planned on sweltering in a suit all evening." Jill's lips twitched. "You could take off your jacket, you know." Blake directed a level gaze at her, then gave a hint of a smile. "I suppose I could." He stood, and Jill watched as he shrugged out of his suit coat. She swallowed hard when she saw the way his thin white dress shirt pulled over the hard contoured muscles in his chest and shoulders. She hadn't expected such definition from a rising star in the business world. His work entailed more emails and meetings than physical labor. He must work out. A lot. After loosening his tie and unbuttoning the top button of his shirt, Blake unfastened his cufflinks and dropped them in his pocket. He then rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing strong corded forearms. Jill noticed a thick leather band with an engraved metal bar around his left wrist. She was trying to see what was engraved on it when he looked down and caught her at it. Refusing to show her embarrassment by looking away, she smiled. "There, isn't that better?" "Yes, I'm slightly less uncomfortable now." "You also look slightly less like there's a stick up your backside." She chuckled as his eyebrow lifted fractionally. This was a man she would enjoy crossing verbal swords with. "I will do my best to match your charming personality for the remainder of the evening," he said, sitting down again. "So, you know who I am and why I'm here. How about you?" Still smarting from his comment on her personality, Jill considered walking away, but despite herself, she was intrigued by the man. "I'm Jill Harris, Charlotte's best friend." "Jill," he said, as if he was trying out the way it felt on his tongue. "I don't know Charlotte Haverden well, but I wouldn't have pegged you two as the sort to be best friends." "Against my better judgment, I'm going to ask why." "She strikes me as sweet and serious." Jill raised her eyebrows. "And you think I'm not?" He smiled and tipped his head. "Not so far." Jill's phone rang, and she sat her glass down on a nearby table to answer it. She glanced at the contact name and saw that it was the CEO of the food supplier company whose merger she had just seamlessly managed, bringing in higher-than-expected revenue. Normally, she might have taken the call elsewhere, but after Blake's comment, it wouldn't hurt him to see her more serious side. The sweet part didn't bother her. While training her to join the family business, her dad had taught her math, memory training, and multiple languages. He certainly never taught her to be sweet. "Señor Patena, ¿recibió el reporte que la mandé?" She continued to speak with him for a few minutes, smiling and even laughing as she bantered back and forth with her client. She set up a time to meet with him online one last time before closing his account, and hung up. Sure that Blake would now have a positive impression of her business skills, she sat back with a smile hovering on her lips. "Your boyfriend?" Blake asked. "What?" How had he come to that conclusion? "Oh, no, I don't do relationships." Blake's jaw hardened a bit. "I find it hard to believe that a woman like you doesn't date." Jill gathered her long hair up and held it off her neck to cool off. "A woman like me? I don't think I'll ask you to clarify. But I do date. I just don't get serious. If an attractive man wants to have dinner with me, I'm perfectly happy to go. I might even kiss him goodnight if he's particularly charming. But that's as far as it goes." Blake stood and walked over to lean against the railing. He folded his arms across his chest and bent his head toward her. "I wonder if the right man would change your mind." Jill's heart tightened. This was getting personal. "The right man is the reason I don't get serious. He moved on with his life 7 years ago." Darn it. She'd said more than she should have, especially if the intrigued expression on Blake's face was anything to go by.
Why did you let him?
Feeling at a disadvantage with him towering over her, Jill stood and faced him. With her 5'7" frame boosted by 3-inch heels, she was nearly as tall as him. The added height meant she could look straight into his eyes. It seemed best at the time. His reaction to her answer, a faintly contemptuous smirk, angered her. Have you never regretted any decisions you've made?
Not many, no. But then, my goals have revolved around business, not my social life. My decisions affect a lot of people, so I don't make them rashly.
Jill crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. I haven't made rash decisions either, but even careful choices, right choices, can bring regret. Blake didn't respond for a moment, and Jill waited patiently, not once letting her eyes flinch away from his sharp gaze. His smile took her off guard.
You're right. I've never had such a personal discussion with a stranger in all my life.
You got a few glimpses into my past, but no intimate details. You didn't tell me anything.
Don't take it personally. I never reveal anything I don't have to.
Jill stepped over the railing. She leaned on it and scanned the party below. You don't have to talk to reveal yourself. Moving closer, Blake leaned against a pillar, facing her.
You intrigue me. What did I reveal?
She laughed, though it was rough and harsh. Oh, no. I've said enough for one night. Maybe she could leave him off balance as well. If you'll excuse me, I want to go get something to eat.
Mind if I join you?
With his quick, confident stride, he caught up to her quickly. Jill considered trying to shake the man, but only for a moment. This was, after all, the most stimulating conversation she'd had with a man for a long time. The mix of vexation and chemistry he aroused in her was exhilarating. They stood next to each other in line at the buffet table and filled their plates without speaking much. Jill was too hot to eat anything heavy, so she grabbed several slices of cold watermelon, some caprese salad, and grilled shrimp. It surprised her, however, when Blake's choices were as light as hers, mostly grilled chicken and vegetables. He turned to her and nodded to his right.
Let's snag that table in the shade before someone else sees it.
The shade did look nice, and there weren't many open seats, so she followed behind him, trying to keep her heels from sinking too far into the grass. Well, she said, almost stumbling when one sank several inches deep, I think I'll send Nate a bill for aerating his lawn for him. Blake laughed and pulled out a chair for her.
You could take off your shoes, you know.
She peered up at him as she took her seat and found so much humor in his eyes that she had to chuckle. Giving me my own advice back, are you? I think I will. After kicking off her heels, she took a delicate bite of the watermelon, not wanting to smear juice all over her face in front of Blake. Blake waved over one of the passing catering staff and asked,
What would you like to drink?
I'll have another sweet iced tea, she said, taking another bite. Blake nodded to the waiter.
I'll have the same.
They ate in silence for a minute, but Jill was determined to get him to talk. So, where are you headed when you leave here?
Back home to Dallas. I've got a lot going on right now. If it weren't for Nate's insistence, I wouldn't have come at all. What about you? Do you live here, or are you visiting?
I have an apartment in St. Louis, but I'm rarely there. I travel most of the time.
Oh, yeah? What do you do?
Jill sipped her tea and picked up her fork to try the salad. Guess.
That never ends well, he said, shaking his head.
I promise I won't get offended, unless you say something offensive, of course. He smiled like he was tempted, but after thinking a moment, he asked,
Yoga instructor?
Not even close, though I do love yoga.
Hand model. News anchor. Makeup artist?
As he continued to guess, she shook her head, laughing at some of them, but eventually started to get frustrated at his lack of perception. "No, you are wrong, wrong, wrong."
Then tell me already.
"You don't deserve to know." Before Blake could argue, Jill heard footsteps rustling the grass behind her. She turned and saw Nate heading toward them with a smile on his face.
"I couldn't have planned this better," he said. "The two people I most want to talk to are eating at the same table. Do you know each other?"
"We were attempting to," Blake answered, pressing his lips together.
"I'm glad to hear it, because I have a business proposition for you, too. Would you care to discuss it here or in the air-conditioned comfort of my office?"
"In the office," Blake answered quickly. "But what possible business could you have that would involve me and,
What are you again, Jill?" he asked, trying to force an answer from her.
Jill looked up and flashed her most deadly smile. "I'm a merger and acquisitions consultant at the Harris Consulting Firm. I specialize in post-merger integration." Blake's mouth dropped open, and not because he was about to take a bite of his grilled asparagus. In fact, he was so frozen she wondered if he'd ever move again. She savored every second of his stupefaction. Chapter 2. Blake sat back in a comfortable leather armchair in Haverton's home office and studied the shine on the hardwood floors. In order to assume his usual calm demeanor, he couldn't look at the stunning woman next to him. But after embarrassing himself with shock at her profession, calm would only be a facade. He didn't normally judge people based on appearance, but something about her had rattled him from the beginning. She was a manicured goddess with silky chestnut curls and model-perfect features, but he didn't often strike up conversations with women. His interest in her beauty had been cursory, but her stinging wit and cheerful sass had rattled him. If he had known she was such a committed career woman, though, he would have done himself a favor and avoided the temptress on the veranda. He felt betrayed. Neither her youth nor her sultry undertones of her voice would have clued him into her profession, much less the level to which she had risen. She barely looked old enough to be out of college, much less be employed at a prestigious consulting firm. Her air of assurance had been obvious. He didn't blame her for calling him out on his rudeness. He'd been too fascinated by her sharp mind and fiery brown eyes to even flinch at the sting of her scorn. Clearly, she hadn't been in awe of his money or status, or anything else for that matter. The thought piqued his pride. Her reasons for not having a boyfriend made more sense to him now. People who were as tied up in their work as she must be, as he was too, didn't have the time or attention for demanding relationships. His parents certainly hadn't. Somehow, though, even with excellent reasons for avoiding romantic entanglements, he couldn't stop thinking about it. Jill. Such a simple, sweet name for such a poised firebrand. She sat in the chair next to him and crossed her slim, tanned legs. It was easy to pretend to still be looking at the floor, while letting his eyes roam over her smooth skin. Her foot twitched, and he looked up to see her eyes on him, one eyebrow raised. He smiled, unrepentant.
Turnabout's fair play, you know.
She almost smiled. "Well, now that we've adequately looked each other over, what do you say we find out what Nate's scheming?" Haverton chuckled and sat in his chair on the other side of the desk.
"Have you put the pieces together yet, McDaniel?"
"The picture is coming into focus," Blake said. Jill raised an eyebrow. "Not for me, it isn't." Haverton leaned back in his desk chair, linking his hands behind his head, and directed his attention to Jill.
"McDaniel and I have a very specific contract. Two of the companies that were part of our recent deal are especially important to me. One is Elysian Ice Cream, the other is Gourmand's Fine Chocolate. McDaniel agreed to give me oversight on the integration process."
Blake looked up at the ceiling. He had known that agreeing to that would come back to bite him. But at the time, it had seemed worth it to make the deal.
"I have several teams built to manage the process, and I've made sure you have access to review everything being done."
"I know," Haverton said, "and I appreciate it. Unfortunately, I'm finding that my time has a lot more demands on it than it used to." Jill laughed suddenly, and Blake's eyes shot her way. What was so funny? She cleared her throat. "I hear the honeymoon phase usually lasts about a year." Nate grinned. "I sure hope it does. Regardless, I would like to be free to focus my attention on my family. I want to hire you to be my deputy in overseeing the integration from my leadership into McDaniel's." "I was afraid that's where this was headed." Blake rubbed his forehead.
"No more than I was. I say we let Jill do what she does best. She has the credentials and my wife's recommendation. Give her full access to all the data, and she can formulate a recommendation for what you can do to make each business profitable. And, of course, if she can't figure out how to make them earn money for you, I expect her to report that as well. I trust her to balance both our interests in a fair way."
Pink tinted Jill's cheeks, but she still looked incredibly composed for someone who was blushing. "I haven't said I'll agree to it." Blake had been ready to protest, but now he wondered why she would refuse. It had to be a great opportunity for someone as young as she was. Because she had managed to strip away his caution, he asked,
"How old are you? If you're even 25, I'll shave my eyebrows."
"Well, go find a razor, because I'm actually 26.
"You don't look it," Blake said. "And it doesn't change the fact that you've hardly had time to acquire that kind of experience and expertise needed for a job like this."
Jill rose like a fury and stared down at him. "I'll have you know that my father has been grooming me for this since I was a baby. In high school, while all my friends were in cheerleading or going to the mall on the weekends, I worked part-time at my dad's office being force-fed spreadsheets and trade jargon. I went to Columbia and graduated summa cum laude. During the summers between semesters, I did formal internships. I have been working as a consultant for 3 years now, and my success rate is the highest in my office. I speak 3 languages fluently and 2 others proficiently. I have worked all over the globe. Now tell me, what qualifies you to do what you do?" Blake grinned, appreciating her point.
"Nothing but my money."
"Great," Jill said. "So don't underestimate me." She was amazing. He whistled long and low.
"I swear I'll never do so again."
Her passionate attempt to put him in his place was nothing less than masterful. But how could he work so closely with such a dangerous woman? Since he'd first seen her looking vibrant and cool in the shade, he'd felt drawn to her. It only became worse the longer he was around her. He couldn't allow this attraction to build into anything more. It did not escape Blake's notice that Haverton was hugely entertained by this situation. Focusing his attention on the man, Blake asked,
"You want to hire her to take your place in the integration?"
"Precisely.
She can report to me. What do you say, Jill? Will you do this one for me? I wouldn't trust anyone nearly as much."
Jill was profoundly quiet as she considered. Finally, she said, "Yes, I will. I know I'll need to begin as soon as possible."
"Yes, tomorrow if possible."
Blake raised his eyebrows, but Jill only nodded. "That's fine, but I have a conference call with my previous client at 10 o'clock in the morning, so I need to work my travel schedule around that."
"I'll fly you to Dallas myself when your meeting is done,"
Nate said. But Blake's interest had been caught by something else.
"Is that who you were speaking to on the veranda?" Blake asked, surprised.
"Yes," she admitted.
"Are you that flirtatious with all your clients?"
Blake wasn't sure if the possibility pleased him or not. "Only the ones who act like gentlemen and treat me like an equal." Blake grinned and leaned back in his chair.
"I'm looking forward to working with you then."
Jill rolled her eyes. "So far, you don't qualify. Besides, Nate is my client." Ignoring her jab, Blake said,
"Yes, but by extension, so am I. I'm the one set to lose fantastic amounts of money if this merger goes down the toilet."
After giving one huffing breath, Jill's foot tapped on the floor in a restless staccato. "Yes, and a lot of people would also lose their livelihood. I'm much more concerned with that than adding another zero to your bank account.
It would take a lot to add another zero to my balance.
Nate laughed.
I can see you two are getting along well. Charlotte hoped you might.
Jill's eyes shot to Nate. Why does Charlotte care if we get along? Nate looked panicked for a minute, then shrugged, an obvious attempt to look innocent.
You'll have to ask her.
Standing, Jill said, I believe I'll go find her right now. Enjoy the rest of your meeting. Blake watched appreciatively as she walked to the door and flung it open. Jill had attitude, and he found it excessively amusing. When she was gone, the room felt flat. Restless, Blake stood and walked over to look at the long mullioned windows facing the south lawn.
From everything I've discovered, Nate said, she's extremely competent and has a great portfolio of successes.
Blake nodded.
Considering the farm she works for, I have no doubt. I know it by reputation. Will you be willing to work with her?
Blake crossed his arms and turned.
Work with her? Sure. So, what are your reservations? I can tell you have them. If there is, perhaps, a matchmaking scheme going on here, I'm warning you now, it won't be successful. I don't date women who are already married to their careers. Sounds like she has similar reservations.
Nate stood and walked toward him.
You've already discussed dating, huh?
Blake sent a level look his direction.
It came up randomly. Sure, don't worry. Even if my wife has a few hopes, I'm only committed to success on the business end of things.
Blake shook Nate's hand.
Then we're both focused on the right thing. I guess I'll see you both in Dallas tomorrow. Thanks for the lunch. Thank you for coming. I hope you were able to relax for a while. If you're anything like I used to be, you could use a little more relaxation in your life.
Walking to the door, Blake said,
I'll relax when I get everything I want in life. You know, there's a flaw in that logic. What's that? People tend to want things they can't have.
Chapter 3. Jill wished she could have had as much time to sleep in and visit as she'd planned before leaving Nate and Charlotte's house. After a restless night and getting up early to shower and pack, there was no denying she was bone-deep tired. Dressed in a gray pencil skirt, cream silk blouse, and a yellow short-sleeved cardigan, she went down to the kitchen for the sumptuous brunch Charlotte had promised. Leaving her suitcase and purse against the far wall, Jill sat down across from Charlotte and gaped at the quiche Lorraine, freshly squeezed orange juice and chocolate croissants spread before her. You never fed me this well before you got married. Charlotte grinned and poured Jill a cup of coffee. I didn't have a chef to do all the work. How was your meeting? Successful, but it made me sad to say goodbye to Senor Patena. He and his wife were so good to me while I was in Argentina. We have to say goodbye today, too. You know I'll be back, especially if you feed me like this. Yeah, but I'm mad at Nate for taking you away from me so soon. Jill grinned at her. You should totally keep him in the doghouse for a few days. As they laughed, Nate walked into the kitchen with a briefcase in one hand and a bouquet of flowers in the other. Taylor, Charlotte's 6-year-old son, had a small bouquet of his own. When Nate took the flowers over to Charlotte and dropped a kiss on her head, Jill knew there was no way he was staying in the doghouse for very long. She smiled at her friend's happiness, but her heart twisted in pain. She'd likely never know how it felt to be loved like that. But then Taylor waved his flowers in front of Jill's face to get her attention. These are for you. The ache in her chest eased, as if the sun had risen in her soul. She looked at Taylor's innocent young face framed by rumpled bedhead and melted. These are for me? Here, give me a hug. She pulled him close and squeezed him till he started squirming, then gave him a noogie for good measure. When will you be back? Taylor asked. Jill grinned. You'll have to beg your stepdad every day to fly me back for a visit till he gives in, okay? Okay, Taylor said. He sat down at the table and grabbed a chocolate croissant. Are you ready, Jill? Nate asked. She got up, steeling herself to go back into business mode. "Ready. My bags are by the door." Stupid suitcase. It was a metaphor for her life.
Great. Let's get going. We've got work to do on the flight over.
"Will you be back tonight?" Charlotte asked Nate.
He nodded. Even if it's late, I'll make it back.
Jill hugged Charlotte, waved at Taylor, and followed Nate outside. His driver opened the door to his limo, and they slipped inside. Nate talked about the job ahead as they drove, and Jill kept focused on the task of learning as much as she could about the businesses she'd be working with, filing away the info. She'd spent years training her memory so that she could keep every detail ready, just a thought away. But this morning, a small part of her mind was distant, taking in the country scenery passing by the windows. She felt in her gut that this job was going to be a big step in her life, and she was nervous about it. She couldn't put her finger on why, but she felt it in the unsettled, almost nauseous feeling in her stomach and the tension in her shoulders. Maybe it was because this might finally give her a chance to prove she was more than just the daughter of the head of the firm. Her co-workers thought she had an advantage, she knew, but they didn't understand the steeper curve she was up against to prove she deserved her position on her own merit. But this job was big. If she could pull this off, surely it would earn her the respect she deserved, maybe even from her dad. Nate's expression changed as he settled into business. After they discussed what Nate wanted her to do, he said,
"When you're reviewing Elysian and Gourmands, do what you can to make them profitable. They were both struggling when I bought them, but I hadn't figured out exactly why before I sold them to McDaniel. Do what you can to keep them from being mangled in the corporate machine."
Jill glanced down at her tablet, looking over the list of businesses Blake owned. "I never like to see any business close down, but sometimes it's the only option. I just hope Mr. McDaniel considers his employees as much as his bottom line."
Nate nodded. "He's a good man. I wouldn't have trusted anyone else, despite the scandal about his mother."
"What happened?"
"She was convicted of insider trading and a whole slew of other unethical business practices. She was their CEO, so it nearly destroyed their image. Their stocks plummeted and the whole company fell into chaos. McDaniel stepped up after his mom got sentenced to 10 years in prison. He saved the business from going under."
"What else do you know about him?" Nate leaned back and shrugged.
"Not a whole lot about his personal life. In fact, next to nothing. But he's the exact opposite of his mother, and everyone knows it."
Jill stored away all this information. From what she knew, Nate was a good judge of character. Blake might be arrogant and judgmental, but if he was honest and conscientious, she'd be able to work with him. 30 minutes after taking off from Nate's private airstrip in Alabama, they landed in Dallas. Another hour later, because traffic was terrible, they arrived at the 2 towers of glass and steel. The words on one building read, "Square Towers," in glinting silver letters that were nearly 2 stories tall. It was an impressive sight, made more so by the fact that they'd been built on the outskirts of the city, away from downtown, so they dominated the landscape. Nate's driver pulled up by the front entrance on the north tower, and Jill followed Nate out of the car. Inside the lobby, the ceiling soared 3 stories high. With nothing but glass and steel beams, it was a wonder of industrial design. Nate knew exactly where he was going, only waving at the girl at the reception desk as he passed. "Welcome back, Mr. Haverden," she called.
"Thank you."
In the elevator, Jill squared her shoulders and took deep, calming breaths. She scooted the straps of her bag further up her shoulder and fought the urge to check her hair and makeup. She was usually much more in control of her nerves.
"You look fierce," Nate said, looking amused.
Jill relaxed and smiled at him. "I'm putting on my game face."
"Impressive. I'm glad you're on my team so I don't need to be intimidated."
The elevator doors opened, and they walked into a spacious office area with sections of desks clustered around the floor. The bright afternoon sun glared off metal and glass from every angle. Blinking, Jill saw an older woman with flyaway hair talking on the phone and staring at her computer screen. A plaque that said "Secretary" stood on the front of her desk, which stood in front of a row of offices and boardrooms. However frazzled she looked, she was clearly the gatekeeper. Nate approached, and Jill stood to his left as they waited for her to get off her phone. She turned and saw them. Her eyes widened. She put a hand over the receiver and motioned, "Second conference room on the right. They're expecting you, so go right in." Nate nodded and waved his hand for Jill to go ahead of him. She strode to the conference room door, the click of her heels on the tile floor giving her confidence. Stepping inside, she was met with a room full of strange faces. All discussion stopped as everyone turned to look at her. She saw a tall, balding older man with a grim face and a handsome man with a nice set of shoulders and an arrogant bearing. Until introductions were made, all she could do was nod at them when they eyed her curiously. Across from them sat a short young man, surely just out of college, with bright red hair and a scruffy beard. His badge said Camden on it, but he was the only person wearing one. He must not be an executive. Maybe tech support? The only other stranger in the room was a beautiful woman with fierce, calculating eyes and an air of proprietary ownership. But the one who drew her eyes the most was the man at the head of the room. Blake faced her with his arms crossed and a direct but somehow warm expression in his eyes. He wore a black t-shirt and slacks, at odds with the more formal dress of everyone else, but it didn't matter. He owned the room. Unfortunately, she was already much too aware of him. Seeing him in this setting made her pulse race.
"Well, if it isn't our guardian angel,"
Blake said, a faint, wry smile hovering on his lips. "Do you feel in need of saving, Mr. McDaniel?" Jill asked.
"Not yet, but one never knows. We're glad to have you on board."
Jill heard Nate close the door behind them and moved to make way for him to come in. "I'm happy to be here." She thought about teasing him about his choice of dress, but decided this wasn't the place. Blake needed to maintain his authority if, as she suspected, this was a gathering of executives from his newly acquired businesses. Nate pulled out a seat for her, but then sat down opposite Blake, who continued to stand.
"Thanks for arranging this meeting on such short notice," he said.
"Of course," Blake said, though Jill caught a hint of irony in his voice.
"This is no more than a chance to introduce everyone and to share the long-term goals for our merger," Blake said, addressing the room. "I'll be meeting with each of you individually. I'm sure all of you know Nate Haverton. This is Jill Harris, who will be working with all of us as our post-merger integration team leader. She comes from a highly respected consulting firm and will be a great asset, I'm sure."
Jill smiled carefully, doing her best to project just the right mixture of friendliness and assurance into her expression. Her smile was met with different reactions from each of them. Indifference from the balding guy, thinly veiled skepticism from the good-looking man, disdain from the woman, and open interest from the young guy. She took a deep breath. This was the part of her job that gave her the greatest challenge, handling a variety of personalities and relationships and forging them into a working team. This was going to be interesting. For the next hour, Blake led the group through projections and goals for each company under the Square Enterprises umbrella, though those were still under review and would be the focus of Jill's work. He ended with a smile, saying, "That's all for now. Thanks for coming." Everyone stood, and Jill stepped back to let the others pass by her. She knew Blake would want to speak with her and Nate now. As the good-looking man, Trevor Walton, walked by, he smiled at her. It was a smooth, well-practiced smile, meant to charm her. It didn't, but there was no reason to let him know that. "I'm looking forward to working with you," he said. His voice was pleasant, but set off warning bells inside her. She'd learned long ago to pay attention to her instincts. "Thank you, Mr. Walton," she smiled at him. "As am I." His eyes swept over her, not overtly, but enough that Jill knew he had other things in mind than just business. Still, as long as he behaved himself, she wouldn't shut him down quite yet. There was nothing worse than working with a pouty, rejected man. But if he stepped one toe out of line, she'd put him in his place so fast his head would spin. When Trevor left, Jill walked to the other end of the room where Blake stood. The beautiful woman still sat at the table taking notes while Blake talked to her. He hadn't introduced her during the meeting, so Jill had already determined she must be his personal assistant. Blake saw her approaching and paused. "I haven't introduced my assistant yet, have I? Jill, meet Ivy Brinton. If you want anything, she'll be happy to help you get it." The woman looked up. Her lips were tight and her eyes cold. "That depends on what she wants, of course." It was meant to sound like a joke, but Jill understood what she meant when her eyes flicked to Blake and back. "Should I call you Mrs. Harris?" she asked. Jill sighed. So the woman was interested in her boss, huh? And not just interested, downright possessive. Well, as far as Jill was concerned, she could have him. "No, I'm not married, and I don't plan on changing that anytime soon. So just call me Jill." "I'll stick with Ms. Harris," she said, standing and gathering her stuff. "It doesn't matter much. You won't be here for long." As she strode out of the room, Blake asked, "Found an admirer already?" She looked down and saw that he had noticed Taylor's flowers peeking out of her bag. "Oh, I find admirers wherever I go, but these are from someone important." Nate chuckled. "I'll let him know you think so." Blake looked between them, clearly not thrilled at their inside joke. "Well, whoever he is, I'm afraid he's gonna miss you for a while. I intend to keep you very busy." Chapter 4. Blake stood in his office looking out the window, hoping the big sky and spreading landscape would center him. How did Jill unsettle him so thoroughly? Even now, as she sat behind him talking with Haverton, the tones of her voice kept every nerve in his body alert. When Trevor Walton had tried to make a move on her earlier in the day, all his protective instincts rose to the surface. When she had smiled at him, though, he hadn't been sure who he was most irritated at. Somehow, she had upset the atmosphere of his office with her warm smiles and frank attention to everyone she met. Most of his male employees were already smitten with her, and he felt like a teenage boy with a crush on the head cheerleader. It irritated him, but surely after a day or two he'd get used to her presence and get over it. "I think that does it for me," Haverton said, catching Blake's attention. Turning from the window, Blake walked back to his desk. "Are you leaving?" "Yes, I'll leave you to get Jill settled somewhere." Jill looked up from her laptop and rolled her eyes at Haverton. "I'm perfectly capable of finding a place to stay." Blake let his eyes rest on her lovely face a moment. "We have several executive apartments. One of them should be available for you. I'll call Ivy in to arrange it." "Thank you," Haverton said, offering his hand to Blake. They shook hands, then he turned to Jill. "And thank you, Jill. I'll be in touch." Jill smiled but didn't get up. "I told Charlotte to keep you in the doghouse for a few days, no matter how charming you act." "What's this?" Haverton asked, chuckling, but clearly surprised. "We talked about it at breakfast. We're mad at you for cutting our visit shorter than we wanted, but no doubt she'll give in soon." Grinning, Haverton said, "I like a challenge." "I bet you do." "Want me to give Taylor a message?" Blake was surprised when Jill's eyes shot his way for a second before she answered. Did she dislike discussing her male friend in front of him? "No, I'll call him later this evening. I'd love to hear his voice again." Blake felt a flash of irritation but firmly tamped it down. She could talk to whomever she wanted. It was no business of his. "Sounds good," Nate said. "I'll leave your bags at the reception desk." "Thank you. Goodbye, Nate." Once Haverton left, Blake called Ivy and asked her to come in. Her office was next door to his, so it only took her a moment. "Will you please see about getting Miss Harris into one of our executive apartments?" Ivy glanced down at Jill, and he was surprised at how unfriendly her expression was, as she said, "I'm sorry, but with all the new managers coming in, they're all taken." Blake sighed and tried to think of what to do. He meant to keep his promise to Haverton. Not to mention, he wanted to make sure she was close since they'd be working so much together. Did he dare invite her to stay at his house? There were 4 empty bedrooms going to waste there. But no, that wouldn't be appropriate. "I'll call and get a hotel room," Jill said, unperturbed. But then Blake had a flash of inspiration. "My pool house." "What?" Jill asked. "You want her to stay at your pool house?" Ivy asked, sounding both confused and displeased. Blake nodded. "It's ideal. You'll have your own garage and entrance. It even has a small kitchen." Ivy shifted. "I'm sure I can find another apartment if you give me—" Blake held his hand up to stop her. He wanted Jill to accept his offer. "You'll be able to use the pool and hot tub whenever you want." Jill smiled. "That would be great. Thank you."
"Ivy, call down to reception and have Miss Harris's bags sent over."
"Actually, I'd prefer to keep them with me," Jill said. "I'm ready to go now. I can finish up the rest of my work after I've settled in. Would that be okay?" Blake thought about the rest of his schedule. There wasn't anything that couldn't wait till tomorrow.
"Ivy, move the rest of my appointments and tell Rick to bring my car around." He turned to Jill. "Give me a minute to shut down for the night."
While Jill gathered her things and put them in her large shoulder bag, Blake gave Ivy the paperwork he needed to be filed, put his laptop in his leather case, and locked his desk drawer. By the time he was done, Jill had stepped out of his office. He locked the door behind him, then went to find her. She was sitting on the corner of Camden's desk. The young guy looked at her with adoration, grinning wide enough to split his lips as she talked to him. Blake noted the way her long, slim legs were crossed in front of her, the way she leaned toward him. Her dark hair swept forward so that her glossy curls dangled in front of Camden's bemused face. He told himself she just didn't know the signals she was throwing to the tech guy, but he couldn't believe it. She knew exactly what she was doing, and he was all too aware that he was angry because he wanted her attention focused on him.
"Sorry to interrupt, but are you ready, Miss Harris?"
She nodded and stood up. "Of course, I was waiting on you." Then she turned back to Camden. "It was great meeting you. Let's get together tomorrow and discuss things further, perhaps over lunch?"
"That'd be great,"
Camden said, standing up and straightening his tie. "Tomorrow, then," Jill called over her shoulder as she walked with Blake to the elevator.
"See ya,"
Camden called after her. Unable to stop it, a tiny growl sounded in Blake's throat. "What was that?" Jill asked.
"Nothing. Are you going to enslave every man in the building while you're here, Miss Harris?"
"Call me Jill, and don't worry. I promise to leave all the married ones alone. Word of honor." Blake took a deep breath to calm down.
"I would prefer that you limited your flirtations to after hours."
As he spoke, the elevators opened. He went in, but to his surprise, Jill did not. She just stood staring at him with anger burning in her eyes. The doors started to close, so he reached out a hand to stop them.
"Are you coming?"
She stood a moment longer, then apparently came to a decision. "Yes." He released the doors as she stepped in, and as soon as they closed, she turned on him like a gust of wind. "But only so that I have a second to speak privately with you. When I am beginning a new project, I work hard to become friends with the people I'll be working with. Don't misconstrue my attempts to build a rapport with my team with anything else."
"Rapport? I didn't know that was a synonym for flirtation."
He heard a small gasp and turned from staring at the elevator doors to look at her. Her face had flushed red, and he was pretty certain that if she'd had something heavy on hand, he would have needed to duck. She pressed her lips together a moment and closed her eyes. Slightly calmer, she said, "In the future, if you have any complaints about my actual job performance, let me know. Otherwise, keep your exaggerated and stodgy opinions to yourself." Blake raised an eyebrow and burst out laughing. "What?"
"I've never been called stodgy before."
The elevator doors opened.
"After you, Jill."
"Ms. Harris," she said in a tight voice, stepping into the foyer. He followed behind her, walking slowly as she retrieved her bags from behind the reception desk. Apparently, she was as efficient at packing as she was at summarizing reports. She had only one suitcase and a small overnight case. Outside, Rick stood ready by Blake's car, a black Bentley Mulsanne with an extended wheelbase that gave him ample space in the back to work and sit comfortably. Jill's eyes swept over it with appreciation as it reflected the sunset's gleaming fire. He was pleased that she liked it. All too often he used it as a second office, but today he would enjoy sharing its luxury with Jill. Rick opened the door to the back seat, then turned to put Jill's bags in the trunk. Blake closed the door when Jill was settled, then walked around to the other side. As he settled back into the cream-colored leather seats, he put his briefcase down on the roomy floorboard.
"Are you comfortable?"
he asked Jill. "How could I not be? This car is incredible. I could live here."
Blake nodded. "Sometimes I feel like I do. Traffic can be a nightmare." "Where to, Mr. McDaniel?" Rick asked as he got in. "Home. Miss Harris will be staying in the pool house for the next few weeks. Jill, this is Rick, my driver, and part of my security team."
"Nice to meet you, Rick. Former military?" Rick looked back over his shoulder.
"Yes, ma'am. Army. Delta Force."
Normally, Rick was as silent as a statue, but Blake wasn't surprised when he responded to her so openly. It was like watching rock melt. Blake sat listening as Jill kept up a conversation with Rick through the entire drive as she asked him about his service. He studied her, the way she gave just enough of herself in the conversation to establish a connection, but kept the discussion pointed back toward Rick. By the time they pulled up in front of his home, he knew more about his employee than he had learned in the 3 years the man had worked for him. Why hadn't she given the same attention to getting to know him? Perhaps because they'd been clashing heads since meeting yesterday. There was an undercurrent of chemistry to the friction between them, which he couldn't deny. But mostly, he wanted to be on good terms with her so they could work together. Maybe if he stopped baiting her, she would respond with the same warmth she showed everyone else. When Rick opened Jill's door, Blake made sure he was there to give her a hand out. She took it, and a spark of awareness spread through him as her fingers curled over his. Yes, there was definitely chemistry. "Thank you," she said. Her voice brightened when she turned to Rick and said, "It was nice to meet you. I'm sure I'll be seeing you around."
"Most likely, since I'm head of security. As Mr. McDaniel's guest, you don't need to worry about your safety while staying here."
"Oh, I have no doubt of that. You look like you eat bugs for breakfast." Rick laughed and Blake glanced over at him, surprised. He didn't think he'd ever heard him laugh before. Did Jill prefer broad, heavily muscled physiques? Blast the woman. Why did he care about her preferences? So he was attracted to her. Only an idiot wouldn't be. But their relationship would be professional only. When he spoke, his voice sounded rougher than usual.
"The easiest way to the pool house from here is through the main entrance, but there is a separate driveway in the back you can use. Rick will get your fingerprints set up so you can get in. Oh, and I'll make a car available for you, or you can ride with me to work, whichever you prefer."
He turned to Rick.
"I'll take her suitcase. Thank you."
Blake strode to the front door, put his thumb on the scanner that opened the lock, then held it open for her to pass by him. She came inside, looking around slowly. He wondered what she thought of it, and realized that he wanted her to like it. She smiled. "I still think you're a judgmental horse's patootie, but you have good taste." Just then, his sister came down the stairs, catching Jill's attention. Hayden was 17, pretty, and a storm of hormones. At least, that's what Blake liked to attribute all her craziness to. She wore a too-thin white t-shirt with a lacy bra showing through, tight jeans, and Western-style boots. She froze mid-step when she saw them, As much as he wanted to turn her right around to change, he clenched his jaw shut. He'd learned to pick his battles with her, and he certainly didn't want to have a fight with her in front of Jill. After a few seconds, he was able to say, "Oh, good, you're here. I want you to meet Jill. She's a consultant who's going to be working with me for a while and will be staying in the pool house. Jill, this is my sister, Hayden." Jill smiled. "Nice to meet you." Her voice, as usual, was rich with friendliness. Hayden, however, looked her over derisively. "Sure." Then she walked past them toward the front door, not even giving them another glance. "Where are you going tonight?" Blake asked, making her pause. "To the rodeo with Chad." Blake nodded. Chad was more responsible than some of the other guys she went out with. "You have enough money?" "I'm good," she said. Then she opened the door and left without another word. Before Blake turned back to face Jill, he took a deep, calming breath. "You probably won't see much of her. She's testing her independence, and this whole guardian thing is still new to me." Jill nodded. "I suppose it would be. It's definitely unusual." Seeing the curiosity in her eyes, Blake relented. It wasn't exactly a secret why he was in that position since the news had been full of the scandal. "Our mother is in prison for fraud." "Oh." Awkwardness hung heavy between them for a moment, but when she spoke again, the sincerity in her voice brushed it away. "I'm sorry, Blake. I can't even imagine. I remember hearing that now, though I hadn't connected the pieces. I'm sorry if I made you feel like you had to tell me about it."
"Don't be. Like you said, it was all over the news at the time."
"You've had to take a lot on, haven't you?" He nodded, but didn't want to talk any more about it.
"The pool is right through here. Let's get you settled in."
Chapter 5. Jill woke up the next morning to the familiar torment of the alarm on her phone. She had grown so used to waking up in strange places that her first conscious thought was a search through her brain-fogged memory to figure out where she was. Dallas, Blake's pool house. Her heart gave an unexpected thud, and she found her reaction odd. Perhaps not unexpected, though. The man was too handsome for any woman to be indifferent toward him. The interaction between him with his little sister the day before had shown her a glimpse into another side of him. He had been concerned and protective, even a little troubled. It was a vast and intriguing difference from the way he'd acted as they'd left the office yesterday. Could he have possibly been jealous? She couldn't think about that. She was already struggling with keeping her thoughts about him professional, and wondering if he was interested in her would be disastrous. Sitting up, she threw back the silky white sheets of the queen-size bed and got up. She really should call her father and tell him that she had gotten a huge account for the company. But the last thing she felt like doing was talking to him. He thought she was taking a quick vacation to visit Charlotte, so she'd have a while before he wondered why she had never come back to the office. She explored the pool house since she'd been too tired to notice much the night before. The pool house was no less luxurious than the main house, with polished marble tile and thick carpets. The front wall of the bedroom was made entirely of glass doors that opened out onto the pool. Striding forward, Jill pushed back the heavy silk curtains and looked out at the early Texas sun. It shimmered on the surface of the pool, glinting off the tiny ripples caused by the filter. "Time for some poolside yoga," Jill said, knowing that taking the time to go through a ritual would help her be calm and focused. After changing into her yoga clothes, she grabbed her yoga mat and earbuds out of her suitcase and headed to the pool deck. After turning on her yoga playlist and unrolling her mat, she lifted her face to the sun, eyes closed, and drank in the morning. 20 minutes later, feeling her muscles deliciously stretched and her joints relaxed, she hurried inside to shower and dress. She did not want to be late for her first full day on the job, especially since she hoped to catch a ride with Blake. When she was ready to go, she went into the main house through the French doors in the back, as Blake had told her to. She paused in the front hall and looked around, marveling all over at the beautiful space. The dual grand staircase rose in graceful curving lines to the second floor with white painted woodwork, ornate black wrought iron rails, and deep mahogany steps. Throughout the rest of the room, from the custom trim work to a Venetian chandelier and the French provincial architecture, there were many details to linger on. And yet, despite the formal luxury of it all, the soaring ceiling height, big windows, and light colors made it feel welcoming. Hearing voices to her right, she followed them and found the kitchen. Hayden sat at the island, scarfing down a bowl of cereal, while Blake leaned against a counter facing her with a coffee mug in his hand. They both turned to look at her as she came in, and she got the distinct impression that whatever they were talking about was a point of conflict between them. Either that, or they resented her intrusion. "I'm sorry," Jill said, forcing a smile. "I heard voices and wanted to let you know I'm ready when you are."
"Are you always so punctual?"
"I try to be," Jill said. "Only when she's trying to impress her boss, I bet. Especially when he's rich and single," Hayden said, smirking at Jill.
"Hayden, I'm not her boss," Blake said, his tone sharp.
Hayden shrugged and took her bowl to the sink. She dropped it in, making milk splatter over the counter, then said, "Doesn't change the fact that she was doing yoga in tight clothes in front of your bedroom window this morning." She picked up her backpack and threw back one more word over her shoulder, drawling out each syllable. "Desperate." Jill flushed at the contempt in the young girl's words. She didn't say anything, though, figuring there was no good way to respond. It didn't matter anyway. Hayden was gone. Blake cleared his throat.
"I'm sorry about her. Please disregard everything she said."
"Okay," Jill said, though she could feel the awkwardness of Hayden's comments hovering between them.
And, for the record, I didn't see you doing yoga. Please don't hesitate to continue."
Jill quirked an eyebrow at him.
"I mean, I know you aren't doing it to impress me or anything, so don't let Hayden ruin it for you."
"Does she always have this kind of response to women you work with?"
"She's been rude to Ivy before, but I don't bring people home from the office very often. And when I have dinner parties, she keeps her distance."
Jill said, thinking that amount of resentment must come from somewhere. It was none of her business, though.
"Want some coffee before we go? Or a muffin?"
"Both would be lovely," Jill said, looking over at the fancy bakery box on the counter. "Those look amazing."
"They taste as good as they look. I have a box delivered every few days, and I take the rest into the office."
As he spoke, he opened a long drawer and motioned to an enormous selection of Keurig cups. Jill pulled her insulated mug from her bag and selected her favorite coffee. In the minute it took to brew, Blake busied himself with transferring stacks of papers and his laptop to his leather case. Jill added cream and sugar to her coffee and picked up the box of muffins. "How about if I just carry these out?" Blake smiled.
"If you'd like."
"I'm not ready to choose yet," Jill said. "Too many yummy choices." Blake chuckled and led the way to the front door.
"You seem to have the same trouble with men."
Jill struggled to keep her cool. They hadn't even left yet, and he was already teasing her about this? Well, she could dish it out, too. "Why are you so interested in my dating life?"
"I'm not. I'm just trying to figure you out."
There was a pause while he opened the door.
"You are rather important to my business at the moment, you know."
Really? Was that all it was? Jill rolled her eyes, wishing she could read his mind. Rick waited for her by the car, holding the door. She gave him a friendly hello and got in, planning to ignore Blake by talking to his driver again. Blake, however, launched into a question about business and kept her focused on it for the whole drive. By the time they arrived at Square Towers, she had to admit that the man was extremely intelligent. Like all Type A personalities, he knew what he wanted and expected to get it. Working with him would be a challenge, but Jill was determined that he would never catch her at a loss. That was the reason for her awake senses and alert mind when she was around him. It had nothing to do with the way his deep blue eyes seemed to see straight into her soul, or the sort of wistful frown on his masculine lips when he was thoughtful. Jill was no fool, though. Being in close contact with Blake all day, every day, would be a mistake. So, after riding up the elevator with him, she said, "Let me know if you need me for anything," then walked in the opposite direction of his office, which she quickly realized was short-sighted of her, since she had no idea where she was going. She probably looked like an idiot. Now she'd have to turn around and find her way back to Blake. Or at least find his personal assistant, which would be worse, since the woman clearly didn't like her. Jill didn't even know where her desk was going to be, since they'd still been trying to figure it out yesterday. But then she heard a voice that stopped her short. It was the creeper from the meeting the day before. She searched her mind for his name. Trevor Walton. She moved to the open door of a conference room and saw that he was on the phone. As much as he made her skin crawl, she was determined to get to know him. Like it or not, part of her job was deciding whether or not he was the right guy to be running Gourmand's Fine Chocolate. Still trying to decide how she could inconspicuously wait for him to get off the phone, she nearly jumped when someone behind her spoke her name. Turning, she saw the older man from the meeting, the president of Elysian Ice Cream, Marty Dunn. She recovered quickly and held out her hand. "Good morning."
"Is it?"
he asked gruffly while shaking her hand, but Jill caught the slight humorous lift at the corner of his mouth. "I intend for it to be, by getting some work done."
"But you're waiting to talk to Walton."
Jill shrugged. "It's on my docket." Then she smiled. "But I also need to talk to you."
"Pfft, figures. Now I won't get anything done today."
Jill followed him to his temporary desk. "Tell you what, I'll just pull up your reports to go over and sort of listen in while you work, and maybe ask you a few questions." Mr. Dunn didn't respond, but that didn't mean he objected. So Jill sat her bag down in front of his desk and dragged a chair over. For the rest of the morning, she worked, listened to Mr. Dunn running his business, and waited for a chance to speak to Trevor Walton. He still managed to startle her, however, when he pulled a chair up next to her and sat down. Jill looked up from her laptop at Trevor's handsome face and arrogant expression. "Getting a lot done today?" she asked, knowing full well he hadn't. From snatches she'd heard of his conversation, he'd been wheeling and dealing with someone about a custom motorcycle he wanted, and arguing with some girl named Tisha.
"Yes, a very productive day. I'd love to discuss it with you over lunch."
Mr. Dunn rolled his eyes at Trevor and turned back to his computer screen. Jill looked back and forth between them since she'd thought about inviting the crotchety old man to lunch, hoping to get him to relax a little over food and open up more. That could wait, though, and her gut told her that Trevor was the one she needed to focus on right now. "That sounds nice, but let's keep this professional. I've had problems with men getting the wrong idea about business lunches before." Trevor let his eyes drop to sweep over her figure.
"Can't say I blame them."
Jill rolled her eyes and stood, allowing her to look down on him. "Are you stuck in the 6th grade, Mr. Walton?" He stood as well.
"I'm just saying."
"Well, don't. Get your testosterone under control and meet me at the elevator." Jill walked away without giving him another chance to talk. She considered letting him cool his heels by the elevator for the next hour while she went down to see what there was to eat at the small cafe in the lobby. But like it or not, she needed to see if there was any reason to keep this man around. Maybe he had some hidden talent for business, and maybe she could teach him proper respect for his female coworkers. After a stop at the ladies' room, Jill walked toward the elevator, her confident stride faltering when she saw Blake heading there as well. Trevor stood at the elevator waiting, and when he saw Jill, he hit the button to call the elevator. Jill glanced at Blake, who looked back and forth between them, a question in his eyes. Why did he have to be getting on the elevator just now? She knew his opinion of her would not be helped by this, and decided to explain her motives in being friendly with this man, even though her instincts were sounding alarms. The door opened, and Blake and Trevor both stepped back to let her go first. After she went in, they stepped to either side of her, and they all faced the closed door as the elevator descended.
"I was going to make sure you were getting something to eat today," Blake said.
and Jill knew he was addressing her, though he didn't look her way.
"But I assume that's where you and Mr. Walton are going."
"Yes. Do you have any recommendations?" she asked coolly, though her insides were lighting up as they always did around him. Blake opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Trevor said,
"Don't worry. I know just the place to take her."
The elevator doors opened.
"I'm sure you do," Blake said.
Then Jill saw a muscle jump in his jaw as he stepped out of the elevator and strode out ahead of them. Chapter 6. Saturday morning, Blake woke up with a sense of relief. At least today he wouldn't have to face riding to work with Jill, where he'd have to keep up a steady conversation of business to keep from asking her the question that burned inside him like a smoldering chunk of coal. Why was she spending so much time with Trevor? The day before, he'd stayed late at the office and had Rick drive her home, then come back to get him, just so he wouldn't be tempted to give her the third degree. He acknowledged that he still would have been annoyed if it had been someone else, but Trevor made him uneasy. He had credited Jill with better judgment than to encourage someone like him. True, she'd only gone to lunch with Trevor one other time that he knew of, but all too often if he needed Jill, he would find her at his desk, or him at hers. He wanted to warn her, but after his unwise comments about her social life the other day, he didn't think she would listen anyway. Maybe a weekend at the ranch would help him get over it. It always relaxed and focused him to do dirty physical work and to be around his animals. The part he was looking forward to most, however, was spending time with Hayden. Her attitude was always better out at the ranch, and they got along well for the most part there. She'd be leaving home soon, and he felt a rising sense of dread that maybe he was failing as the only parental figure in her life. It was going to be a blistering hot day, so Blake decided to start the weekend the way he always did during the summer, with a swim. Changing into swim trunks, he stepped onto the deck outside his bedroom and headed for the stairs that descended to the pool courtyard below. He paused when he saw Jill doing yoga and let his gaze linger on her slim but curvy form as she stretched out on her mat, strong arms supporting her, legs stretched straight behind her, and butt up in the air. He swallowed hard and almost turned back around. But this was his pool. He was darn well going to use it whenever he wanted, even if a beautiful woman in skin-tight clothes was contorting her body nearby, even if that woman annoyed the fire out of him. Jill hadn't looked at him, and when he realized she had earbuds in her ears, he didn't try to say hello. He just went to the deep end of the pool and dove in. The cold water rushed over his body, both shocking and refreshing. He swam back and forth across the length of the pool a dozen times before he hauled himself out and sat on the edge of the pool to catch his breath. It took a moment to wipe the water from his eyes, but when he could see clearly, he realized Jill was sitting beside him. She still had her yoga clothes on, but she dangled her feet in the water next to him. "Man, that feels good," she said. "How do you keep the water so cold? I expected it to feel like a bathtub in this heat."
"I've got a heat pump that keeps it a consistent temperature all year. I like it at 82 degrees.
Jill laughed and splashed the water with her toes. "I always like seeing how billionaires spend their money."
"Oh, yeah?"
"Yeah. And I give this pool 2 thumbs up. It's gorgeous."
"But it sounds like you haven't tried it out yet."
She shrugged. "I didn't want to impose."
Blake laughed. "It's a pool, not my bedroom."
As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he wanted to suck them back in. What happened to the filter on his mouth when she was around? She grinned at him. "So, pool, yes. Bedroom, no?"
"You know, I just meant one is a private space and one not so much. Did you bring a swimsuit with you?"
"I never go anywhere without one."
"Well, what are you waiting for? Go get it on."
Jill tilted her head to the side, thinking about it. "Why not? Be right back." She stood up, her feet sloshing as she pulled them out of the water. When she was gone, Blake closed his eyes against the growing brightness of the morning sun.
"What are you thinking, man?"
But when she returned wearing a black swimsuit with a deep V-cut neckline that was only marginally pulled together with black laces, he knew what he'd been thinking. Of course, the logical part of his brain hadn't exactly been consulted. Jill walked over and sat next to him again, and Blake quite literally felt his pulse speed up.
"Aren't you going to get in?"
"Are you?" she asked.
Blake smiled. "I already swam my laps."
"Come on, I don't want to swim by myself." Blake rolled his eyes, but just to tease her. There was no way he wasn't swimming with her. He slid back into the pool, making sure to splash her in the process. "Yikes, that's colder than I thought."
"Come on," Blake said. "Don't be a baby."
Reaching out, he took her hand and pulled. She resisted for just a moment, then gave in and slipped into the water. She went under and kicked his leg as she tried to get up to the surface again. Grabbing the side of the pool, she gasped and said, "How deep is it here?"
10 feet.
That was a bit of a shock.
He laughed. "Hope you aren't one of those girls who doesn't like to get their hair wet."
"Luckily for you, I'm not." She turned to face him then and put her hands on his shoulders. The movement caught him by surprise, so all he could do was tread water and try to figure out what to do with his hands. He had a strong urge to slip them around her waist and pull her close. Is that what she wanted? Was she putting the moves on him? But before he got any further with that thought, Jill pushed down hard on his shoulders, dunking him below the surface. He was too shocked to do anything but sink, even after he went too far down for her to keep pushing on his shoulders. He was just starting to plot his revenge when she pulled up her knees, planted her feet on his shoulders, and pushed him farther down. Unable to stop it, he let out a heave of air that would have been a laugh out of the water. As the last of his oxygen left him in a column of bubbles, he kicked for the surface, all too aware that Jill was swimming to the other end of the pool. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he swam after her. He cornered her at the other end of the pool, catching her just in time to block her from escaping up the steps. She was laughing so hard she wasn't able to mount much of an attempt at escape. Bracing his arm on either edge of the pool, he stared down at her.
"That was a dirty trick."
"I couldn't help it, and you deserved it."
"Oh, yeah?"
He grabbed her by the waist, this time with no intention of pulling her close. Her smooth skin was slick beneath his hands as he pulled her away from the edge of the pool. "What are you doing?" she asked, gripping his arms.
"Paying you back."
"No, don't you dare," she said, though he could barely understand her through her laughter. But he did dare, and he derived great satisfaction from lifting her out of the water and heaving her back into the deep end. She fell backward, tilting to one side as she fell, and a big splash mushroomed out from the point of impact. When she surfaced, she threw her head back to get her hair out of her eyes and swam back toward him. As soon as she could touch again, she put her feet down and stalked toward him with her hands out like claws. "You're gonna get it." Laughing, Blake caught her hands and let her push him. She was no match for his strength, but she had some good moves. Dropping her hands, she turned to try ramming him with her shoulder, but he caught her around the waist, stopping her momentum. He turned her and pressed her back against his chest, his arms banding around her waist. Holding her tight, he felt her sleek legs tangle around his, and knew his quickened breath wasn't just from their friendly wrestling match. Every inch of contact between them made him tingle with awareness, and with his shoulders curved tightly around hers, he realized too late that he'd done a pitiful job at keeping his distance. She turned then, so that her lips, glistening with water and slightly open, were inches from his own. Blake didn't know whether to curse or kiss her. Both seemed like an equally good idea. Then a sharp, high-pitched voice across the pool shattered the moment. "Blake, what are you doing?" He turned and saw his sister standing with her arms folded across her chest and her hips stuck out. Blake dropped his arms and moved away from Jill.
"Swimming?"
"Yeah, that's what it looked like."
"You need to work on your sarcasm," he said. "It's not quite obvious enough."
Hayden glared at him. "I thought we were going to the ranch today, but here you are putting the moves on your consultant."
"Go inside and get ready to go. We'll talk about this later."
When his sister continued to stare belligerently at him, he said,
Now, Hayden, don't push me.
When she turned and left, Blake turned back to find Jill getting out of the pool. He moved forward and grasped her arm to stop her.
Jill, I'm sorry.
She turned back and smiled, though he was sure it was forced. Her face looked more closed off than usual. Don't worry about it, Blake. I'm a big girl.
What are you going to do this weekend?
He asked. He hated leaving things so awkwardly with her, but with Hayden acting the way she was, there was no way he could ask her to the ranch. I don't know yet. I'll work some and play some. I'm pretty good at entertaining myself. Blake had no doubt about that. She probably already had a dozen men ready and willing to take her out.
Have fun, then,
he forced himself to say. Oh, I will, she said over her shoulder as she walked into the pool house and closed the door behind her. Clenching his jaw, Blake got out of the pool, the cool water sluicing off him and leaving a puddle on the hot tile. He grabbed a towel off a lounge chair and dried off, watching the dark footsteps Jill left behind, drying quickly in the heat. Soon there would be no sign left that they'd even gone swimming, but he had a feeling he wouldn't forget it any time soon. Blake looked across the seat of his truck to where Hayden stared out the window. The flat scenery with only an occasional small town and other cars couldn't be that interesting.
Are you going to talk to me? He asked.
Silence.
Look, whatever beef you have with me, you shouldn't take it out on Jill.
Whatever.
She's a cool person. You'd probably like her if you gave her a chance.
Sure. I bet she's just full of personality and intelligence.
Yes, actually. And she's nice.
That's gotta be a first. Most of the women you date are about as friendly as a barbed wire fence. Blake looked across at her with lowered brows, but turned quickly back to the road.
Those are dates, not women I have a relationship with.
So, you are in a relationship with Jill? Blake whipped his head back in her direction, frustrated that he was losing control of this situation.
What? No, we haven't even gone on a date. She's working with me for a short time, then she'll be off somewhere else.
Ensnaring a whole new group of men. Well, good, because you swore you'd never marry anyone like Mom, but Jill seems an awful lot like her. It felt like a stone dropped in Blake's stomach at the mention of their mother. They had different fathers, which was part of the problem. His mom had married and divorced 3 men in her life, and all of them had been a stepping stone in her career. She'd been a very rich and successful businesswoman, until her career ended abruptly with a prison sentence. No one would have ever accused her of spending more time than she had to with her children, though. From their first conversation, he'd thought that Jill at least recognized that balancing a family while building a career was nearly impossible. Since they shared this opinion, and since they were both committed to their careers, it was clear that they weren't meant to be. Images from the pool flashed through his mind, and even though his heart started pounding, he clenched his jaw and resolved to not let anything like that happen again. "Earth to Blake," Hayden said. Focusing on his sister again, he said,
"Sorry. Look, don't worry. I'm not getting involved with Jill. She's a very attractive woman, but I'm not going to lose my head over her. Will you please relax and stop treating her so badly? It puts me in a difficult position, and frankly, it disappoints me."
Hayden frowned and shrugged. "Fine. Can we just forget about her now?" Blake took the turnoff to his ranch and said,
"Absolutely. For the rest of the weekend, it's just you, me, and the horses."
"And chores."
"That's the best part."
And maybe if he worked hard enough, he might keep his promise to forget about Jill. Chapter 7. Jill waved goodbye to Rick as he dropped her off at the pool house entrance after work Monday. Blake had texted her the night before to say he'd decided to take an extra day off and that he wouldn't be back till Monday night, so she'd had a solitary ride to and from work. Even though the car had seemed empty without Blake's electric presence, it had been a bit of a relief to just relax in her seat and have a quiet moment to think. She found some troubling numbers today, and wasn't yet sure what they meant. She walked into the pool house, kicking off her heels and dropping her bag as she went. She took one look at the white, sumptuous bed that had been made by some unseen ghost of a maid, and flopped face first into its comforting embrace. As the scent of clean linen filled her senses and her body relaxed into the pillowy heaven, she decided she was never moving again. But then her phone rang, in her purse, on the other side of the room. "No," she moaned, though her voice was muffled by luxury fabric. It rang once more, then stopped. She relaxed until it rang again. Ugh. She pushed herself up and walked over to get it. It was her dad. She so didn't feel up to this conversation right now, but there was no way she was getting out of it. She called him back, saying, "Sorry I didn't get to the phone right away." "That's okay, I'm sure you were busy." Jill didn't correct him. Her dad didn't believe in resting. "What did you want to talk to me about?" "This new account, of course. I just heard about it. Why didn't you call me directly so I could send our best people?" "Because the only reason we got the account is because Nate Haverton wanted me specifically." "Well, that's because of your connection to his wife. I'm not saying that isn't great. It's exactly the way to get these deals. But now that we have it, I'm going to send someone with more experience to help." Jill had to control herself before she started yelling. "Dad, just last month you were telling the board how qualified I am and that you had total confidence in my abilities." "Of course I told them that. How else would I get my daughter's promotion approved? And it's true. But like I said, you could still use someone with more experience to help you out." There was no way Jill was giving into this without a fight. "Sorry, Dad, but this isn't the kind of situation where you can just ram someone else in. Nate and Blake have worked it out between themselves to put me on this project. They wouldn't appreciate it if our company sent someone else without their authorization. I'm sorry you're anxious about my performance, but you're just going to have to let me do my job. I've got this." There was nothing but silence on the other end of the line. "Okay, but I want you to give me a personal report every few days, and if anything starts to go sideways, I'll personally call Mr. McDaniel about sending someone in to help you. Now, tell me what you're thinking." Figuring that he was going to question her until he got everything he wanted anyway, she filled him in on the situation. After a moment's consideration, she ended with, "There is something about Gourmands that doesn't look right to me. Their profit margin has gone down over the last 6 months, despite an increase in sales. I've looked at the numbers, though, and can't put my finger on why exactly. I'm going to have to look into it more." "It could be a simple matter of costs going up in production or transportation. Have you checked?" "I have, but nothing has jumped out at me. I'll have to spend more time on it." "Call me if you can't figure it out. When does McDaniel want his first report?" "Friday. But it's not just Blake I'm reporting to." Just saying his name sent shivers down her spine. "Nate expects a report, too. It's going to be fun trying to satisfy two demanding billionaires who both have different interests invested here." "I'm sure it will be. But try to remember that getting McDaniel good numbers looks as good for us as it does for him. Don't let sentiment dull your business instincts." "I wouldn't dream of it," she said, with a sharp twist in her tone, even if her dad didn't catch her sarcasm. "Hey, Dad, I've got to get out of here. I've got so much to do." "Sure, sweetheart. I'll look forward to hearing from you in a few days." Jill sighed as she put her phone down. He didn't have to beat her with a hint that he wanted to keep tabs on her. It had nothing to do with missing her. When she put her phone down, she quickly changed into her swimsuit and grabbed a towel and ice-cold soda from the small stocked fridge in the kitchenette. This was nothing a hot tub with lots of powerful jets couldn't solve. She walked out the French doors toward the raised white stucco wall of the hot tub, taking a deep breath of the sweet-scented evening breeze. The hot tub was built against one wall of the pool house, and it sparkled under the overhanging lights. But what really caught her attention was the fact that Hayden, wearing an aqua blue monokini, was walking toward the hot tub as well. They looked at each other for a moment, all the awkwardness of their last meeting hanging between them. Then Jill smiled. "Don't worry, I'll come back later." It's okay if you want to stay." "Really?" Hayden slipped into the hot tub. "Yeah, I'm supposed to apologize anyway." Jill raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but chuckle at Hayden's resentful tone. She sat down on the wall of the built-in hot tub and swung her legs around. As she slipped into the frothing water, the heat soothed her tense muscles. She leaned back and sighed. "This feels good. I've had a rough day." Hayden sat with her head against the smooth tiles at the back of the hot tub, clearly as relaxed as Jill. "You think you had a long day? You weren't hauling hay around." "You were hauling hay?" Jill asked, completely perplexed. "Yeah, we've been out at the ranch for 3 days. It's my favorite place in the world, but the chores are killer." Jill had known where they were, but hadn't thought she and Blake would actually be working while they were there. Although that would explain how Blake was so fit and rugged. She had been surprised when she'd seen him swimming on Saturday morning to see that he was deeply tanned and had several scars on his arms and chest. She'd love to know the story behind the long scar that ran in a curving line down his ribs. She sat pondering the contrast between the luxury of Blake's mansion in the city and a working ranch in the humid Texas heat with bugs and manure and stinky animals. Spending the weekend there must have been good for Hayden. The girl was actually being somewhat friendly. Yes, she definitely wanted to know more. "How long has your brother owned this ranch?" "Since he's about 20, from back in his rodeo days." Startled, Jill sat up. She stared at Hayden, whose complacent expression was getting difficult to read in the dimming light. "His rodeo days?" "Okay, spill. I haven't heard anything about this." Hayden shrugged. "He used a fake name because he wanted to build his own reputation. I don't blame him. People judge you a lot when they know your parents are rich. But yeah, he was a champion bronc rider. He traveled all over the country, broke some bones, and won a lot of belt buckles." Jill had never been to a rodeo, but had seen a few videos of crazy men being bucked around on wild, angry horses. No wonder the man looked like he was made of steel. "Why'd he stop?" Hayden looked down and skimmed her hand across the bubbling water, sending up a small spray across the surface. "He came home to take care of me when Mom was arrested, and after her trial, he stepped up to take over as CEO of the family business." It was incredible that he'd not only been able to take over competently, but also save the company's reputation and grow it into the multi-billion-dollar enterprise it was. The man kept surprising her. She wanted to know more, but doubted Hayden had much more information, and probably even less interest. Hayden flashed a small smile. "You know, maybe you aren't a complete witch. I didn't really believe Blake." Jill clenched her teeth, but responded pleasantly as she held her aching feet in front of one of the jets. "Why not? You didn't even know me." "Because you're so pretty. Usually girls who look like you are real witches." "That'll teach you not to judge based on appearances." "Whatever. Everyone does it. Plus, I saw the way Blake looks at you, and he promised he'd never marry a career woman. I was worried he'd go back on his word." Feeling a yank of resentment as she remembered what being a career woman had cost her in her relationships, Jill's smile slipped away. Not, she told herself, because he would never want her, but because it was true her lifestyle wouldn't work with a serious relationship. "Does he expect to find someone sitting at home, knitting, and waiting for him to put a ring on her finger?" Hayden giggled. "Maybe, as long as she was hot." "Then your brother is a cretin." "Quite possibly," a deep voice said from behind her. Jill gasped when she saw Blake standing there, the landscaping lights casting an otherworldly glow over his bare chest and stern face. "Now scoot over and let me in." As she moved to make room for him, Jill went over her conversation with Hayden, wondering if she had said anything she shouldn't while he was walking up behind them in the dark. Trying to act casual, She found her eyes drawn to the sight of his bare chest, sculpted by the light and shadows in the growing twilight. Struggling to breathe normally, she said, "Hayden's been telling me some interesting things about you."
"Oh, yeah?"
His smile glinted at her across the frothing water.
"You shouldn't believe everything you hear from my little sister, especially when I've been making her do physical labor all weekend."
"Really?" Jill looked across to where Hayden eyed Blake with a smirk on her face. "She actually said quite a few complimentary things. So how much should I believe?"
"Well, then all of it, of course."
"Does that mean you really were a rodeo star?" Blake shot a sharp glance toward his sister and scowled.
"Why are you revealing all my secrets?"
"I didn't know it was a secret," Hayden said, defending herself. Blake sighed.
"I guess it's not."
Then he turned back to Jill and said,
"I wouldn't say I was a star, but I won some titles."
"I'd love to see you get bucked off a horse sometime." Jill grinned, knowing that he would appreciate her teasing him. He chuckled and splashed water on her. As she gasped and wiped her face, he leaned back against the edge of the hot tub, propping an arm up on either side.
"The reason I won so many buckles was that I don't get bucked off often. Sorry to disappoint you, but maybe you should come out to the ranch sometime."
"Oh, so you keep a lot of bucking broncs at your ranch, do you?" Hayden laughed. "Well, we do have one. His name is Tornado because he spins when anyone tries to ride him."
"He's a magnificent animal, though. I bought him when he was sold off, and now I'm working to break him to saddle work. I'm trying to break Hayden here, too, but they're both stubborn cusses."
"Stop teasing your sister. I like her spirit. She's a strong woman, and that is something to be respected."
"Oh, is that why she defies me at every turn?" Blake asked.
"I do not," Hayden exclaimed, standing in the hot tub. When she did so, Blake caught sight of her revealing bathing suit for the first time. His eyebrows went up.
"I seem to remember asking you to dress more modestly."
"We're at home. You said I couldn't go out wearing skimpy clothes anymore. Besides, this covers as much as Jill's bathing suit does. But you don't mind that, do you?"
"She's not my little sister."
"I hate this. I wish we could live at the ranch all the time. You're nicer to me there."
"I wish that too, but I have a business to run, and you have school. Speaking of which, didn't you tell me you had a lot of homework to do before school tomorrow?"
Hayden made a growling sound in the back of her throat as she sloshed through the steaming water and got out of the hot tub. "You're not fooling me any. You just want Jill to yourself. Good luck with that. She's too good for you." And on those words, she stormed off into the house. Her fiery exit made the silence in the courtyard that much more palpable. Jill leaned her head back against the tiles and looked up at the stars, which she could only barely see through the lights around the pool area. They were just starting to glow against the darkening night sky.
"Well, that was relaxing."
Blake ran his wet hand through his hair, spiking it up in crazy directions. Jill watched with interest as he rubbed his forehead. His jaw and shoulders looked tense.
"It almost makes me look forward to going into work tomorrow. It can't be much more stressful than this."
"Maybe not for you," Jill said. "I, on the other hand, have to figure out why one of your companies is struggling so I can save them from the axe."
"Oh, yeah? Which one?"
"Gourmands." Blake looked at her with a steady expression for several moments before saying,
"Is that why you're spending so much time with Trevor Walton?"
"Yes, and I've been meaning to talk to you about that." But suddenly this whole conversation felt really awkward. My instincts tell me something isn't quite right there.
"Okay, I'll fire him."
Alarmed, Jill shook her head. "No, I might be completely wrong. I'll figure it out before I make my recommendation about what you should do with the business."
"I don't like to have people working for me that I can't trust."
Jill folded her arms across her chest. "You'd prefer to fire someone with no more than vague concerns to go by? That's not right." Blake's jaw clenched as they stared each other down.
"Are you sure you just don't want to lose your favorite lunch date?" Not that you've had a hard time finding someone else to flirt with.
Jill wanted to slug him. Every time she started to think that they were getting on a good footing, he said something to rile her up. Deciding to teach him a lesson, she drifted closer to him so that her leg brushed his under the water. She leaned close and rested her hand on his chest. He turned his head down to meet her eyes, and she saw them darken with exactly the kind of reaction she'd hoped for. Moving even closer, her legs gliding against his, she whispered, "When I flirt, and I admit I do, it always has a purpose." Jill pushed off his chest lightly and stood staring down at him as the water ran down her body. With one last sultry look, she got out of the hot tub and wrapped a towel around her.
"So why do you flirt with me?"
Blake's voice was deep and rough, full of annoyance and authority and something else Jill couldn't label. She shrugged. "To put you in your place." Chapter 8. The next day, Blake still hadn't shaken the sight of Jill standing like a goddess in his hot tub, with the faintly blue lights from his landscaping glowing off her wet skin and her eyes boring into his. Perhaps because he had dreamed the scene over and over again all night long, making a wretched night's sleep for him. Unfortunately, his whole day was one meeting after another. This is what came from taking an extra and unexpected day off work. He was tense and on edge, and from the way his employees were acting around him, he knew they sensed it. He hated that, but he wasn't quite sure how to fix it. The last thing he needed to do was to spend time around Jill, but unfortunately, that was exactly what he was going to have to do. He had a meeting with her right after lunch. As he sat at his desk, scowling at his agenda for the day, Ivy came in. He glanced up at her tall, striking form, distantly aware that she always managed to drape it in a suggestive pose when she sat across from him in the privacy of his office. Normally, he flicked it away like an annoying fly, but today he took more notice. He wasn't sure if his frustration with Jill had made him more aware of the flirtations going on among his employees, or if Ivy was just being more overt with the amount of legs she was showing as she crossed them. "It's nice to have you back today," Ivy said, tugging on one of her blonde curls.
"Is it? It seems to me that everything runs efficiently whether I'm here or not."
Ivy shrugged. "Not with Jill here upsetting the balance of everything." Blake sat back in his chair and studied her. He thumped the pen he held in his hand against his desk as he tried to untangle Ivy's possible motivations for such a statement.
"What do you mean, exactly?"
"Oh, you know. She visits with your secretary, she brings cupcakes into the break room and stands around talking to anybody who makes eye contact with her, especially if it's someone with a Y chromosome."
"And what's your assessment of her job performance?"
"It seems utterly impossible, but I have to admit that she knows her stuff. She doesn't spend much time at her desk, but somehow I've never caught her at a loss for data or knowledge of any business situation that arises. She's like that smart kid in school who is always messing around when they get bored. She disrupts everyone who isn't as quick as she is."
"Well, she won't be with us forever. If she does the job she's here to do, I'll be perfectly satisfied. Speaking of which, I won't have time to get lunch before the meeting."
"I'll get something delivered," Ivy said, standing and walking around to the front of his desk. He watched her with surprise, especially when she leaned against the edge of his desk less than a foot away from him. He decided to play it cool, just in case his suspicions about her motives were wrong.
"Just get me anything. You know what I like."
"Yes, I do." Ivy's voice had a subtle but undeniable tone of seduction to it. "I needed to talk to you about the banquet at the end of the month. I know you still need to find a date, but I wasn't sure who you wanted me to go with."
"I haven't thought about it at all, actually,"
Blake said. His eyebrows rose slightly in question. "I thought it would be more convenient for you to take me." Blake pushed his chair back to put more room between them.
Continue.
Ivy reached out and picked up the pen he had dropped. She clicked it open and closed a few times as if she was nervous, though he never would have guessed from that cool expression on her face. I know you hate to lead a girl on, so setup dates are always a risk. Since you aren't in a relationship and have no feelings involved, it makes this just a matter of business, doesn't it?
I wouldn't say that precisely, but there is some merit to what you say.
It's just that I would never get the wrong impression.
I'll consider it, and I'll let you know. I'll be in the conference room when you have my lunch, and please join us for the meeting in case there are any notes I need you to take.
Ivy straightened and took her time leaving the office. Her hips had an extra wide sway as she left, and Blake wondered how he had managed to get himself into this situation. He didn't think he'd done anything Ivy could have possibly misconstrued as interest. She was an excellent assistant, and he hated the thought of losing her, but this could not be allowed to progress any further. When he made his way into the conference room later, it was empty. He glanced at his watch, irritated, and saw that he was 5 minutes early. Since it was right after the lunch hour, he wouldn't be surprised if some of the people invited to the meeting were late, but that didn't mean that he was going to be happy about it. He sat in his chair at the end of the table and got out his phone to catch up on emails while he waited. A few minutes later, Jill and Trevor walked in, looking as if they'd gone to lunch together. His eyes automatically measured the distance between them, and he judged that Jill was much closer than a normal personal bubble should allow. When their eyes met, she paused, looking surprised and uncomfortable. He wondered if the scene from last night had affected her as it had him. Had she felt anything being so close to him, alone in the darkness with so little between them? Had she felt the same electric current race through her when she touched him? Jill was too hard to read for him to guess. Her shoulders straightened, and a cool, detached expression swept over her face as she went into business mode again. Thank you for coming, Mr. McDaniel. I was afraid you wouldn't make it. Ivy told me that you might be too busy.
There are very few things that would keep me away from a meeting with you, he said, letting her know with the faint mockery in his voice that he was more than prepared to play her game. You are, after all, looking after the future of my company.
Jill sat down across from him and smiled while fluttering her eyelashes. I'm sure that's the reason.
What else would it be? I hope you don't mind if I eat lunch during the meeting. It's the only way I could squeeze both in.
Not at all. This will be short and informal. Trevor, who had been standing awkwardly during this exchange, moved to find a seat, looking between the two of them with a displeased expression. Blake didn't care. He didn't have to excuse his interactions with other people to someone like him. Let him think what he wanted. Ivy came in then with a bag from his favorite sushi restaurant and a cold bottle of San Pellegrino water. As she spread it out in front of him on the table, Marty Dunn came in as well. This didn't surprise him, but when the red-headed kid right out of college came in, Blake raised an eyebrow and flicked an inquiring glance at Jill. She saw but didn't respond, so Blake shrugged and broke apart his chopsticks. Jill set her phone on the table and said, "Thanks for coming to this meeting, everyone. It's going to be quick. I just wanted to let you all know that I, along with Camden, will be touring the facility of Gourmands and Elysian. I want to get a better picture of your businesses than I can from reports." Marty Dunn nodded, looking pleased. Blake didn't fail to notice, however, that Trevor Walton looked gray and uncomfortable. But there was one part of her announcement that had him floored.
You're taking Camden?
Camden's cheeks turned red, which wasn't surprising considering his fair coloring. Yes, Jill asked me to come along for IT support. He's a wizard, and I need someone to help compile data and keep me connected in the rural areas we'll be going through. Blake realized he must look foolish holding his chopsticks in the air and put them down with a soft clatter.
Where all are you going?
Let's see, we have 4 stops planned with Elysian ice cream. a factory, a dairy, a store, and their corporate office. All of those are in Tennessee. Then we'll be driving down to Mississippi to tour the facility of Gourmand's Fine Candy. Trevor and Marty, you will, of course, meet me at your facilities and work with us. I've emailed both of you the full agenda, but stay in contact with me in case of delays or changes. Blake agreed this was the best way to review these businesses, but he was annoyed that she'd planned an extended trip away from the office without discussing it with him. He reminded himself that he only cared on a professional level, but his irritation seemed disproportionately high for that to be the case. Perhaps that was why he felt an urge to go with her.
Will you please send me the agenda as well, Jill?
Blake picked up his chopsticks. As an afterthought, he added,
I'd like to compare it to my schedule and see if I can make it to some of these tours.
Jill looked up at him, clearly surprised. I will, of course, send you the agenda, but don't feel like you need to be there. This is what I'm getting paid for. You can leave it safely in my hands. He hated that she didn't want him to come.
I never questioned that,
Blake said, while carefully choosing a slice of spicy tuna roll.
Just like you never questioned whether or not I would like to come.
Jill opened her mouth like she was about to say something, then closed it again. She was clearly debating in her mind what she should say to this, but before she could come up with a response, Marty spoke up.
For my part, I'd love to have you come, Mr. McDaniel. I was disappointed that you didn't personally inspect our company before you purchased it. I would appreciate the opportunity to show you what we do.
Blake looked at the older man, pleased with his assurance and his championship of the company he led. And he was right. Blake should have looked into it more carefully. That, combined with the fact that Trevor was again looking uncomfortable, drove Blake to make a knee-jerk decision. After swallowing the bite he had just taken, he said,
You know what? I'm going.
Both Ivy and Jill asked, What? You don't have room in your schedule for a trip like that, Ivy said. It's impossible. It isn't necessary that you come, sir, Jill said, with a heavy emphasis in her voice when she said, sir. And I already have hotel reservations in places that you wouldn't be comfortable in.
You know what I require for comfort?
I just mean that you wouldn't get silk sheets or world-class sushi on delivery. Blake narrowed his eyes at her opinion of him, but maybe she didn't know he was able to rough it as well as the next man. An added bonus to him going on this trip would be making sure Jill got to know him better.
I assure you, Miss Harris, even though I enjoy some of the finer things in life, I can certainly do without them. You don't need to worry about my comfort. If you ask me, Trevor said, she seems a little overly concerned about your sheets as well.
He snickered in an abrasive way, but stopped when he received a death glare from Jill. Trying to distract himself from punching the guy square in the face, Blake reached for his bottle of water and opened it. Jill glanced at the expensive sparkling water and raised her eyebrow. If you think you have the time, it would be helpful for you to be there. You may want to pack a few more of your favorite luxury items, though, since things may be hard to find in small-town gas stations and restaurants.
Believe me, you underestimate my ability to get whatever I want, when I want.
Jill stood, and he noticed that her fists were clenched. Considering our current setting, it would be best if I didn't respond to that statement. I'll send you that agenda, Mr. McDaniel. Chapter 9. Wednesday morning, Jill dressed in black capri-length pants and a loose cream blouse, hoping to keep as comfortable as possible while traveling in the summer heat. When she walked into the main house with her bags to meet Blake, however, she couldn't help but laugh. Blake wore his usual chinos and black t-shirt.
What's so funny?
Blake asked, looking up from his tablet. I should have remembered you always wear black. It looks like we coordinated on purpose.
Only a woman would even care about that, he said, shrugging.
Why do you always wear black shirts?
It's efficient. I never waste time deciding what to wear. I just grab a shirt and go. You'll be happy to know I didn't eat the last cranberry orange muffin. I know they're your favorite."
Surprised and oddly pleased that he had noticed, she said, "Thanks." She filled her mug with coffee, and feeling a strong need to make everything more professional, less intimate, she said, "I'm ready to go when you are." Blake looked up, and she got caught in his expression like she'd fallen into quicksand. Her heart pounded as she concentrated on breathing normally. In that moment, she actually longed to be working with Signor Patena again, with his graying hair and middle-aged paunch. Everything had been so straightforward and uncomplicated. But that line of thought also made her realize how quickly her time here would end, and that bothered her. Standing up, Blake broke the quiet moment between them.
"Let's head out, then."
Jill grabbed her bags and followed him to the front door. Outside, Rick added her suitcase to those already loaded in the trunk of the car, and in no time they were on their way to pick Camden up at the office. "I feel guilty that we're not using the tickets I bought for Camden and I," Jill said, taking a chunk off her muffin and popping it in her mouth. "Maybe we should have met you down there."
"I don't care about the cost of the tickets. I'd rather all 4 of us traveled together."
4 people?
"Yes. Didn't I tell you Rick was coming along for security?"
"No, you didn't. It's going to be impossible for you to be inconspicuous with Muscle following you around." He raised his eyebrows.
"And you think I need to stay inconspicuous?"
"It's going to be hard enough getting people to interact with us naturally without knowing that the billionaire who bought out their company is standing right in front of them. A lot of them aren't exactly excited about that, and even for those who don't care, you're very intimidating."
"Huh. You're never intimidated by me."
Jill didn't think there was much point in telling him precisely how often he made her nervous. People are going to be uncomfortable if they realize who you are.
"I see your point, but Rick is coming."
Jill sighed, but she had already become familiar with the tone in Blake's voice that meant he wasn't going to change his mind. So she called out to Rick, "Just try not to look too intimidating, okay?"
"I'll do my best," Rick answered.
They picked up Camden, who was all smiles but very quiet, as if he was nervous, and headed for the airport. The Dallas-Fort Worth airport was an enormous and bustling airport, but Rick drove them to a hangar away from the main hub. As they boarded Blake's plane and readied for takeoff, Jill allowed herself to enjoy the ease and convenience of traveling with a billionaire. Not that she would ever admit it to him. She settled into her wide leather seat and buckled her seatbelt. They took off, and Jill watched out the window as the ground disappeared, trying to ignore the sensation of rising into the air that made her stomach leap and tighten. She was used to it after all this time, but she was always glad when the plane reached cruising altitude and evened out. 20 minutes later, there was nothing but a vast field of white clouds beneath them, so Jill gave up staring out the window and turned forward. Blake sat facing her while Rick and Camden sat on the other side of the plane, both of them on their phones. Her conversations with Blake always seemed dangerous as she fought the pull of attraction, but she didn't feel like resisting today. The late morning sun shone through the window and glinted off the band on Blake's wrist. She had never been able to make out what was engraved on it. "What does your wristband say?" Blake looked up from his tablet, then held out his left wrist.
"See for yourself."
She turned the band slightly so that she could read it, accidentally brushing his warm skin. It said truth. She looked up with questioning eyes. He spoke quietly, but they were close enough that she heard him despite the noise from the engines. Close enough that she could smell his cologne and feel his body warmth as well.
"I got that from a craftsman on Harwood Street in downtown Dallas. You could pick any word you wanted. I picked this one because of my mother. At the time, I had to repair our reputation as a company, and I hated the way people looked at me, as if I might be as dishonest as she was. It took time, but I believe I've built my own reputation. I wear this as a motto to do business by, something I stand for."
She felt an urge to reach for his hand, but resisted. "You're a good man, Blake. I'm glad I've been able to work with you." Blake leaned back and smiled, though it had a wry twist to it.
"That sounds as if you're getting ready to say goodbye."
"No, I'm just thinking that it won't be long now before I can turn in a full report and get your very competent team set on the right course. I just wanted you to know, in case I don't get another chance." His eyes seemed to flash.
"Do you always move on from a job so easily? Brushing off the relationships you've built along the way?"
"No, not always. Are you saying you don't want me to move on?"
"Yes."
His answer was short and unequivocal. Combined with his uncompromising expression, it flustered her. "Are you offering me a job?"
"I wasn't talking business."
She'd never known such an intense man. Friendship would be impossible for them. Their interactions were always unpredictable, as they either clashed like two bolts of lightning or drew together like magnets. "I am not sure we could ever be comfortable with friendship," she said.
"Maybe we don't call it friendship then. And who cares if it's comfortable?"
The pilot came over the loudspeaker and announced they might hit a patch of turbulence ahead. "On such a sunny day?" Jill asked, leaning back and looking out the window. Really, she was glad for the intrusion into their conversation.
"You never know what kind of currents you're going to run into,"
Blake said, smiling to himself as he picked up his tablet again. Jill watched him, wondering if he had meant anything by that, then gave up trying to figure him out and reached for her laptop. The turbulence proved to be minimal, and they landed in Memphis an hour later. A gleaming Land Rover waited for them, and Blake's crew quickly retrieved their luggage. Rick took the driver's seat and Blake waved Camden into the front seat, then opened the back passenger door for her. She considered the tight quarters and wondered if she was getting a little too used to riding in close contact with Blake, but they were going to be traveling together for several days. She got in and just hoped she could maintain her professionalism so close to his warmth and charisma and intoxicating cologne.
"Okay," Rick said from the driver's seat. "Where to?"
"Elysian corporate office in Merton," Camden said. "I'll program it into the navigation system." Rick nodded and put the car in drive.
"Looks like we'll be there in 2 hours,"
he said, as soon as Camden had finished.
"That'll put us there at 1:30. "I'm gonna need some lunch before that," Blake said. "Can you look for a good place to stop?"
"We don't have time for a sit-down lunch," Jill said. "We'll have to settle for a drive-through if we're going to make our 2:00 appointment with Mr. Dunn." Blake looked at her with a faint challenge in his eyes and a smile hovering over his mouth.
"Think you're gonna put me off with threats of fast food?"
"No," but she couldn't help grinning, because she had been expecting him to object and was secretly looking forward to it.
"Believe it or not, I can put away a burger and fries as well as the next man."
"If you say so."
"But in the meantime, I'm going to close my eyes for a while. Working on the plane gave me a headache."
"Do you want to take something for it? I've got some Advil in my bag." He sat up straighter.
"That would be awesome."
Jill pulled her bag up from the floorboard, dug out her little bag of over-the-counter medicine that she kept for emergencies, and gave him 3 Advil. "This is the only water I have," she said, holding up her insulated water bottle.
"I don't mind if you don't."
She watched him tip her cup up, press the button that opened the spill-proof water spout, and hold it millimeters above his lips as the water poured out. She thought then about how close they'd come to kissing in the pool. Where would that have taken them? Funny that just sharing her water with him had led her thoughts in such dangerous directions. Blake handed the water cup back.
"Thank you."
Then he leaned back, shifted his shoulders a few times to get comfortable, and closed his eyes. Jill noticed for the first time how long Blake's eyelashes were. Frustrated with herself, she sighed. Obviously hearing the sound, Blake stirred and turned towards her with his eyes open and a questioning look on his face.
"Everything okay?"
"Yes, sometimes I have mental arguments with myself."
And you weren't happy with the way this argument went?
Jill chuckled. Not exactly. Blake nodded, and a smile flashed across his lips.
I feel that way all the time when I argue with you.
You're so funny. Go back to sleep. The drive passed quickly, and Jill used the time to go over all that she knew about Elysian ice cream. When they arrived, they found it was a small facility in an industrial park that looked a little run down but practical. When they went inside, they were directed to the head office on the top floor, where they found Mr. Dunn busily engaged at his desk. He put his phone down and closed his computer before coming forward to shake all their hands. He conducted them on a tour of the office and introduced them to his employees. Blake hung back, and when he was introduced, nobody mentioned his position as owner of the company. It wasn't likely that anyone knew who he was by name anyway. Jill took the lead and was quite comfortable doing so. She was in her element here, meeting new people and learning as much as she could about them, and thereby the company. Within a couple of hours, she had a strong grasp on the general tone and culture of this office. Mr. Dunn had a good team here, and it was clear from their smiles and positive attitude that they enjoyed their work. Jill had learned long ago that these were important characteristics of a business. When they were done, Jill asked Mr. Dunn, "Would you like to go to dinner with us?"
If you don't mind, I would like to eat dinner with my family tonight, since I have been gone for so long and only recently got back into town. I understand that I will be traveling with you for a couple of days, so I'll look forward to eating with you another night.
That's perfectly understandable. Blake stepped forward and put the file he had been looking at on Mr. Dunn's desk.
Where's a good place to eat here? I'm starving since the rest of my team decided to keep driving when I fell asleep on the way here.
You looked so comfortable, Jill said. Blake stared at her with knowing eyes, a teasing light glinting in their depths.
You just didn't want to take the time.
You know me so well, she said.
I'm starting to.
Her heart flipped at the rich tone of his voice, and she wondered what thoughts were causing the warm expression on his face. Before she could respond to Blake, however, Mr. Dunn said,
I know just the place if you like Southern home cooking.
Chapter 10. Blake smiled to himself as a waitress took them to the table. Flanders Home Cooking, world-famous home of flying rolls, was bound to be entertaining. It was busy enough that they'd had a 15-minute wait to even get a table. Luckily, the table she took their group to was a secluded one. Camden scooted to the far end of the table, and Jill slid in across from him. Rick took one look at the narrow space between the table and the back of the bench where Jill sat, and wisely chose to sit next to Camden. Even with more room on that side of the table, however, he still looked like a sardine in a too-small can. "It sure smells good in here," Jill said, as she picked up her menu. "I love eating at places where you can get country gravy as a side." Blake settled on the bench next to her, glad he wasn't as bulky as Rick. And since the close seating meant his leg and shoulders were only inches away from Jill's, he was glad to have Rick and Camden around. Their presence would remind him this was not a date. He was totally capable of eating dinner in the company of a lovely, intelligent woman without letting his attraction for her get the best of him. When the waitress came back to take their order, Blake realized that he was the only one who ordered something even remotely healthy. From Rick's chicken fried steak, Camden's double cheeseburger with fried onions and barbecue sauce on top, and Jill's order of wet fries, whatever those were, his grilled catfish and salad greens stood out. "Is that really what you're ordering?" Jill asked.
It seemed like the best thing on the menu for anyone who doesn't want a heart attack.
"You need to learn to live a little," Jill said.
I'm more worried about living longer.
Blake nudged her with his elbow to let her know he was teasing, and the contact of her skin against his made him realize it was not a good idea to touch her, even casually. People in the South have been eating this way for a long time. Besides, it's been a forever since I've seen fries like this on the menu anywhere.
Yeah? What exactly are wet fries?
Jill's eyes sparkled as she smiled. I ordered these with grilled onions, melted cheese, and a slathering of country gravy. It's heaven, trust me. Blake raised his eyebrow.
If all of you keep eating like this, you're going to be sick as dogs before this trip is over.
Whatever, Jill said. Now if I could only figure out what they meant by flying rolls. There was a shout from a few tables away. Blake realized they were being given a heads-up in time to see a waiter throw a roll in their direction. Glad for his quick reflexes, he reached out and caught the roll in midair, right before it smacked into Jill's face. Her eyes were huge for a few seconds as she tried to figure out what was going on. Then she burst out laughing. Flying rolls. Got it. Rick turned around and looked over his shoulder behind them.
Hey, how do I get one of those?
Rick waved his hand in a gesture that looked more like he was asking for a pass from a quarterback. Blake was surprised when Jill was able to snatch one of the rolls flying their direction. She gave a happy little wriggle and buttered it. He realized he was smiling when Rick looked across the table at him with a knowing look on his face. Blast the man. When the food came, Blake watched in amazement as the waitress set a plate as big as a cookie sheet in front of Jill. It was heaped with a steaming, gooey pile of fries and toppings. Rick and Camden stared with their mouths open. "Oh, man, this looks good," she said, picking up her fork. Rick pointed his finger at her plate.
There's no way you can eat all that.
Want a bit?
Yes.
Jill grinned. Okay, how about if I can eat all this, you guys have to eat whatever I tell you at the first gas station we stop at tomorrow. They all laughed, and Blake said,
Hey, I want in on this action. What happens if you can't eat it all?
Rick chuckled.
We get to pick what she has to eat from a gas station tomorrow.
Here goes nothing, Jill said, picking up her fork. For the next 45 minutes, Blake watched in awe as Jill methodically, and with some degree of relish, ate almost the entire plate of fries. It was beyond his comprehension where she was putting it all. She was definitely slowing down, however. I haven't done anything this stupid since college, Jill said. Camden grinned at her.
You haven't done it now, either. You still have about 5 bites to eat.
Clearly, getting a soda was a mistake, Jill said. There's one thing you three should know about me. I always finish what I start. With a determined look on her face, Jill somehow managed to clean her plate.
You're going to be sick tonight,
Blake said. Jill nodded. True, but it was so worth it. They went outside and got in the Land Rover. Camden put the hotel address in the GPS. Looks like we'll get to the hotel at 8 o'clock. Jill wanted to stay closer to our next stop so we don't have to get up too early tomorrow. See what a genius I am? Jill said. Blake looked across at her and saw that she was leaning back with her arms crossed over her stomach and a pained expression on her face. She was still too beautiful for words, but he chuckled softly at her self-imposed misery. Shut up, she whispered at him before closing her eyes. As Rick drove, Blake watched out the window at the passing scenery. Not that there was much to see, with nothing but fields and an occasional farmhouse. But it was calming in a way, and since they were heading north, he was able to watch the sunset out his window. By the time they got into the town where they were staying the night, an inky darkness was spreading over the sky, and the first stars were coming out. Best of all, however, Jill had gone to sleep and had slumped against his shoulder. The weight of her head on his arm made him want to move it so she could rest against his chest instead. When the car stopped, she woke up immediately and sat looking around the parking lot like a prairie dog who just popped out of her hole. Be right back, she said, grabbing the handles of her purse and opening her door. But Blake wasn't about to let her go in by herself, so he got out and followed her. She glanced back over her shoulder at him. I can check us in without help, you know.
Of course, I just wanted to stretch my legs.
She nodded and didn't say another word until she spoke to the lady at the reception desk. Soon she had 4 keys in her hand. I hope you don't mind staying in an ordinary room. It's all they had left.
Why would I mind?
She shrugged. I just thought you might be expecting something more posh.
What are you, British? And for the record, I've slept in a lot of roach motels in my time. These are fancy digs compared to my rodeo days.
You mean you didn't live off your parents' money when you were younger? Blake clenched his teeth, but forced himself to relax. She was just trying to rile him up.
I could have, but I chose not to. It was the only way to be free back then.
A few minutes later, the four of them, with luggage in hand, squeezed into the same elevator and rode up to the second floor where all their rooms were located. The hotel only had 2 floors, so perhaps that wasn't surprising. Camden's room was first, but Blake was glad to see that Jill's room was next to his, with Rick's right across the hall. He doubted either of them would need any kind of security during the night, but it made him feel at ease to know they had it. The click of the door when he shut it made Blake feel oddly alone. Trying to ward it off, Blake turned the AC unit up as high as it would go, undressed, and threw on some pajama pants. As he brushed his teeth, he looked at himself in the mirror, trying to see himself as Jill did. What did she think of him? And how long would it take him to forget about her? Stop thinking about her being part of his life? The answer, unfortunately, was nowhere to be found in his reflection. So he laid in the dark, staring up at the grooves in the white ceiling through the green darkness, tinted by the exit sign over the door. He should have brought something to help him go to sleep. He sat up and turned to the side, stacked up his pillows and punched them into submission, but before he could lay down again, there was a knock on the door. Throwing his blankets aside, he went to the door. It was probably just Rick checking in with him before he went to sleep. But when he opened the door and looked down to find Jill, he realized how much he'd been hoping.
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
It was her. He realized that, though he usually looked straight into her eyes, she was looking up at him. Then he saw her bare feet. A jolt of adrenaline shot through him at the intimate picture she made. "I know it's late, but can I come in?" Her voice was soft and rough. This was a very bad idea, but he heard himself say, "Of course." He stood back, and she walked past him, sending a floral fragrance rushing over him. A very bad idea. Not only was she barefoot, but wearing leggings and a long t-shirt that slipped off one of her shoulders. Her hair was up in a messy bun, and it looked as if she'd been tossing and turning on her pillows, too. Going straight to the floor lamp and clicking it on, she glanced his way, but more in the direction of his bare chest than his face. She turned her back to him and moved to sit on the couch in the sitting area, propping her feet against the edge of the coffee table, with her toes curling over the edge. Blake clenched his jaw and walked over to find a clean t-shirt in his bag. He pulled it on and sat across from her in an armchair.
Couldn't sleep?
"Are you kidding? I just raided the hotel store for antacids, and I'm not going to bed till my stomach settles down. Plus, I just got off calls with both Nate and my dad. I'm too stressed to go to sleep, so I thought you and I could get some work done."
What if I was sleeping?
"Were you?"
No.
Jill nodded and picked up her phone. "Okay, Tell me your thoughts about Mr. Dunn's office today." Blake's mouth lifted in a half smile he couldn't stop. He shook his head at her, then ran his fingers through his hair, giving himself time to switch focus from the thoughts that had plagued him since she came into his dark hotel room. And then they talked for over half an hour about employee retention and team building, until he realized Jill could barely keep her eyes open.
"Jill, who was Taylor?"
Her eyes opened wider. Taylor? Then understanding dawned in her eyes. "Oh, Charlotte Haverton's son. He's 6.
6? Great. There's no way I can compete with that."
"Nope. I haven't been around kids much, but that one, I love him."
"No siblings?"
"No, my mom died in a car accident when I was a toddler. My dad never remarried."
"I get the feeling we both had lonely childhoods."
When her eyes met his, they looked darker than usual and incredibly vulnerable. "I learned early on that doing well at what interested my dad was the only way to get his attention." Blake nodded, understanding.
"I resented mine so badly, I pretended they didn't exist. It wasn't too hard to do, either."
"I'm sorry."
"Me too. For both of us. Now, before this turns into a therapy session, maybe you'd better get to bed."
"I don't know if I have the energy to walk across the hall. I might just crash here." Blake's breath quickened. His thoughts leapt forward, picturing her curled up on his bed. From Jill's awkward silence, he knew she was thinking about the same thing. He was seconds away from reaching for her when she stood abruptly. "Good night, Blake."
"Good night, Jill."
Chapter 11. Jill turned off the treadmill at the 2-mile mark and hopped off. She opened her bottle of water and chugged some while she looked in the mirror. She didn't often go for much cardio, but after her dinner last night, it had seemed compulsory. Plus, she'd felt restless and off balance ever since she'd made the terrible decision to go to Blake's hotel room last night. "You're an idiot," she said to her reflection in the full-length mirror on the wall. And she was. She'd visited coworkers in their hotel rooms before on business trips and never had any difficulty keeping things casual. But she should have known it would be different with Blake. No sooner had he opened the door than she'd found herself staring at his bronzed, well-muscled chest with its jagged scar running up the left side. And once she'd gone inside, she'd turned on the light as quickly as possible, only to realize it didn't help much. From his tousled sheets to the smirk on his face when he caught her checking him out, shedding light on the situation hadn't helped much. Never in her life had she had to concentrate so hard to keep her mind focused on business. This morning, as she thought over their conversation the night before, she just hoped that Blake had fallen for all the smoke she'd blown his way. Deciding that her only hope for calming down this morning was to put something in her stomach, preferably something healthy, she headed for the lobby where a large hot breakfast had been set up. As she moved down the buffet, her disappointment grew. She couldn't handle cooked from powder eggs cut into squares, or the dull brown, previously cooked sausage.
"I'd steer clear of the coffee, too,"
a voice said behind her when she moved on. Turning, she saw Blake, holding a container of yogurt and a banana in one hand. He leaned forward and reached around her to pull a plastic spoon out of a caddy next to her, his chest brushing against her shoulder. It felt warm, even when he was no longer touching her, like she'd been in the sun too long. "Okay, but promise me we can stop for coffee on the way to the dairy."
"Who is missing her luxury items now?"
he teased her. "I didn't know a decent cup of coffee was a luxury." She realized then that he was wearing a pair of jeans and boots, and gulped. This man made jeans look sinful. "Do you always have to be so—"
"So what?"
She scrambled for the right words. perfect? I mean, come on. At least eat a bear claw or something.
Blake considered her through narrowed eyes, with his head tilted to the side, but said nothing. A woman with 3 kids clamoring for food said very loudly,
"Excuse us, please."
And Jill and Blake both moved quickly to the side. Embarrassed, Jill started to walk away, but then Blake asked, "Are you mad at me? Did I do something wrong?"
"No, sorry. I guess I'm just grumpy this morning."
"Well, come sit by Rick and me and eat something." He headed across the room to a back table where Rick was shoveling waffles into his mouth. Grabbing a bowl of oatmeal and heaping it with nuts and raisins, Jill joined them. She'd just started stirring some sugar into her bowl when Rick cleared his throat. "Good morning, Jill." There was a weird tone in his voice, so Jill looked up from her oatmeal.
Good morning?"
"So, if you plan to visit Blake at night again, would you mind letting me know first?" Jill looked across at Blake and saw that he was staring very hard at his security man.
"You saw me?"
Rick rolled his eyes. "Of course I saw you. It's my job."
"Nothing happened," Jill spoke up quickly. "I mean, it wasn't like that. We talked business the whole time."
Rick's eyes shifted between her and Blake, and then he shrugged. "It's none of my business, and I won't tell anyone. I just wanted you to know because I almost took direct action. Fortunately, I realized who it was just in time."
Blake was smiling now like he found the whole thing funny. When Jill glared at him, he took a drink of his coffee. "I thought you said the coffee was gross."
"Well, the stuff they have in the pot is. Luckily, the manager has a Keurig in her office she let me use."
Jill stood up and picked up her oatmeal. "I'm going to eat this in my room. We need to leave in 45 minutes. Please be ready to go on time so we make our appointment."
"I'm ready when you are,"
Blake said, the tone of his voice silky and warm with amusement.
"Me too," Rick chimed in.
"Good. Have you guys seen Camden?"
Blake said, "He's in the business office working until we leave." He winked. "Looks like we're just waiting for you."
Jill took a deep breath and left before she said something witchy. It wasn't like they'd all gotten ready early just to make her look bad. What did it matter anyway, as long as they left on time? Determined not to be that woman who makes everyone late because she takes forever primping, Jill ate half her oatmeal, then jumped in the shower and finished in record time. She did a quick assessment of how much time she had and decided that she didn't have time to do anything with her hair. She dressed in jeans and a t-shirt with her tennis shoes, the only pair of sensible shoes she had. She'd rather not get them covered in cow manure, but hoped the tour would keep them on clean, dry ground. She put her wet hair up in a bun, applied light makeup, and packed her suitcase. She went down to find the 3 men waiting for her in the lobby around a table, chatting as if they expected to be there a while. "Shall we head out?" She felt a small zing of pleasure saying that, since they looked surprised that she was 10 minutes early. She went to the reception desk to check out and pay their bill, then walked outside with the men. When she drew even with Blake, he handed her a styrofoam cup. Surprised, Jill smiled. "Thanks. That's really nice since I've been so cranky this morning." He smiled.
"It's because you've been so cranky."
It was a lovely, sweet-smelling morning with overcast skies and a light breeze. When they were all settled in the car and Rick pulled out on the highway, Jill said, "You'll be glad to know that I am postponing your payment of our bet till after we've finished our business for the day." Camden sighed. "I don't know if I'm relieved or frustrated not to get it over with." They all laughed and settled in for the 30-minute drive to the dairy. When they got there, Jill was enraptured by the gently rolling hills acting as backdrop to verdant alfalfa fields, metal barns and silos, and a beautiful sign that read, "Golden Pastures Farm." They pulled up outside a barn that looked like it was the hub of activity and got out. Jill breathed in the air, finding the sense of the farm oddly homey and comforting. A man in a green T-shirt with the farm logo printed on the front came out of the barn and walked toward them with a smile on his face. He looked them over and held out his hand to Jill.
"Welcome. I'm Clay Patton. You must be Miss Harris that I spoke to on the phone."
"Yes, thanks for letting us come out to see your dairy." She introduced Blake, Camden, and Rick, then asked, "Has Mr. Dunn arrived?"
"Not yet, but he's never late. He'll be here soon, I'm sure. We're just finishing up cleaning after the morning milking, and then we'll get your tour started. Feel free to look around for a few minutes."
"Great, thanks." The beaming, enthusiastic man nodded his head and ducked back into the barn. She turned to Camden. "Want to see if you can get a hold of Mr. Dunn and see when he'll be here?" Camden nodded, but had a worried expression as he looked down at his phone.
"I'll do my best, but I only have one bar out here."
As Camden wandered around, looking for somewhere he could get a better signal, Jill saw that Blake had gone over to meet some of the cows, who were watching them through the fence in the pasture next to the barn. She watched as he rubbed the head of one of them, seeming to inspect her carefully. Walking over to join him, she said, "I've never been this close to cows before. I didn't realize they were so big."
"Yeah," Blake said, keeping his attention on the cow. "But this lovely lady is perfectly polite, so don't worry."
Jill reached out her hand and stroked the cow's forehead as Blake had done, surprised to feel the solidness of its skull and the coarse but soft texture of its hide. Her eyes are soft, friendly.
"Yes, there's a world of difference between a milk cow and a rodeo bull, let me tell you. You don't look one of those animals in the eyes and not feel a primal dread shoot down your spine."
"I thought you did bronc riding."
"I did, but I've ridden a few bulls in my time. In fact, it was a bull that gave me the scar across my ribs."
"Yeah, I saw it and wondered what it was from." Blake smiled.
"It's pretty hard to miss, isn't it?"
Jill didn't tell him that, for her, it added to the perfection of his chest. She blushed just thinking about it, though. "How long were you in the rodeo circuit?" Blake turned and leaned against the fence, folding his arms across his chest.
"I did it for 6 years before I had to retire and save our company."
The cow Blake had been petting pushed at his shoulder a few times, clearly wanting more attention from him. Jill could sympathize. She couldn't deny it. She loved having him all to herself in moments like this. Each one felt like an indulgent treat. She shouldn't let herself enjoy it, but she couldn't help herself. "You know it's totally crazy that you are actually able to do that, right? Not everyone can just walk into a boardroom and make themselves a billionaire in a few years' time." The breeze had changed from a pleasant caress to an insistent wind. Strands of hair were pulled from her bun, so she took it down. As Jill shook out her hair and worked to pull it all up again, Blake watched her.
"Why, I done got some schooling."
He hammed up his accent, grinning at her surprised reaction. "Schoolin'?" Jill asked, laughing. "Still, it's a whole different world than you'd been living in."
"Not so different," he argued.
He reached out and pulled a strand of hair out of her face, letting his fingers sweep across her cheek as he smoothed it back for her.
"When you're about to get on the back of a horse that weighs close to 1,500 pounds and is going to do his best to get you off, there's only one way to go about it, with the absolute certainty that you're going to stay on it. There's no room for fear or self-doubt. And you don't have a career in rodeo without focus, discipline, and grit."
"You mean you didn't get where you are by the strength of your personality?" She knew her eyes were probably twinkling, and when Blake shook his head and grinned at her, she was sure of it.
"You mean like you did?" he asked, walking off. "Looks like Mr. Dunn is here."
Jill fumed and strode after him. "Hey, I was only teasing you because you aren't exactly friendly and easy to know. How dare you spin it back on me? You meant that I'm—"
"What?"
He stopped and waited with a smirk on his face while she tried to pull her words together. "A flirt. didn't you?" He reached out and, to her complete shock, pinched her nose.
"Now, why would I think that? You'd better watch your step now. I wouldn't want you to step in a cow patty."
"You mean you do," she muttered, keeping a closer eye on the ground. Chapter 12. Blake leaned against the front of the Land Rover with his arms crossed, staring disbelievingly at Jill. It had been a pleasure to be with her all day as she toured the dairy, asking a million questions and bottle-feeding the calves, like it was the most exciting thing she'd ever done. But in this moment, with the gas station hot dog tray holding 3 pickled eggs, she was no longer adorable. "Come on, belly-up boys," she said, her voice brimming with amusement. "A deal's a deal." Camden and Rick didn't look any more excited than he did. In fact, they looked appalled. Camden's voice croaked as he asked, "Were those from that jar at the register?" "Yep," she said with grating cheerfulness. "Go on, it won't kill you."
"I'm not sure about that," Rick said. But like the tough guy he was, he reached out and picked one up, holding it in 2 fingers, like just touching it might poison him. Camden groaned, but took one too. Then Jill grinned and stepped closer to Blake, holding up the tray with the one remaining egg glistening in the harsh light of the afternoon sun. Well, he wasn't one to back away from a challenge, and she was definitely challenging him. He could see dancing devils in her deep brown eyes, so, determined not to let her beat him, he reached out and took one. Blake met eyes with Rick and Camden. As one, they put the pickled eggs to their lips and bit into them. The flavor was an explosion of salty vinegar combined with a hard, rubbery texture. The first challenge was to control his automatic gag reflex. The second was to actually chew it long enough to be able to swallow it. From the looks of things, Rick and Camden weren't faring any better. Camden's face had gone completely red, and Rick looked miserable. There was only one way this was going to go down. Blake reached behind him and grabbed his bottle of water. A big gulp allowed him to finally swallow the pickled egg, and Rick followed suit with his big gulp of soda, but Camden took off running to a nearby trash can. As he heaved into the can, Blake took another mouthful of water and swished it around his mouth to clean out all the remaining egg particles, then spat it out onto the concrete. Finally, mostly over the horrific experience, he looked over at Jill. She had her hands clapped over her mouth and her eyes were huge. "I hope you enjoyed that," Blake said, taking another drink.
She dropped her hands and burst out laughing. "Oh, I did. I mean, I feel kind of evil, but your faces were so hilarious. Now, where do you guys want to go for dinner?"
Rick groaned. "I'm going to go buy some gum or something. I may never eat again."
Jill giggled. "Tell you what, I'm going to go ask Mr. Dunn where he wants to eat, and you guys can come along if you want." Blake watched as she strolled over to Mr. Dunn's car where he was waiting for them off to the side. He rolled his window down, and she bent down to talk to him. Soon she was laughing so hard she had to lean against the car for support. Blake shook his head and took another drink, finishing his bottle. Well, he disliked her immensely for about 5 minutes, and already he was spellbound again. What in the world was he going to do about this? He had no idea, but he did need something else to drink, so he went and joined Rick and Camden in the gas station in search of something to forever erase the flavor of pickled egg from his memory. When they came out a few minutes later, only slightly recovered, Jill waved at them. "Hey guys, Mr. Dunn and I decided to drive over to Green Valley and eat there, since that's where we're staying for the night. He says there's a really good Mexican restaurant there called El Jardín." Blake nodded, waved, and got in the car. Fortunately, and surprisingly, it turned out that Mexican food was the perfect way to erase the flavor of pickled egg. It was likely the spicy peppers and copious amounts of carbs, but whatever it was, he was glad for it. When they arrived at a small but clean roadside motel between rural Tennessee towns, he found that he was in no mood to crash in his room and go to bed early. Feeling on edge and wired at the same time, Blake paced around his room for a while. When he discovered that he was trying to think of an excuse to go over to Jill's room, he clenched his fists and glared at his reflection in the cheap mirror over the sink. So what if she guessed that he just wanted to see her? With quick decision, he left his room and stepped outside, turning to the right to go down 2 doors to Jill's room, and collided with someone. Looking down, he saw Jill's dark hair and realized his hand had grasped her bare arms to steady her. She was wearing a swimsuit, and it was only with ironclad discipline that he kept himself from pulling her into his arms. Hey, Blake." Her tone was light, but questioning. Letting go of her arms, he stepped back. "Sorry, I didn't see you." Then his brain registered more than just smooth, luminous skin gleaming under security lights. "What are you doing?" She laughed. "I think that's obvious." She moved to step around him, so he put out a hand and caught hold of hers. "You can't go swimming by yourself here. You have no idea who else is staying here, or who might be passing by. Where is the pool, even? Is it well lit? Are there security cameras on it?" "I'll be fine. But if you're so worried about it, why don't you come too?" "I didn't bring anything to swim in." Jill shrugged. "You could ask Hamden or Rick. Or just come hang out on a lounger and talk to me." She left, completely unconcerned about the possible risks of swimming by herself, looking like every man's fantasy at a roadside motel. Blake stopped and thought about which room number Camden had been assigned, then strode down the walkway, watching the numbers carefully. When he got to the right one, he hammered on the door, bruising his knuckles on the thick metal. When Camden opened the door, looking confused and a little worried, he visibly relaxed when he saw Blake. "Oh, hey, need something?" "Yes. Do you have some swimming trunks I can borrow?" "Yeah, I do." Blake stepped in, relieved only until he saw the bright blue trunks covered in pink flamingos and electric green palm trees. "Are you serious?" Camden shrugged. "I'm sorry, Mr. McDaniel. It's all I brought." Blake stood, torn and repulsed, but he was determined to join Jill in the pool. Kicking his pride to the curb, he thanked Camden and left to change. But when he walked out to the pool 5 minutes later, she looked up from her phone and started laughing. "Okay, so those have to be Camden's." "Right on the first try." Blake stopped by a table with an umbrella and set his phone and room key down. He was surprised Jill was in the hot tub, but since the sky had been cloudy all day, the night air was definitely cooler than usual for July. "You have a thing for hot tubs, don't you?" "It relaxes me. It helps me deal with the stress and pressure of my job." Blake examined her face as he got into the hot tub. "You never look stressed. In fact, I was starting to wonder if you were even human in that way." A half smile pulled at her lips. "That's what I want people to think. It inspires confidence, and people are more likely to believe I'm capable. I learned that years ago when I first got out of college and went to work for my dad. Can you imagine for a minute what everybody thought about me? I still looked about 16, and not only was I a female, but the daughter of the boss. Proving myself has been an uphill struggle since day one." Blake considered her words, sensing the depth of her frustration over the situation. "How long have you been working for your father's firm?" 3 years. Jill rolled her head from side to side, as if stretching sore muscles in her neck. Blake's fingers twitched as he thought about offering to rub her neck, but that would be a dangerous road to go down. "Well, your dad must be proud of you now." Jill laughed, but it was a harsh, resentful sound. "If he is, he doesn't show it. And as long as I work for him, I'll never escape the stigma of nepotism. Though that couldn't be further from the truth. I had to work harder for my place in his company than anyone else did. He's been training me for this since I was in middle school, and he discovered I had a gift for numbers. My high school years were filled with advanced classes, outside programs, and his own personal brand of memory training."
Why don't you work for someone else, or open your own consulting firm?
Jill flicked away some of the bubbles floating toward her in the frothing water. She was quiet for a moment before she said, I've been thinking about it a lot, but there's a lot of family pressure since I'm the heir to half the company. In this moment, the business world seemed far away, and she looked more vulnerable than he had ever seen her. Her hair was pulled up in a messy bun on top of her head, and tiny strands fell from it, clinging damply to her neck. Her face, lit from below by lights in the hot tub, was smooth and young, but he could see the strain in her unguarded eyes. A strong surge of protectiveness flooded him, something he'd never considered possible with Jill. She'd always been too capable, too in control.
Are you happy doing this work?
The corners of her mouth tugged down. It happened in a flash before she controlled the expression, but he'd seen it. She forced a smile. It was a beautiful specimen, but he recognized it for what it was. A wall. He'd pushed too hard. Of course I'm happy, except for the issues with my dad and the pressure of influencing what happens with people's lives. It's amazing. I get to travel, see new places. You know me. Meeting new people makes me happy. The money's not bad either. Blake chuckled at her joke, though his gut still swirled with concern for her. He moved closer, sitting next to her. She turned her head, a surprised but expectant look on her face. He leaned closer and cupped her jaw in his hand. His heart hammered in his chest.
But do you ever stay in one place long enough to make any of it matter? To have real connections, real relationships?
Her expression tightened again, and she leaned closer till there were only inches between their lips. But the screech of the gate opening shattered the silence between them. She looked around as he did, and he dropped his hand. Rick strolled over in gym shorts and a t-shirt.
What are you doing? Blake asked, annoyed at the interruption. My job. Boss, you didn't tell me where you were going.
Jill stood up and left the hot tub. Remember, you had to bring him.
Where are you going?
I'm heading back to my room. Blake clenched his teeth in frustration. He'd been so close to her opening up. There was nothing to do now, though, but make sure she got back safe and say goodnight. He followed her out of the hot tub and dried off with one of the towels provided by the motel. Jill had already wrapped one around herself and opened the gate.
Boss, I like your trunks.
Blake looked away from Jill and saw that Rick's whole body was shaking with silent laughter.
I'm already thinking about firing you, so you might want to watch yourself.
Blake picked up his phone and room key, then strode after Jill. Chapter 13. Jill always found factory tours interesting. She loved the order and ingenuity that went into production lines. But as Mr. Dunn showed them around the Elysian ice cream factory, or creamery, as he called it, she had a harder time paying attention than usual. Her eyes were constantly drawn to the tall, somber-faced man beside her. If someone had wired her up to get a constant read of her heartbeat, they would have assumed she had a terrible condition. Being near him had that effect on her, and she couldn't control it. In fact, just thinking about him was nearly as bad, as she had discovered the evening before as she lay in her bed, remembering the moment when she had almost kissed him in the hot tub. She realized she was again playing it over in her mind when Blake happened to turn and look at her. He caught her staring, and she quickly turned before he saw her blush. This was so stupid. Such a stupid, stupid crush. Nothing else. And who wouldn't have this reaction to him? His rugged good looks, powerful charisma, and oddly compassionate perception were a dangerous combination.
Are you ready to go to the sample room? Mr. Dunn asked.
Huh? Jill asked automatically when his words didn't compute. Blake's voice cleared the fog away.
Time to go taste ice cream.
Oh, great. Lead the way, Mr. Dunn. A short walk later, they entered a bare but pristine room with gleaming countertops, bar stools, and industrial freezers with windows revealing rows of ice cream cartons. A young woman wearing an apron emblazoned with Elysian's logo smiled at them. Mr. Dunn stepped around the counter with her and waved them all to seats. Jill sat down and swung her legs around, accidentally brushing her knees against Blake's thigh as he sat down. "Sorry," she whispered.
"No problem,"
he murmured back. His soft words should have relaxed her, but they did the opposite. The tone was intimate and held a hint of flirtation she hadn't heard from him before. Before long, Mr. Dunn and his assistant had scoops and little sample bowls and spoons before them.
"Let's start with the simplest and go from there. The first bowl we're giving you is vanilla, and the second is sweet cream."
Jill and Blake reached for spoons at the same time and bumped hands. What was this? Junior high? She laughed nervously and dug into her ice cream. It was cold and sweet, but also much creamier and denser than any ice cream she'd had before.
"Wow,"
Blake said.
"I don't usually like vanilla, but this is great."
"Just wait," Mr. Dunn said with a smile. 30 minutes later, they'd tried over 20 different flavors. Jill took a sip of her water, which she'd been using to cleanse her palate, then turned towards Blake. She knocked his knees again. This time she just laughed. "At first I wanted bigger samples because they were so good, but I never would have survived."
"Agreed, though I wouldn't mind more of that hazelnut chocolate swirl."
"Coming right up," the woman with the apron said, turning to get the correct tub out of the freezer again. She scooped some into another bowl and slid it across the counter. Since this had been one of Jill's favorites, too, she grabbed a spoon and pulled it towards her before he got a chance.
"Hey,"
Blake said, grabbing it back. As soon as he took a bite, Jill leaned across him, her arm and shoulder sliding across his, and scooped another bite out of his bowl. "Don't be so stingy." But before she could put the spoon in her mouth, he caught her wrist in a firm but gentle grasp and turned her wrist as he leaned forward to eat the ice cream off her spoon.
"Just ask for more instead of stealing mine."
Jill reached for his bowl again, but he held it away, and there was no way she could reach it without leaning against his chest. "But I don't want a whole bowl, just a bite." Blake sighed and held his bowl over to her. He looked at Mr. Dunn.
"Clearly, we like the ice cream."
Mr. Dunn nodded and looked pleased.
"It's the quality ingredients. With no fillers, preservatives, or air to fluff it, there is a clear difference between our product and the regular market."
"There's also a clear difference in price," Jill said. Mr. Dunn nodded.
"It is, but there is a growing market for premium food items. We are certified organic, whole foods, and no artificial ingredients. We are currently carried in many specialty food markets, but we hope that with your financial support, Mr. McDaniel, we'll be able to reach a wider market as well."
"I certainly hope that we can find the right market path for your incredible product. It's a brand I can be proud of. Take my word for it. I will review Miss Harris's report very carefully."
"Thank you, sir."
While the men carried on the conversation, Jill realized that she'd gone completely moon-eyed when she found herself admiring the way Blake was treating Mr. Dunn. She knew all too well from the dozens of mergers she'd worked on that not all acquired companies were treated with such respect by the person who purchased them. She glanced down at the band on his wrist, seeing the word truth engraved into the metal, and thought that another word would have been just as fitting there: respect. As they said goodbye to Mr. Dunn, Blake got a call and walked ahead. The metal exterior door let in a stream of late-afternoon sunshine as Blake opened the door, already listening to his call. Camden rushed forward and caught the door, holding it for her. Jill stepped through and had to hold her hand up to shield her eyes from the 5 o'clock glare. "Were you able to gather all the data points we discussed?" she asked Camden. He'd spent most of the day in the office instead of touring the factory. "Yes, ma'am. I was able to get all their data for the last 15 years, and I added a few new macros to compile the reports the way you like them." "You're amazing, Camden. Sure I can't tempt you to stay on with me when I go to my next job?"
"What's that?"
Blake asked, coming up behind them, his voice as ominous as a storm on the horizon. Jill wondered what had upset him. Something clearly had. "I was just joking with Camden about stealing him away from you. If you must know, I'm a bit lazy when it comes to reports and all the tech side. But I promise to let you keep him. Don't worry." She turned and walked to the car, which Rick already had running so that it was cool when they got in. Camden climbed into his usual spot in the front, and Blake got in beside her. They'd been riding this way for 3 days now, but there was a different atmosphere in the car now. After a few minutes of silence, Blake said,
"I'm sorry if I sounded short. I thought you meant something else."
"Like what?"
"I'd rather not say. But please, just forget it."
All things considered, nothing had really happened except for his tone of voice. "Gladly." Changing the conversation, Blake said,
"Rick, can you turn on the radio? Where are we staying tonight?"
Jill grinned. "I don't remember, but Camden has the info. Hopefully it's somewhere with a pool so I can see you in those atrocious swim trunks again." Camden looked back at them, clearly offended. "Hey, I'll have you know my fiancé picked those out for me."
"You're engaged?"
Blake asked, sounding disproportionately confounded.
"I proposed last week."
Camden picked up his phone and pulled up a picture of a smiling young woman with brilliant green eyes and strawberry blonde hair. "I never would have found the courage without Jill. She practically forced me to do it." Jill smiled, remembering all the long conversations she'd had with Camden, building up his self-esteem so that he'd have the confidence to actually go through with it. "Once I thought of the beautiful red-headed babies you guys are going to have. I had to make sure it happened." Camden's face turned redder than his hair, though a lot blotchier, but he couldn't stop the grin on his face. "I wish you'd stop talking about babies." Jill grinned across at Blake. "Isn't he adorable when he blushes? He's like a baby himself." Something in Blake's expression softened before he turned to look out the window, and pieces began to click together in Jill's mind. She had said something to Camden about taking him with her. Was it possible Blake had been jealous? Butterflies erupted in her stomach. It was one thing to be attracted to him herself, and quite another for him to return her feelings. But after experiencing a few heady moments of euphoria, she crashed back down again. What difference did it make? Hadn't Hayden said Blake had promised her never to marry a career woman? Marriage? What was she even thinking? A handsome man showed mild signs of being interested in her, and her brain had already jumped to marriage. If he intended anything at all toward her, it was probably just a brief fling before she moved on to her next job. Really, it was the perfect situation. He wouldn't have to commit in any way since he believed her to be focused on her career and ready to move on. And she was focused on her career. With a sinking in her gut and a tightening in her throat, she remembered how her ambitions had ruined love for her once in her life. Putting her heart out there to be broken again would be foolish. Not to mention, marriage and children would be impossible to balance with the amount of traveling she did. Unless she was prepared to give up everything she had worked so hard for. Maybe there wasn't a choice where she got everything she wanted.
"Are you okay over there?"
Blake asked softly.
"You're really quiet."
Jill looked to the front where Camden and Rick were having their own conversation. "Yes, fine. Just have a lot on my mind." She turned back to look out the window, though she saw nothing of the passing landscape. He was watching her, she knew, but she was too much of a coward to face him just then. No doubt her emotions would be easily read.
"What do you want for dinner tonight? We're going to watch for a place to stop."
"I'm okay with anything."
"The Roadkill Cafe? It is."
His tone was dry but good-humored, and it was too ridiculous. Laughter burst from her, annoying her that he could so easily manipulate her emotions. "There's no such place."
"Around these parts, I bet there is. If that's not what you want, you'd better let me know."
He winked at her, and his barely noticeable twang deepened for a moment.
"Grilled possum would about hit the spot right now. Or maybe some squirrel and dumplings."
Jill elbowed him. "Stop messing with me." There was a sudden gleam in his eyes as he smiled, almost imperceptibly.
"Impossible. I can't seem to help it."
Chapter 14. Blake found Jill in the breakfast room looking over a sad assortment of cold cereal, boiled eggs, and pre-packaged honey buns. The fact that she was just standing there, making no move to get anything, spoke volumes to him.
"Okay, come on. I saw a diner across the street. Let's go."
Jill turned, her expression hopeful. "But what about Rick and Camden?"
"If it makes you feel better, I'll send them a text and tell them where we're eating."
They stepped outside together. Blake studied the sky, which was darker now than when he'd woken up. Clouds bunched up on the horizon, the air cool, and a stiff breeze pulled at their hair and clothes as they walked to the restaurant. Jill simultaneously fought to keep her bun from being destroyed by the wind and keep her skirt covering her legs, so when it began sprinkling, Blake wasn't surprised when Jill took off running for the entrance. Picking up his own pace, Blake beat her to the door and held it open for her.
"You're pretty good at running in those things,"
he said, looking down at her heels. Jill smiled. "It's a good thing, too. Otherwise, I might have been soaking wet." Sure enough, the sprinkles had turned into a full-on downpour.
"The weather around here can't make up its mind if it wants to be stormy or sunny, can it? I like the rain, though."
"Me too, when I have a roof over my head."
"Let's find a table by a window, then."
The waitress was friendly and efficient, so they soon had cups of coffee and omelets in front of them. Blake had eaten in the finest restaurants in the country, but he didn't think he'd ever had a better omelet than this. In fact, he was well pleased with the world. A good brainstorm, Jill for company, and nothing ahead for the day but touring a candy factory. Jill was quiet, though, and he wondered why. He searched his brain, trying to figure out what might be causing her strange abstraction. As she stared out the window sipping her coffee, she wore a somber expression that worried him. He was on the point of questioning her about it when his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was Ivy. Barely repressing a groan, he ended the call, sending her a message that he would call her back soon. "You can answer your call if you'd like," Jill said. "Don't worry about me."
"It's Ivy. She can wait till we're done eating. Most likely she's just thought of another reason to ask me to come back early."
"Has she been doing that a lot?"
"Several times a day for 2 days now."
"I'm sure she really does need you to come back." There was a note of humor, maybe even a hint of mockery in her voice. Blake studied her for a moment, knowing exactly what she was thinking. He thought it himself.
"Just so you know, any ideas Ivy may have about us being anything more than employer and employee are all in her own head. I've never done anything to encourage her."
"Infatuation?" Blake felt a heat flooding his neck and rising up to his cheeks. He fought hard to control it.
"It's tricky sometimes, working in close quarters with the opposite gender, no matter how professional you mean to be."
Jill's eyes widened, then narrowed. Her expression and silence worried him. but when she spoke, her words worried him even more. "I'm sure Ivy will be fine. You are a very attractive man, Mr. McDaniel. But no doubt she understands that you have no time in your life for relationships. Or am I the only one you've explained that to?" Blake wanted to kick himself.
That's certainly been true up to now. But sometimes it's good to reevaluate things.
Since we're speaking of Ivy, I wouldn't change your mind yet. She's very good at her job, but I don't think she could make you happy. No doubt when the time comes, you'll find a beautiful woman who wants nothing more than to devote herself to you and your inevitably adorable children. Blake shook his head, trying to clear it. How had this conversation gotten so tangled?
How did we start talking about my future children?
"I don't know," Jill said, her voice tight.
After watching my mother's 3 unhappy marriages dissolve from lack of attention, I'm quite sure I would need to carefully evaluate even the thought of getting married, much less children. But for the record, I would consider it for the right woman.
"Well, I'm sure you'll be quite methodical in your deliberations. You wouldn't be so foolish as to take a leap because your heart says to, especially for the wrong woman."
Blake laid his fork down. I have no intention of even dating the wrong woman. That's how people get themselves into trouble.
"Yeah, well, maybe the wrong sort is exactly the right one, but you'll never know because you don't give her a chance."
Jill, what the heck are we talking about anyway?
Blake shook his head.
I just wanted you to know that there's nothing between me and Ivy.
"I'm glad to hear it, because you're a good man, and I wouldn't want you to be unhappy. Now, what do you say we end this rather awkward conversation and get on with our day?" Blake picked up his fork.
"Sounds good to me. I think the sooner we can get you to some chocolate, the better."
"Agreed." 10 minutes later, Rick picked them up right outside the door, but Blake still got soaked. After opening Jill's door for her, he ran around to his. When he got the door shut, his black t-shirt was a darker black on his shoulders and water streamed from his hair. Rick drove them back to the hotel to get their things and check out. Blake quickly packed and handed his suitcase to Rick, then went to the front desk to see about getting an umbrella. He approached the young man at the reception desk and asked,
"I would like to buy an umbrella. Could you help me?"
"I'm sorry, sir, but we don't sell umbrellas."
"I know, but if you or someone else here happen to have one they'd be willing to sell, I'd be grateful."
Then Blake pulled out his wallet and put a $100 bill down on the counter.
"All that for an umbrella?" "Yes. Can you get me one?"
The clerk's eyes grew wide and he stood straighter, a sense of urgency about him. "Yes, I have one. Just a moment." He came back less than a minute later with a large black umbrella.
"Perfect. Thank you so much."
"Thank you," the clerk said, picking up the bill. Jill came out of the elevator then. Her posture was stiff and her expression was tight. She barely glanced at him as she hurried toward the exit. He followed behind, calm, but hoping that before this day ended, he could figure out what was going on with her. It was still raining when they got to Gorman's factory 5 hours later in northern Mississippi. The storm system sweeping across the southern states was massive and growing more volatile as the day wore on. Rick pulled up as close as he could to the entrance, but there were 30 or 40 yards to go to the front door.
"Wait till I come around for you,"
Blake said to Jill.
"I have an umbrella. Camden, you wait too, so you can get in without your computer getting wet."
"Where'd you get that?"
"I bought it off a guy at the hotel, and worth every penny."
"How many pennies?" she asked as he was closing the door, and in the commotion of getting her out of the car and under the umbrella, she didn't press him for an answer. Once she was inside, she caught his arm as he started to take the umbrella back to Camden. "Thank you, Blake."
"You got it."
He strode back through the rain. My mascara thinks you too, she called to him. He was still smiling when he handed the umbrella over to Camden, who jumped out of the car, clutching his computer bag to his chest. Blake and Rick both got soaked, but Rick didn't even seem to notice. Blake just didn't care. It was the least of his worries, he realized, when they walked into Trevor Walton's office. The man took one look at their group, focused on Jill, and headed straight for her with his arms held out for a hug. Blake's shoulders tensed, ready to push the guy back. Rick must have noticed, because he put a hand on Blake's shoulder and gripped tightly, just long enough to curb Blake's impulse. Jill didn't need any help anyway. She put one arm up, bracing against his shoulder to keep him at a distance. Because she smiled at him and offered her hand to shake, there was nothing Trevor could do but respond accordingly. "I'm so glad you're all here, ready to be amazed. Let me take you on a tour." "Perfect," Jill said. "But Camden needs to meet with one of your managers or accountants." Blake watched as Trevor's assurance ebbed for 2 seconds, but he smiled even wider than before and shook his head. "Of course, we can drop him off on the way." Blake hung back as the others funneled through the door, and Rick stood behind his shoulder. "I don't like that man," he said under his breath. "Not from the beginning, and even less now." "I know, boss. His eyes wander too freely." Clenching his jaw, Blake strode through the door, determined to keep a close eye on Trevor Walton. The man's behavior was nearly impeccable throughout the tour, though Blake did catch him staring at Jill's chest a few times, instead of her face. His rapt attention when she sampled the chocolates and licked a swirl of caramel off her bottom lips didn't escape Blake's attention either. But neither by word or gesture did Trevor step out of line through the whole tour. In fact, Blake rather enjoyed the fact that Jill's continuing bad humor seemed to throw the man off balance. After 2 hours, Trevor faced their small group. "Is there anything else you'd like to see?" "Not today," Jill said. "But when I come back tomorrow, I hope to have a better idea of what I want to learn. I'll see you in the morning, Trevor." "Morning?" He leaned closer and lowered his voice, but Blake still easily heard what he said. "I hoped you and I might be able to have dinner tonight." Without bothering to lower her voice at all, Jill said, "Thanks, but no, I'm so tired from traveling the last few days that all I want is to go back to the hotel." Trevor glanced at Blake, then angled his shoulders in an attempt to have more privacy with Jill. Blake wasn't able to hear what he said this time, but he noticed that Rick had edged forward a few feet away. Rick didn't appear to be listening, but Blake knew he was. After only a few seconds, Jill shook her head firmly. "No, thanks. Like I said, I'll see you tomorrow." She stepped away from Trevor, her eyes seeming to search for Blake's. As he stood watching her, he nodded slightly and saw her shoulders relax. As she headed for the exit, Blake fell into step beside her. Outside, the only rain still falling were drips plopping down from a maple tree. Blake looked to the sky, wondering if it was just a break or if the storm had passed. He'd check the radar once they were on the road. For now, his first priority was learning what Trevor had said to Jill. After he opened her door and closed it behind her, he motioned for Rick to wait before getting into the car. Walking around to meet him, Blake asked, "What did he ask her?" Rick turned his back to the car windows and murmured, "He asked if he could bring dinner to her hotel room and eat there with her." Not surprised, Blake pressed his lips together. Whatever Jill's recommendation for this candy company ended up being, he had no intention of keeping Trevor Walton in his employment. Chapter 15. Jill wondered what Blake and Rick were talking about outside the car, but mostly she just wanted them to get in already. She had plans for the evening, and they didn't entail sitting around in a parking lot. When they finally got in, she got straight to the point. "Okay, Rick, take me somewhere I can buy chocolate." "Yes, ma'am." Blake wasn't so compliant. "Chocolate?
You do realize that you just ate some, and that you have a whole bag of samples in your purse?
Yes, but I need comparison chocolate. We have work to do tonight. Rick found a small-town grocery store. Jill strode into the store, intent on her mission. Blake and Camden followed, but kept out of her way. She grabbed a shopping cart and headed off to find the candy aisle.
"How much chocolate do you need?"
Camden asked. "As much as I can find. That is, as many different kinds as we can find. Let's hope this store has a good candy section." Blake disappeared while Camden helped her search out candy comparable to the samples she had in her purse. From the cheapest chocolate to the premium stuff made with more cocoa than sugar, they tossed it into the cart. After 15 minutes, she had a good selection, including a few bags of chocolate chips. She was headed to checkout when she realized she didn't know where Blake was. But then she saw him, waiting near the exit with 2 bags in his hand, staring down at his phone. "Very helpful," she said, after paying and walking over to him.
"No problem. I do what I can."
"I was being sarcastic."
"No way,"
Blake said, a teasing light in his eyes.
"But you were right. I was being helpful. I got a supply of drinks and salty snacks to help us survive the evening. I have this crazy feeling you're going to make us eat all that chocolate you just bought."
"I'm just going to make you taste it. That's not too bad, right?"
"No, I've faced worse in my life, but I just can't eat too much sugar without something savory to balance it out."
Back at the hotel, they checked in, and Camden grabbed a candy bar. "You have 2 of these, so do you mind if I have one?"
"Not at all." "Thanks. I'll say goodnight. I have some phone calls to make."
Jill smiled, knowing he meant his fiancée. He was lucky his relationship had worked out so easily. Why couldn't her life be like that? After dropping her bag off in her room, Jill headed across the hall to Blake's room with the chocolate. Rick opened the door for her, stepping to the side to let her pass in the narrow space. Blake had his back to her, checking out the view through the dark glass. "There can't be much to see out there," Jill told him. She dumped the candy out on the large coffee table in front of the couch and began organizing it.
"There's a gas station with a dubious name, and a strip mall with half the signs burnt out."
"Well, it's time to get to work. Stop slacking off." Blake sat across from her, looking at the spread of chocolate with apprehension.
"Why don't you tell me exactly what it is we're doing here?"
Jill picked up a chocolate turtle from Gourmand's Fine Candy and one from a national chain. "We're going to see if there is an obvious difference in quality. Because when we ate Elysian's ice cream, there was an obvious difference between their product and the national brands. Taste, texture, weight. I'm not sure there is here." Peeling open both packages, she broke both pieces of chocolate in half and handed one of each to Blake. He took them, and together they took bites. After a moment, they looked at each other, and Jill tried to gauge Blake's reaction. "About the same, isn't it?"
"Maybe not even as good."
Jill sighed. "Let's do some more comparisons." She reached for more chocolate. 20 minutes later, she looked up from the pile of chocolate wrappers and partially eaten chocolates, leaned back on the couch, and groaned. "I'm done. Everything is starting to taste the same." Blake sat beside her with an open bag of potato chips.
"Here, this will help, I promise."
Jill reached into the bag and grabbed out a few chips. "Thanks." She munched them for a minute, then said, "Nate raved about this chocolate to me. He said his grandpa always gave it to his grandma as a special treat, and it was such a luxury that she would only eat a little at a time. That's why he bought the company when it was going under. He couldn't stand to see quality product and a family recipe go under just because they needed backing. But this just tastes like your average supermarket chocolate." Blake shrugged.
"I only bought it from Nate because it sold the overall deal with Nate. Honestly, I have no attachment to it like Nate did. I hate to close businesses, but with their profits down and their underwhelming product, I don't know what else to do. I can't float it forever."
Jill turned her head and looked up at him. "I understand. Nate has better judgment than this, though. There's something I'm missing." Blake put the bag of chips down on the pile of candy wrappers and picked up a white chocolate truffle.
"I'm ready to fire Trevor now."
"No, you can't do that."
"I certainly can. Or maybe I'll just dispose of the whole thing and let it be someone else's headache."
"The brand would be ruined if you did that." A note of panic crept into her voice. "I have more time. Wait just a week and a half longer before you do anything."
"Okay, I'll wait. Unless there's a compelling reason why I shouldn't."
Blake reached for a wrapped truffle. "I can't believe you're eating more chocolate." He turned on the couch so that he was facing her.
"I have to find that balance. A little sweet, a little savory. It's tricky."
Jill reached out and shuffled through the wrappers for a minute. Finding the package she was looking for, she opened a bag of dark chocolate with sea salt. "This is what you need." She opened one and took a nibble off the corner. Yes, that's perfect." But when she looked up from her chocolate, Blake was watching her with an intensity that caught her off guard. "What?"
"I don't know. I just like looking at you."
Jill laughed. "That sounded kind of creepy." Blake unleashed one of his rare grins.
"Sorry."
"Isn't it funny how differently you feel about things like this, depending on who the person is? Like, if Trevor was watching me like you are, like you wanted to eat me or something, I would be so out of here."
"So what makes it different with me?"
Realizing where this was leading, Jill looked over Blake's shoulder, trying to see where Rick was. He hadn't moved from his seat on the end of Blake's bed where he was watching television. Blake turned and saw the direction of her look.
"Hey, Rick,"
Blake said.
"Yeah, boss?" "Go take a walk."
"What?
"Why?" "I don't know. Check the perimeter or something, but go."
Rick's eyes switched back and forth between the two of them. Then understanding dawned in his eyes and his lips twisted into a smirk. He clicked off the television and left, only pausing to nod to Jill on his way out. But this was all too much for Jill. Maybe if Rick had never been here, if she'd never had a chance to think about it, she might have given in to her impulses. But as she shifted to get up, Blake wrapped his hand around her shoulder.
"Jill, don't freak out on me."
"What? I'm not freaking out."
"Yes, you are. You're tense, and your eyes are big, and you're biting your bottom lip."
This isn't a good idea."
"I think it's a great idea. And if you'd relax, you might decide you want to kiss me too."
Hearing him say those words made her heart pound harder than before. "It's not that I don't want to. I'm just afraid of what comes next." Blake's expression was somber again, his eyes focused on her lips.
"If we like it, we do it again."
"That's not what I meant." But her words were sluggish, and her thoughts scrambled as he bent towards her. There were reasons this was a bad idea, but she couldn't remember what they were. Giving up, she tilted her head and met him halfway, fitting her lips to his. The contact set off a reaction through her body, a jolting, radiant explosion. Blake moved his lips slightly, tasting more of her, then pulled back. Jill opened her eyes, trying to see if his reaction had been at all comparable to hers. The blaze in his eyes left her in no doubt.
"We definitely need to do that again."
Blake's voice was deep and rough, but tender. His arms came around her, his fingers sliding around her side, pressing into her back. She relaxed and let him pull her against his chest, sinking into his embrace. Slowly, as if they had forever to test this new world, they kissed again. Jill's lips parted as she sought for more, and Blake deepened the kiss with an urgency that stole her breath. His fingers threaded through her hair, and his warm breath fanned across her cheek. His scent and heat enveloped her. She felt like she was melting, warming into a fluid, silken being. This was dangerous. It was impossible to pull away from the magic of his kiss. She'd wanted this so badly, this taste of paradise. And now that she'd tasted it, how would she ever give it up? If Blake's phone hadn't rung just then, she might never have found the strength to stop. Blake didn't seem to notice, though, so Jill pulled back. "Your phone."
I couldn't care less.
Jill smiled, touched that he was so focused on her. But when the phone rang again, she leaned forward to look at his screen. Blake made a sound in his throat that she recognized as a protest just before he shifted to press kisses along her jaw and down her neck. "Blake, it's Hayden." His lips stilled against her skin. Then he took a deep breath, kissed her one more time, and reached for the phone. Jill felt awkward, stirred up by powerful emotions, unsure where this was going, and uncomfortable listening to Blake's conversation with his sister. After touching the coarse stubble on his jaw with her fingertips and feeling his firm, masculine lips against hers, watching him was a new sort of pleasure. There was a throbbing ache in her chest at how much she wanted him to be hers. Kissing had been more dangerous than she'd ever thought possible, because now it was too late to protect her heart, to deny the feelings taking root inside her. Blake turned his head toward her and covered the speaker on his phone.
"If you keep looking at me like that, I won't be responsible for what happens."
While Jill bit her lip in embarrassment, she hoped that he would follow through with his threat. But his conversation took an abrupt change.
"What do you mean, Mrs. Joseph quit? No, you can't go stay at your boyfriend's house. Are you crazy?"
Pressing her lips together to keep from laughing at Blake's big brother tone of voice, Jill started cleaning up the chocolate mess. She brought over the little trash can from under the desk and started tossing all the wrappers and half-eaten chocolate, carefully sorting out what was still unopened. As she worked, Blake got up and paced as he argued with his sister. Jill was impressed that he never raised his voice, even though it was obvious that his sister was pushing his limits. Finally, he ended the conversation abruptly by saying,
"Hayden, I'm gonna have security on high alert, and if you think you can sneak out or sneak your boyfriend in, you are mightily mistaken."
His accent had gotten stronger the more agitated he got, which Jill found alluringly attractive. She wished he'd speak that way all the time, but now wasn't the time to focus on that. Blake tossed his phone on the bed and ran his fingers through his hair.
"Wouldn't you know she'd wait until I'm hundreds of miles away to start acting like this?"
"Maybe that's why she's doing it. She probably wants you to come back." Jill carried the trash can back to where she'd found it. Her and Ivy, both. Blake crossed his arms over his chest. He licked his lips and captured her with his magnetic eyes.
"I know the perfect way to stop you from teasing me."
Jill squared her shoulders, fighting back a smile. "Oh, yeah? Go for it." But before Blake could take more than 2 steps in her direction, Rick came in.
"Sorry, but, well, I didn't know how long you wanted me to be gone for."
"Don't worry about it," Jill told him. "I need to go to bed anyway. Hope I'm not hungover from all the chocolate in the morning." Blake walked toward her, and she realized that he was going to take her to her room. As he passed Rick, he said,
"Call your team and have them on high alert in case my sister tries to leave the house."
"We can't stop her from leaving," Rick said.
"No, But you can let me know if she does, and you can follow her."
Then he held the door open for Jill, placing his hand on the small of her back as she passed through, and walked across the hall with her. "Are we about to have a good night scene?" Jill asked, baiting him. Blake shook his head and tipped up her chin.
"Why do I like you so much when you drive me crazy?"
"I don't know. You'll have to answer that yourself." Jill took her room key out of her pocket, but before she could use it, Blake cupped her face with his hands and pressed one slow, lingering kiss on her lips, tugging at her bottom lip as he drew back.
"Promise me something."
"What?"
"That you'll just let this be what it is for now, and not freak out."
"You know me too well." Stepping back towards his own door, Blake pointed a finger at her.
"But not as well as I intend to."
Chapter 16. Blake woke up earlier than usual, and the first thing he thought about was Jill. Kissing her, holding her. Man, it was torture having her right across the hall. But what killed him was that he'd come to the frustrating conclusion last night that he needed to go back to Dallas today. Not fooling himself for 1 minute, he knew the only reason he'd come on this trip was to be contrary and bug Jill while spending as much time with her as he could. But he could no longer ignore all the fires he needed to put out at home. He hated it, though, and he had this feeling that if he gave Jill space, she might start second-guessing whatever it was they had started last night. He had no clue what it was or where it was going, but he knew he liked it. Unable to go back to sleep with so much to do, Blake texted Rick to come talk to him, then started an email to Ivy, telling her he'd be back in the office by noon. When Rick came in, using his key to Blake's room, he looked around the room, obviously ensuring there weren't any armed assailants for him to dispatch.
"It's early, boss." "You don't have to tell me that. I need to get back to Dallas this morning."
Rick nodded.
"I'll be packed in 2 minutes." "No, you're staying here with Jill."
Distress flooded Rick's countenance.
"Does she need to be protected?" "I hope not, but it would make me feel better, and I can do without you for a few days." "Pardon the reminder, but you've gotten enough threats and blackmail letters from wackos to prove differently." "Rick, I appreciate that it's your job to be concerned about me, but don't forget that I'm the one making the calls here, and I want you on hand to make sure Trevor Walton keeps the line. Jill is planning to spend 1 more day at his facility, and I'll want you to arrange a chartered plane for her in Camden on Friday. Also, call in to have my pilot pick me up in Jackson and get a rental for me." "I can get a car service for you," Rick offered. "I'd prefer to drive. I need some time to myself." "Did all the chocolate last night mess with your head?" Blake narrowed his eyes at him. "Trying to turn comedian on me? Look, I'm gonna shower and try to meet Jill for breakfast. Can you get on that for me?"
20 minutes later, Blake texted Jill, asking if she was awake. Instead of getting a reply from her, he heard a knock on the door, making his heart jump at the thought of seeing her so soon. He opened the door and looked down at her, his insides lighting up like sunrise. She wore leggings again, and that t-shirt that slipped off her shoulders. This time he wasn't about to miss the chance to kiss the smooth slope of her revealed shoulder. Taking hold of her arms, he pulled her close and bent to press a couple of kisses on her shoulder, then one at the base of her neck. Afraid he might get lost in her silken skin and delicate floral scent, he straightened and forced himself to remain on track.
"I need to talk to you."
"I figured," she said, a guarded look on her face. "I promise I brushed my teeth already if you want to try one here." She pointed to her mouth, and Blake was not one to refuse a lady's invitation. But kissing Jill was like a drug. Not only did he suspect her kisses were addictive, they impaired his mental functions. He savored the feel of her lips on his, of her hand curled into his t-shirt, then lifted his head. It took all the willpower he had, but he really couldn't continue devouring her in the doorway.
"Rick is here,"
he murmured, letting her know they weren't alone. Jill looked past him, then said, "I suppose Rick has seen you with lots of girls. He's totally chill about it."
"Not exactly,"
Blake said, very sure that now was not the time for a conversation about all their past relationships, even though he was extremely curious about the man who she'd said had broken her heart. He put his arm around her and pulled her further into the room. "Not exactly to which part?"
"The first part,"
Rick said with dry humor.
"Thanks, sonar ears,"
Blake said.
"Look, Jill, I need to head back to Dallas this morning."
He watched her expression carefully, both hoping for and dreading her disappointment. It definitely flashed across her face, but she controlled it quickly. "I understand. I've honestly been surprised you've been able to stay with us so long, and we've only got one more day to go here anyway."
"Yes, I hate to leave, but I'll see you tomorrow, right?"
Jill nodded, but her expression looked closed off. "Well, back to reality, as they say." Blake gripped her arm.
"This has always been reality."
"But Blake, we can't do this once we're back in the office." Blake felt as if the floor was sliding beneath his feet.
"Not in the office, no. But our personal time is our own. And you and I both know that Nate is paying your salary, not me."
"You and I know that. But does anyone else?"
"What did you think we were doing? Starting some chaste sort of overnight fling?"
To Blake's amazement, Jill, controlled, mature, professional Jill, flopped backwards onto his unmade bed and covered her face with one of the pillows. "I don't know what we're doing." He barely understood her muffled words, but it probably didn't help that his brain had gotten stuck on the fact that she was in his bed, her bare feet tangled in his sheets. He looked across the room at Rick, who was also staring at the bed wide-eyed.
"Want me to leave?"
Rick asked. Jill sat up. "No, sorry. This is crazy." While Rick shrugged and went to the window, where he put his earbuds in his ears, she crossed her legs and hugged a pillow across her chest. "Look, we both have work to do. I don't know about you, but I need to focus on what's going on here. I need to understand so that I can make the right recommendation. I don't want to let Nate down, but I also want to do what's best for you." Blake sat down on the bed, angled toward her.
"Jill, will you please relax? It was just a few kisses."
It almost killed him to say that, because it certainly hadn't been just a few kisses to him. It had gone so much deeper than that. But he didn't want her to run scared when they were just coming together.
"We don't have to figure out everything right now."
He reached a hand out to her. She smiled and took his hand. "I've never been any good without a plan."
"Me either. But I think this one time we should both try it. Unless you can move on like nothing happened between us."
"No." Her voice was a whisper. Blake sat stroking her hand with his thumb, desperately trying to figure out how to handle this, because he knew Jill needed to know the next step. They needed more time like this, together, away from the business world they were both so caught up in.
"Want to come out to the ranch with Hayden and me on Saturday? You could stay for the weekend. The ranch house is small, but there are still a couple of guest rooms."
Her eyes lit up. "That would be perfect."
"Okay, then. We have a plan. You do your thing here, and I'll go do mine. But this weekend will be—"
"More of this," she said, looking down at their entwined hands. Blake leaned forward and kissed her on the cheek.
"Exactly. No pressure, no plans."
"No expectations?"
"None. Just seeing where this goes."
"Maybe we should wait till after I finish my contract here. I'll be delivering my report in a couple of weeks." His heart clenched in a swift, negative reaction to that. He knew she had a lot of reservations, things in her past and future that would make this hard for her. So did he. Heck, this was exactly what he'd always said he didn't want, a relationship with a woman married to her career. But he was too caught up in these emotions, in the lure of her beauty and spunky intelligence. Reaching out, he gripped her hips and pulled her closer to him until she sat facing him, her hip pressed into his, her thigh against his. While she squealed in surprise, he grabbed the pillow she was holding and tossed it to the side. Slowly, gently, he ran his hands around her waist, splaying his fingers across her back and urging her closer.
Can you really wait 2 weeks for more of this? I can't.
The way her body relaxed into him was answer enough. Her left arm wrapped around him, while her right hand ran up his chest and curled around the back of his neck. He'd never experienced anything like the way her touch made him feel. It was a bigger rush than that moment when a gate opened, and more satisfying than having a fortune in the bank. He kissed her then like he'd done everything else in his life, giving it 100%, holding nothing back. But as soon as he felt her willing response shifted, and she pushed softly against his chest, he relaxed his grip on her and gave her the space she was asking for. She let out a long breath. Wow, cowboys know how to kiss. Blake chuckled.
Yeah, well, your kisses are as potent as all blazes.
Good thing we aren't alone, huh? Her eyes flitted across the room to where Rick had his back to them while he worked. Blake stood and helped her off the bed.
Probably, but it doesn't mean I'm enthusiastic about it. By the way, I'm leaving Rick here with you.
What? No. Blake, I've been taking care of myself my whole life. I'm okay.
It would make me feel better.
What about you? You must have a good reason for keeping him around.
Nothing specific. But when you have as much money as I have, you become a magnet for people with nefarious intentions and poor judgment.
I guess so. But since I don't have that problem, why do I need G.I. Joe for a bodyguard? Blake had no intention of telling her that Trevor was the reason, that the man brought out all his caveman instincts.
I just have an itch in my spine that tells me it's a good idea.
Do you mind that much? Jill was quiet for a moment as she thought. No. At least he and I are friends. I need to get ready and pack. It's getting late. Will I see you again before you leave?
No, I'm leaving as soon as my rental car arrives.
She frowned, then stepped into his arms. She squeezed tightly like she didn't want to let go, and kissed him on the jaw. As she stepped back, a mischievous smile lit her face. That's good. You don't want to keep Ivy waiting. She walked away laughing, slipping out the door before he could respond appropriately. Chapter 17. Jill jumped when Camden snapped his fingers right in front of her face. She even squeaked a little. "Earth to Jill," he said, his tone full of laughter. Was I zoned out? I'll say, and from the smile on your face, I have a pretty good guess what you were thinking about. Jill blushed, thankful that there was no way he could know exactly what she was thinking, since she'd been remembering every last detail from her goodbye with Blake that morning. She hated to think that he was hundreds of miles away from her by this time, but the little spurts of excitement would slam into her every time she thought about him, and as much as she liked and trusted Camden on a work level, she didn't feel comfortable sharing about this situation. I was thinking about the difference on the purchase orders for ingredients. A few years ago, when Trevor took over, they switched suppliers for a lot of key ingredients, and the prices stayed the same. So why the switch? And it seems to me that there is a common theme of the switch being for inferior quality. Not that I know much about making chocolate, but that's what it seems to me. They were seated together in Trevor's office, but had been alone for the better part of the afternoon, only interacting with the facility staff for help digging into reports and files that had not been digitized. Jill was especially keen on gathering information from those, because she hadn't had access to them in Dallas, and she had a gut feeling that they were important. After all, for a product based on 2 generations of expertise, The current standards had obviously gone down. The suspicion that had been blooming in her thoughts for weeks now had concrete arrows pointing in a specific direction. Talking it over with Camden helped her to make the last connection. "It's the supplier," she said suddenly. "What do you mean?" Jill stood up and walked to the door, opening it and looking around to make sure no one was outside listening. Why would Trevor go to a new supplier when there was no change in the cost of goods and a drop in quality? Because he's stupid? No, because he's getting a kickback from the supplier. Jill stood and paced around the room. "Camden, let's keep this between you and me for now, okay? I need to figure out what to do." "Why don't you tell Mr. McDaniel? He might know." "No, he'd freak out instead of taking the time to find out exactly what's going on. He'll fire Trevor and shut this place down. The employees out there don't deserve that. And for all we know, Trevor hasn't done anything wrong. We have no proof." "How are you going to get proof?" Before Jill could respond, her phone pinged with a notification. Looking at her screen, she saw Blake had sent her a message, and her thoughts scattered like startled birds. Her chest burned like a star had taken up residence there, but the logical part of her knew this was no way to focus on the complicated task in front of her. She told herself to look at it later, but that lasted about 3 seconds. His message was only 2 words, though, so it didn't take long to read. "Miss you." Where was he right now? In his office? In a meeting? Wherever he was thinking about her. It had been years since she had experienced an attraction like this. When Brian had broken up with her, she'd reacted by putting away that part of her. Her profession made relationships difficult anyway, so she didn't try. She never had trouble finding a date or someone to enjoy a light flirtation. Maybe it was odd that she'd never been tempted to take it further, but the goodbye was always implicit from the beginning, so it was never a problem. But with Blake, she had been shocked at her undisciplined reaction to him, even though he drove her nuts. So what the heck was she doing? There was still a goodbye at the end of this. "Miss you too." She hoped she was doing the right thing in not telling Blake. Of course, he wouldn't know anything about it until she made a full report, so it wouldn't be a problem. Trevor came in then, his perfectly fashioned smile in place. "Jill, I'm so glad you're still here. How's it going?" "Great. We're about ready to wrap everything up, and all I'll have left to do is write up my recommendations." Trevor sat on the edge of the desk, the picture of GQ coolness. "That's great. You're not only gorgeous, you're great at your job." Jill smiled. He had no idea how good she was at her job. She wanted so much to smack the self-satisfied smile off his lips. Her statement had reassured him. No doubt he believed that she would be making a ruckus if she'd discovered his money laundering deal. Now he was clearly set to charm her and keep her complacent. If she was being impartial, he was an attractive man. He probably had no trouble getting the female attention he so obviously wanted. But it was all tarnished for her. Instinct told her exactly how to get the proof she needed. "You still want to take me to dinner?" she asked, letting her tone become more of a purr. Camden turned around and looked at her in surprise, but she ignored him. She'd clobber him if he messed this up. Trevor stood up again. "Absolutely. I know this place where we can get a private table and talk all evening if we want." "Sounds perfect. Pick me up at the hotel around 7. "I'll be there." Jill walked out of her hotel room wearing a date-worthy red dress and her nude heels, knowing full well she looked her best. Unfortunately, she only made it a few steps before the door across the hall opened and Rick stepped out, falling into step beside her. "Where are you going?" she asked, suspicion deepening her voice. "I don't know, Jill. Where are we going?" Jill stopped and faced him. Poking a finger in his chest, she said, "I am going out to dinner, and I do not want a bodyguard along."
Rick shrugged and stared down at her, his face devoid of expression. "I never said you did. I'm going to dinner too."
"Where?"
"I haven't decided yet."
Jill growled and moved to the elevator. There was no way she could physically stop this mountain of a man from following her. She had to convince him somehow. When the elevator door opened, she went in and hit the button to the lobby, then leaned against the wall to make room for Rick's broad shoulders. "You have to know," she paused, still trying to figure out how to approach this tricky subject. "I mean, you were there when Blake and I—"
"Tried to suck each other's faces off?"
He wiggled his eyebrows and grinned. Rolling her eyes, Jill considered rephrasing this, but decided it didn't matter. "Yes, so, you know I'm not going to dinner with Trevor because I have feelings for him."
"Yes. I also know the creep has an interest in you, and my boss doesn't like him. Me neither, actually."
"I understand that, believe me, but I have a plan tonight, and I don't want you there to see me put it into action. Blake wouldn't like it, and knowing you'll tell him all about it will just make me feel awkward and self-conscious."
Rick's eyebrows shot up. "What exactly are you planning to do? Seduce the guy?"
Jill gasped. "No, are you crazy? I'm not like that."
"Then why would Blake care?"
"I do mean to lead him on a little. Maybe let him think he's got a shot."
I think I'd better tag along. Don't worry, he won't know I'm there, and I won't give Blake a full report."
"Great. Do me a favor and don't let me see you either so I can pretend you aren't there."
"Sure."
But as Jill walked through the lobby and out to the parking lot to meet Trevor, she wondered how on earth a 6'3" man weighing at least 250 pounds hid himself in a public restaurant. Still, that was the least of her worries. Mostly, she had to figure out how to make her flirting convincing without looking as nauseated as she already felt. A sleek sports car pulled up and the passenger door window slowly lowered. Jill bent and looked in to see Trevor behind the wheel.
"Hey, gorgeous. Ready to go?"
If Jill had needed anything to convince her that Trevor was laundering money, this car was it. She carefully lowered herself into the leather seats, keeping her knees together and her dress pulled down, determined not to give Trevor a show. It didn't escape her notice that he hadn't offered to open the door for her, but she wondered if he was oblivious or didn't think her worth the effort. Either way, it was just another knock against him. The only sign Jill had that Rick was, in fact, shadowing them was the flash of headlights coming on their rental as Trevor drove out of the parking lot. Trevor reached over and turned on some schmaltzy music, then, as if it was the most natural thing in the world, lowered his hand onto her knee. Jill might be willing to lead him on to some extent, but touching was out of the question. She picked up his hand and moved it, saying, "Remember what I said the first time you took me to eat?"
"Yes, I just thought—"
"Well, let's see how things go first, shall we?" That was the last time Trevor tried to touch her all through dinner, though Jill could tell he was more tightly wound because of her rejection. She'd tried to soften it with lingering gazes, enthusiastic smiles, and laughter. She'd even referred to his good taste when choosing an entree from the limited Italian menu.
"So,"
Trevor said, leaning back and putting his napkin on his empty plate. "So," Jill answered, taking a sip of her lemon water.
"I admit, I'm confused."
"About what?" This wasn't good. She didn't want him confused. She wanted him mellow and easy to beguile.
"I can't figure you out. Sometimes I think you might have the hots for McDaniel. Sometimes I think you might be more interested in me. But usually when that happens, I've at least gotten to third base by now."
Yep. There went the nausea. Great, on a full stomach. There was nothing for it but to lie. "Let's just say that it's good for business to be close to my boss, but my personal life is another matter."
Wow,
Hopefully Rick wasn't grating his teeth to nubs somewhere if he heard that.
You aren't exactly a needy woman, though, if you know what I mean.
Jill leaned back and played with the pendant of her necklace. My needs are rather different than most women.
Maybe we would get further if you'd let me know how I can satisfy them.
Jill peeked up at him through her thick lashes. Let's just say I like security. She took a deep breath, aware that it likely brought his attention to her slight bit of cleavage, but her brain needed the extra oxygen. I've consulted on dozens of businesses, you know, and I've gotten quite good at knowing when there's an opportunity for someone with ingenuity to ensure a little extra security for themselves. Trevor watched her cautiously, his head turned slightly to the left.
I surmise you found such an opportunity with gourmands.
Jill shrugged and dropped her pendant back on her chest. She didn't miss the fact that Trevor's eyes followed it. Yes. And you strike me as a man with plenty of ingenuity.
Maybe more than you think.
I'm counting on it. I'll be turning in my recommendations next week. There's still plenty of time to make adjustments.
You've given me a lot to think about.
I hope so. Hopefully more than business. Then, almost hating herself, Jill bit her bottom lip and slowly released it. I have to go back to Dallas tomorrow. But you're coming back for the children's charity ball, right?
He nodded. I plan to, since I need to attend the meeting next Friday anyway.
Jill made sure her voice had a little extra purr to it. We can go together and see how the evening ends.
I'll look forward to it,
Trevor said, calling for the check. Now Jill just had to figure out how to survive the look in Rick's eyes when she saw him back at the hotel. Chapter 18. Blake had been working harder than he ever remembered working, partly to get caught up from his 4-day absence, but mostly to keep his thoughts from drifting to Jill. Friday was one of the longest days he'd experienced since his mother's scandal broke. Those days had been interminable, but with nothing to look forward to. At least now, there was definitely a reward at the end of the wait. He knew not to expect her until sometime in the late afternoon, but the tension settled in his shoulders, making them ache. The distinct sound of heels rang through the tile hallway, approaching his office door. He looked up sharply, all too aware that his pulse had revved into high gear. He glanced at his watch. It was 3 o'clock. Jill could be back from Mississippi by now. He pushed back from his desk and stepped around it, determined to take her in his arms, regardless of where they were. He ached to have her in his embrace again. But when the door opened, it was Ivy who appeared, not Jill. Caught awkwardly in mid-stride, he stopped and released a long breath, trying not to look as disappointed as he felt, especially to Ivy, who had been all too glad to have him back in the office.
Yes?
He asked, as neutrally as possible. I have some papers for you to sign. Blake went back behind his desk and sat down, picking up his ballpoint pen.
Give them to me.
Ivy handed the papers across to him and leaned over his desk while she waited, her hands braced on either side of the papers. Blake looked up, surprised, and found himself staring into the deep ravine of her cleavage. A hint of black lace peeked out from the open neck of her blouse. Uncomfortable beyond words, he signed the remaining papers as quickly as possible, then pushed back from the desk, leaving the papers for her to pick up. I heard something interesting from Camden just now.
Camden? They're back?
Yes, just a few minutes ago. He said that Jill went to dinner with Trevor Walton last night. Blake felt as if someone had slugged him in the stomach.
Did she? And?
For a moment, Ivy fumbled for words. I just found it interesting, that's all. When I heard that you were leaving her behind with 3 attractive men, I admit that I wondered who she would spend her time with."
Gritting his teeth, Blake crossed his arms over his chest. "I'm still not sure why you're telling me all this." He knew her game, but he wasn't going to play it with her. Besides, he wanted her to leave so he could go find Jill. Did it mean something that she hadn't come straight to his office? Anxiety ate at him.
"Oh, well, no reason, I guess, if you don't care. By the way, I'm still available the night of the charity ball. We haven't had a chance to discuss it again."
"Thank you, but I have someone else in mind. I prefer to keep my dates more personal. You understand."
"Of course," she said, before pressing her lips tightly together and slipping out as quickly as she'd come in. It looked like a change in his PA would be necessary in the near future, but he didn't have time to worry about it now. Why had Jill gone to dinner, and why hadn't Rick told him anything about it? Leaving his office, he strode past his secretary's desk, then stopped and turned around.
"Have you seen Miss Harris? I heard that she's back."
"Oh, yes, she brought me this chocolate. Wasn't that so sweet of her?" Blake glanced down at the pile of chocolate on her desk and realized they were the leftovers from their sample trial. The memory of tasting that chocolate when he'd kissed Jill for the first time made him smile.
"Very sweet."
He cleared his throat.
"And do you know where she is?"
he prompted again. "She headed to her desk."
"Thank you."
Blake walked away, sure that his reputation for always being in control was in danger. At least he knew where to find her. Now he just had to figure out how to keep himself reined in when he saw her. But she was not at her desk. Looking around, he couldn't see her at any of the desks in the area. Was she in the bathroom? She had just gotten back from a long trip. Blast it! He couldn't just hover around her desk like a heartsick loser. Thrusting his hands into his pockets, he swiveled around on his heel and decided to take a walk around the office, maybe chat with a few of his employees. That would be good for morale, right? But all the thoughts of talking to anyone fled when he glimpsed a tall, beautifully proportioned brunette passing by on a perpendicular hall to the one he was in. There she was. Picking up his stride, he rounded the corner and looked around for her. She now stood over Camden's desk with a binder in her arms. He walked toward them, and Jill looked up. Their eyes met, and a warm smile flashed over her face, until she bit her lip, trying to control her reaction. He kept his gaze on her as he closed the distance between them. The faint blush spreading across her face was not lost on him. Even if she had gone to dinner with Trevor the night before, her reaction to seeing him proved where her interests were.
"Jill, can I speak with you for a moment?"
"Absolutely." Then she waited expectantly. That wasn't what he meant.
Somewhere more private."
One of her eyebrows shot up. "Really?" Blake was out of patience. Luckily, Camden's desk was in Techland, where none of the brainiacs ever lifted their heads from their screens. He took the last few steps toward her and put his arm around her to lead her the rest of the way toward a conference room. "We'll be right back," Jill called over her shoulder to Camden.
"No, we won't."
Blake took the binder out of her hands and dropped it on an empty table. With an insistent hand on the small of her back, he led her around the corner into a small conference room, tucked away from the rest of the office. He closed the door behind them and took her face in his hands. "Blake, Whatever she was going to say would have to wait. He bent and pressed his lips to hers, reacquainting himself with the sweet perfection of every texture and contour. Her response assured him that she was as into the moment as he was, so he shifted his hands, running them down her smooth arms, then around her waist. As he pulled her flush against him, she turned her head, breaking the kiss. "Blake, we said we were going to save it for Saturday, for tomorrow."
"Yeah, well, it turns out I missed you like the devil, and now you're here with me again."
He held out a hand, and she stepped forward to take it. You make all my good intentions fly out the window." Pulling her close, he wrapped his arms around her. She didn't resist. In fact, she leaned into him.
"Was eating dinner with Trevor part of your good intentions?"
She frowned. "That big lummox of yours swore he wouldn't tell you."
"He didn't. A little bird told me."
With narrowed eyes, Jill thought for a moment, her sharp mind quickly finding the answer. "You mean a parasitic vine told you?" Blake laughed.
"How'd you come to that conclusion?"
"Only two people knew, Rick and Camden. I know Camden hadn't seen you yet, but he did mention seeing Ivy when he came in."
"Okay, Detective Harris,"
Blake said, content to draw this out as long as he could hold her.
"You still haven't told me why you ate dinner with Trevor."
"Why not? It was a business dinner. And anyway, it's not like you and I are—"
"Yes, we are."
"Since when?"
"Now."
Jill pushed back, stepping away. "I think we should hold off on making this formal." Not liking this at all, Blake folded his empty arms across his chest.
"Why?"
Jill turned and walked over to stare out the windows on the far side of the room. Looking over her shoulder, she said, "Because I want to finish this job and look at this with a clear head." Blake walked up and wrapped his arms around her, taking in the view with her. The flat landscape was crossed by the wide 8-lane freeway, which was already busy with cars. People were going home early for the weekend.
"You know, I haven't had a clear head since the first time I saw you sipping iced tea on Nate's veranda."
He saw by the way her cheeks rose that she had smiled. She turned her face toward him. "Me too, if I'm being honest. But Blake, I have a lot to figure out, and I need to stay focused."
"Can you tell me what it is? Maybe I can help."
"Not yet. It's too volatile right now." That gave him pause. What would she not be able to tell him? He decided not to press her, though. Whatever it was didn't matter. Only this mattered.
"What happens when you're done? Do you have another job lined up?"
Jill turned, and he loosened his hold on her to let her, then pulled her close again. She played with the collar of his shirt, which drove him crazy, and bit her bottom lip, which was worse. Then she took a deep breath. "I don't yet, but I'm sure I will. I've put off contacting my dad for that exact reason."
"Would you ever consider changing jobs?"
Jill frowned. "You mean quit from the company that's supposed to be mine someday? The one my grandfather started over 50 years ago? That's a serious question best left for a serious relationship."
"Which we don't have."
He didn't want to hear her answer. Shaking her head, she whispered, "Not yet." But yet is a hopeful word. She rose up on her toes and kissed him. Taking the chance, he kissed her back, deep and hard. Though he knew she'd only meant it to be a brief token, she responded with a fervor that matched his, easing his anxiety.
"I won't press you. We both have work to do. But this weekend, we're going to talk."
Jill trailed her hand down his arm as she stepped away. "If you have a few more of those kisses in your pocket, I hope we're going to do more of that, too." Chapter 19. Blake had warned Jill that he wanted to get an early start out to his ranch Saturday morning, but when he knocked on her door at 6:30, she was still asleep. Groggy but awake, she walked over and slid open the glass door to let Blake in. He was dressed once again in jeans and a tight black t-shirt, with boots and a large silver buckle glinting on his belt. His hair was still wet from the shower, and his face freshly shaven. It was the stuff of fantasies. Unfortunately, she looked very much like she'd just rolled out of bed, because she had.
"Good morning,"
Blake said, grinning as he looked her over. Jill put a hand to her hair, then yanked on her t-shirt until it was straight. Then she realized that she was not wearing a bra, and quickly crossed her arms across her chest with a squeak. "I'm not ready yet." Laughing, Blake crossed his arms across his chest, making the sleeves of his t-shirt stretch across his biceps.
"I can see that. Can you be ready in 15 minutes? I have some stuff to load into the truck anyway."
"Sure. Now go away."
"Yes, ma'am. I'll be sure to bring coffee when I come back."
It was a little longer than 15 minutes before Jill stepped out of her bedroom, showered and dressed with her hair in a ponytail. When she came out of her bathroom, Blake was waiting, comfortably settled into one of the armchairs in the sitting area.
"You look good in jeans," he remarked. "Too bad you don't wear them more often."
Jill knew she looked good in these skinny jeans, and they were more comfortable than the business-appropriate outfits she normally wore. "I'd wear them every day if I could."
"Some people do, you know."
"Yeah, but not people who tell billionaires what to do with their investments." Blake stood and reached for her overnight bag.
"For this weekend, you get to be a country girl."
Jill tossed a few last things in her purse and put her sunglasses on. "I'm ready." The drive out to the ranch was quicker than Jill had thought, less than an hour, and once they turned off the highway, it was nothing but 2-lane roads and flat, wide fields bordered with scrubby trees. Hayden didn't say much from the back seat of Blake's truck, but Jill was glad for her presence. She wasn't ready for any deep conversations with Blake yet.
"We're coming up on my place now,"
Blake said, pointing off to the right, where a stand of green trees clustered around a narrow driveway. "I like it already. There aren't enough trees around here."
"Luckily, there are quite a few on my property, scattered around the whole 60 acres.
The driveway proved to be more of a long road. Blake drove slowly now, pointing things out as they passed.
"There's a stable and outdoor arena. We have a covered arena too, but it's out back."
"Look, Tornado's excited to see us," Hayden said, pointing off to the left. Jill looked over and saw a gorgeous black stallion racing them behind a long, high fence.
Blake laughed. "He won't be so excited when I get him out in the training yard later."
"Whatever. He loves the challenge as much as you do." Then Blake slowed down and rounded a bend. Just ahead was a gorgeous house with a high-angled roof and tall, glinting windows. The wide porch was supported with enormous wooden pillars, and the facade was covered in natural stone. Bright splashes of flowers spilled out of flower beds that were partially shaded by the trees that made the house look like a cool oasis. "What kind of trees are those?" Jill asked. Blake pulled up in front of a 3-car garage on the side.
"Mostly cedar elms and desert willow, but there are a few lemon trees in the back around the pool."
"Ooh, a pool," Jill said, releasing her seatbelt. Laughing, Blake got out.
"I wouldn't dare take you anywhere without a pool."
The next few hours were a whirlwind as Blake and Hayden dragged her all over the property. Clearly as beautiful as Blake's mansion in the city was, this was their home. An odd, stabbing sensation of jealousy hit her as she recognized the change that came over them. Once they were sure she'd seen everything, every paddock, every horse, every charming view. Blake took her back to the house. Hayden took off for the stables while Blake got her bag out of the truck and showed her to her room. The house was cool and dim, sheltered by all the trees around the house. It was quiet, too, the kind of quiet that hangs about an empty, waiting house. The furnishings were modern, but touches of Texas pride showed in the decor. In fact, the wall hanging over Jill's bed was a wooden sign in the shape of the state with the words, "I'm not perfect, but at least I'm from Texas." Jill laid her purse on the bed and pointed it out to Blake, who leaned in the doorway watching her. "Are you sure it's okay if a non-Texan sleeps in this bed?" Blake shrugged.
"Hayden did the decorating, and she's a Texan through and through."
Then his smile grew.
"Of course, if you're worried about it, there's always my bed down the hall."
"Are you offering to switch rooms with me?"
"Not exactly."
Rolling her eyes, Jill walked over to him. "Your thoughts are wandering into forbidden places. You'd better rein them in." Blake received her into his strong arms and pulled her close.
Ooh, horse talk. You're just making it worse.
Laughing, she relaxed into him, luxuriating in his nearness. She loved feeling the taut, corded strength in his back as she wrapped her arms around his waist and leaned in.
I thought you said you had a lot of work to do before we could relax this evening. I don't mind being distracted for a minute or two.
Jill rose up on her tiptoes and kissed his neck, then pressed a quick kiss on his lips, the shape and feel of which were growing more and more familiar to her. Pulling back quickly, she ran her hands around from his back to slide up his chest before she pushed off from him.
No more until your chores are done.
Blake sighed.
Slave driver. And I suppose you're going to relax while I'm working in the hot sun.
You bet I am.
Okay. You know where the kitchen is. There should be plenty to eat and cold drinks in the fridge. The pool is out back, and you can watch me working with the horses from the porch if you've a mind to.
Smiling at the way his accent was slipping more and more the longer he was home, she nodded.
Don't worry about me. Go do your thing.
When he was gone, Jill wandered around his house, inspecting it more closely with no one around to care. The house was still big, but there were signs everywhere that it had been lived in. Really lived in. There were shoes kicked off on the rug by the front door, including several pairs of dusty boots. There was a leather chair in the living room that looked as if it had been sat in for years, instead of like the showroom-worthy pieces in the rest of the room. There was a shadow box over the mantel that displayed a dozen belt buckles, trophies from Blake's rodeo days, and an intricately tooled saddle sat on a stand in the corner. She looked at it all tenderly, enormously aware that she was seeing into the very depths of who Blake was. His wealth made it difficult to know him as a man. Standing here, she could see that in truth, he was like any other person. He had struggles, dreams, and personal victories. He worked hard and wasn't afraid to get dirty. There was a lot to be admired in that. After a quick peek out at the glimmering pool, Jill saw an enormous swing under the shelter of the roofed back porch. It was the size of a queen bed, at least, and covered in soft pillows. Yeah, that's where I'm going to spend the next few hours, she said out loud. Hopefully no one was around to hear her talking to herself. 5 minutes later, she settled into it with a romance novel she'd been carrying around forever but never had time to read, a bag of chips, and an ice-cold bottle of Coke. She sank as deeply into the fictional world of her book as she sank into the feather pillows at her back, but only until she heard noises coming from the riding arena to her left. Putting her book down, Jill turned curiously to see what was going on. Blake led the black stallion that Hayden had pointed out to her when they'd arrived. The horse was saddled, and even from this distance, knowing nothing about horses, Jill could tell Tornado was not in a submissive mood. He sidled from side to side, stomped his hooves, and even bucked a few times when they went through the gate. Several of the ranch hands she'd met earlier followed on foot, climbing on the fence to watch, and Jill wished she had their point of view. She couldn't see his face since it was shadowed by his hat, but his posture and control told her that Blake was focused and ready for anything the horse might throw at him. This was a showdown ready to happen, and Jill didn't want to miss a second of it. For the next 30 minutes or so, Jill watched while Blake worked the horse. When Tornado bucked or sidled, Blake knew just what to do to bring him around again. By the end of the training session, the horse allowed Blake to rub his shoulder, and even stood steady while Blake mounted him. After moving forward a few paces, the horse bucked a few times, and Jill's heart rose into her throat. Blake, however, was master of the situation and kept his seat. Soon, Tornado submitted, and Blake dismounted before leading him from the arena. Jill caught herself smiling as he disappeared from view. He was a man who got what he wanted, and despite her doubts and questions, there was a growing part of her that hoped he wanted her as much as she suspected he did. While Blake worked, Jill read until her eyes grew too heavy to stay open. She lay back, let her book fall closed, and drifted off into a light sleep. For the first few moments, she still felt the light breeze whispering across her skin, smelled the fresh air scent of the pillows, and heard the occasional clank of metal gates and men's voices. But soon she was lost to everything, until the swing swayed violently from side to side. Startled, she woke up and realized that Blake stood on the porch. He must have given it a shove to wake her up. "Hey, can't a girl take a nap around here?" Blake grinned.
Not unless I can join her. I need to shower first, though, so don't move.
No longer able to sleep, Jill picked up her book again, but found that none of the words made sense. When Blake came outside, she had read the same page 3 times with no success. When he laid down next to her, he plucked the book from her hand and opened to a random page. After reading quietly for a moment, he eyed her with a look of reproach.
This is a vampire romance.
Jill laughed and reached for it. "Your powers of deduction are amazing. Now give it back." But he held it away from her, his long arms stretching far beyond her reach. She leaned across his chest, trying just the same, then gave up. "Did you come out here just to annoy me?" Blake dropped the book and wrapped his arms around her.
Not only to annoy you. I finished my chores and came to collect on your promises.
"Oh, yeah? I saw you working with Tornado. Why is he so resistant?"
He was bred to be a rodeo bronc, but he didn't have a good bucking rhythm and liked to spin, so he got cut from the circuit. Because of that, he wasn't likely to have a happy ending. I bought him, and I hope to be able to train the devil out of him so he can be ridden. Regardless, he'll make a good stud for my own breeding program. I may not be in rodeo anymore, but my horses are."
Jill relaxed against his shoulder. How did a rich kid even get started with the rodeo?
He chuckled. "Rich kid, huh? My dad took me to the rodeo a few times because some clients gave him tickets. I loved it. I talked him into getting me rodeo lessons, and as soon as I could drive, I made connections with some of my rodeo heroes. They started training me and showing me the ropes. By that time, my parents were divorced and my mom was never home, so I could have been out joining gangs or becoming an alcoholic with the rest of my country club schoolmates."
"I'm glad you chose this instead." He smiled, and she longed to trace his masculine lips with her fingers.
My mom wasn't too thrilled when she found out about it, but by then I was 19 and able to make my own decisions.
"Did she ever see you compete?"
No way. My mom would never be caught dead at the rodeo grounds with all the riffraff of Texas. She fully expected me to get tired of it and take my place with the family company. I guess when she went to prison, she finally got what she wanted in that way.
"And what about you? Did you get what you want?" He shifted to look her in the eyes.
I never thought I'd like running a business empire, but I do. I got a different kind of thrill out of it, and as you once told me, the money ain't bad. So, yeah. But now, I want something more."
"What?" Jill asked, both terrified and hopeful about what his answer would be.
"Some of those chips over there. Pass them over."
She raised an eyebrow and sat up. "Really?" With a smile that was very nearly a smirk, he said,
"Hayden will be heading this way any minute, and you know that's not what I meant."
Jill did know, but she also knew what she wanted. With firm decision, she lay next to him again, snuggling into his ready arms. Wrapping her hand around his neck, she urged him to lean over her. He stared down at her, his eyes intense and searching, but neither of them spoke. With rapt attention, she pressed a kiss on one corner of his mouth, then the other. Just as she'd hoped, Blake grew impatient with her teasing kisses and took over. Angling his head, he fit his lips to hers and deepened the kiss. Enthralled with the sensation, Jill relaxed, sinking deeper and deeper into dangerous emotions. Chapter 20. Sunday night, Blake stared at Jill's suitcase where it stood in the hall next to the guest room. It had become his worst enemy because of all it represented. The last 2 days had shown him a new side of Jill, a laid-back and comfortable side. He'd never tell her that he found her comfortable, but it was the most attractive quality he'd ever found in a woman. She might stay in big cities and work with some of the wealthiest people in the country, but the way she belonged in his home stunned him. He had to take her back to Dallas, but he wanted her here. Here, joking with his ranch manager and stable hands, spending time with Hayden. Here, helping him cook meals and wash dishes. Here, relaxing with him on the porch, watching the stars come out and the clouds sweep across the landscape. Here, but not in his guest room. And looking at her suitcase, packed and ready to leave, made him realize just how much he wanted her here as his wife, for keeps. She came out with her purse over her shoulder. She tried to smile, but it came off looking forlorn. "I'm ready if you are." Blake ground his teeth and picked up her bag. Too bad her statement only referred to leaving and not moving their relationship to the next level, like marriage. He stopped, causing Jill to run straight into his back. He felt her brace herself with her hand splayed across his back. "You okay?" "Yeah." He got moving again, because if he didn't, he might make some sort of crazy proposal, and she was nowhere near ready to consider one. He'd take things slow and give her time to decide what she wanted. When they got out to the truck, Hayden was already waiting with her earbuds in her ears, focused on her phone screen. Blake glanced at her as he opened Jill's door. "She hates leaving the ranch. That's her way of coping." "I get it. I might need a coping mechanism, too." Blake stowed her bags next to his and Hayden's in the back of the truck and got in. As he backed the truck up and headed down the driveway, he watched her staring out the dark windows, trying to catch her last sight of the house. "I'm glad you had fun." "This place is heaven on earth. Why don't you just dump the whole billionaire executive thing and make this your life?" Her question warmed his heart. He'd never thought she might be after his money. In fact, he would be glad if she'd go after him for any reason. But that statement proved how little she cared about his bank account. "Holding the welfare of so many people in my hands is not something I take lightly. And even though I was impressed when Nate Haverton chose to step away from some of the business world, I doubt I will ever give it up." "You're always so decided about things. I always thought I knew what you wanted. But lately, I'm being pulled in different directions." She held out her hand to him as if seeking comfort or an anchor. He took it and curled his fingers through hers, driving with one hand. "Talk to me about it. We have a whole hour-long drive ahead of us." Jill looked back over her shoulder at Hayden. "Are you sure?" Blake nodded. "She won't hear us." When she didn't speak right away, he prompted, "Tell me about the right man." "What?" she asked with a surprised laugh. "You know, the one who got away. The one you mentioned the day we met. Remember?" Her mouth turned down. "Oh, Brian." Blake hated him already. "A boyfriend?" She nodded. "Almost a fiancé. He wanted me to marry him." "If he was Mr. Right, what went wrong?" "I wouldn't sacrifice enough for him. He wanted me to give up college for him, and I refused. At that point, I had already spent half my life preparing to go to work for my dad. Accounting, languages, business management, social graces. You name it, I'd been learning it. And so, I turned him down, and he was gone." "Idiot." This time her laughter was full, ringing out through the cab of the truck. "Me or him?"
Him, of course. Whatever he was doing, wherever he was going, his dreams weren't more important than yours.
Thank you. That means a lot. I struggled with regret for years and years. Even after I got over him, I struggled with being alone. Traveling as I do, it's impossible to have real relationships. Well, you know, we've talked about this before, haven't we?
Blake nodded. It's the same old question for you, isn't it?
Her expression grew somber, a deeper shade than sad. Yes. It was almost a whisper. He ran his thumb over the back of her hand.
We could figure it out, Jill.
Maybe. A big part of me is desperately hoping for it. But I also don't want to be hurt. Not by this. He heard the unspoken meaning in her words. This, meaning them, meant more than Mr. Wright had all those years ago. He just wished he knew where to go from here.
Well, like you said, let's get this final report taken care of, and then we can figure it out without all this business stuff in the way.
When she didn't say anything, he squeezed her hand tighter until she looked up. All she gave him was a quick nod.
Although, I wanted to ask you if you'd be my date for the children's charity ball on Thursday night.
Considering how close they'd been over the weekend, he didn't doubt that she'd go with him, so he was perplexed by her answer. Actually, perplexed wasn't strong enough. Gut-foundered, more like. I'm sorry, Blake, but I already have a date. At least, I hope I do.
You hope you do? Why, so you don't have to go with me?
Blake only realized he'd raised his voice when Jill glanced back at his sister. Yes, this is why I was worried about doing this before I'd wrapped up my job here.
It has to do with your job?
She nodded her head, a worried pucker between her eyebrows. I asked Trevor. He let go of her hand and put his back on the wheel. Dismay held him quiet long enough to make the silence awkward, but he didn't care.
Why?
Jill sighed. I would prefer not to tell you. Blake clenched his teeth.
Really? That's all you're going to say?
How could they be sitting so close but still have so much distance between them? His head whirled with confusion. Just remember, Blake, that I work for Nate. I have his interests in mind by keeping this to myself. But I promise that you'll know and approve of everything on Friday.
Friday? But you're going to the charity ball with Trevor on Thursday?
She shrugged. I haven't gotten an answer from him yet. Blake glanced at her lovely face, illuminated by the lights over the highway he was merging onto.
Like he would turn you down.
I'm equally dreading his answer either way, she said, her words soft and elusive. For the rest of the week at work, Blake stewed over their words on the drive home from the ranch. It had created a wall between them. Surely, he thought, a wall that could easily be broken through, but he felt the division every time he saw her. It was an odd sensation of wanting mixed with enough hurt to keep him away. The one thought that kept him from going nuts was that he was sure she didn't have any romantic feelings for the guy. Still, he daydreamed about humiliating ways to fire Trevor anyway. And maybe, just maybe, the guy would turn Jill down. Then she would walk past him, leaving him in a mist of light floral perfume and yearning. His arms would ache with the desire to reach out and pull her tight against him. His heart would pound with awareness. No, Trevor would not turn her down. Not if he thought he had a chance of being with her. That certainty of their date didn't stop Blake from tracking her down at the end of the day on Thursday. He found her at her desk, typing on her laptop and biting her bottom lip in concentration. That tick of hers was beginning to drive him mad.
Jill.
Man, he sounded as nervous as a high schooler. She looked up, and he saw her eyes soften. though her expression didn't waver from the steady professionalism she so often exuded at work. "Yes, Blake?" Mindful of the listening ears around them, he said,
"Did you receive an answer from Trevor?"
"Yes."
"What did he say?"
She looked at him like his head was full of sawdust. "I told you, yes." Frustrated and unable to unleash the argument he really wanted to have, he said,
"You need to make your answers clearer."
She smiled at him, but there was no warmth in it. From her tone, it was more likely a rebuke. "I will make a great many things clearer if you wish." He folded his arms across his chest.
"That's precisely what I've been hoping you'd do for the last 4 days."
Jill looked around and shut her computer before putting it in her bag. "Number 1, I'm going home now to get ready for my date."
"And number 2?
She walked around her desk as she said, "That will have to wait for tomorrow. Then everything will be clear." She paused next to him. "I'll see you tonight, Mr. McDaniel." He watched her walk away, furious to realize that he was not the only male eye in the room gawking at her. He spun and walked back to his office, passing Ivy's along the way. He'd been avoiding her all week, which was an unimaginable situation with your personal assistant, but he needed to talk to her now. He stepped into her office, realizing that he'd never before stepped beyond the doorframe. Had he always had an unconscious caution where she was concerned?
"Ivy, I'm afraid that my date for this evening has fallen through. I can hardly go alone since I am one of the organizers. Would you be willing to go with me, even though it's so last minute?"
She looked up, her expression surprised, rather like she'd won the lottery. She quickly controlled her features, however, saying, "I could manage it. I was planning to go anyway and have an appropriate dress."
"Excellent. Let me know what time you'd like me to pick you up. Just send it to my calendar."
As he walked back to his office, Blake couldn't help but think that Jill would hate to see Ivy on his arm. He might not want to spend any more time with the woman than he had to, but annoying Jill certainly made it worth the effort. Chapter 21. Not wanting to give Trevor any opportunities to get handsy with her, Jill arranged to meet him at the venue. The ball was being held at a big hotel downtown, and, not wanting to deal with traffic or parking, she hired a driver to drop her off. As she went inside, flashing her invitation at the reception table, she found Trevor leaning against the wall, sipping a glass of champagne. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to keep walking.
"Good evening. You look devastatingly gorgeous tonight."
Jill tensed when his eyes lingered over certain parts of her anatomy. "Thank you. You look very handsome yourself." And he did. His tux improved him so much that even to her eyes, biased as they were by what she knew of him, he was a very attractive man.
"Can I get you a drink?"
"No, thanks," Jill said. "I would enjoy dancing, though." Trevor smiled and tipped the rest of his champagne down.
"Let's go, then."
For the next hour or so, she felt as though she was dancing with one hand permanently extended to keep Trevor away. He kept trying to put the moves on her in the middle of the dance floor. Kneeing him in the groin would probably ruin any chance she had at getting him to make her a business offer. But when he suggested they go get a drink, she firmly directed him toward the buffet of gourmet delicacies. Maybe if he put something in his stomach, it would keep him from getting too drunk. After they had each selected a few items to eat and stopped by one of the many bars scattered around the venue, Trevor directed her to a table near the dance floor. It was currently vacant, though the empty plates and glasses left on the table showed they were not the first ones to sit there. Jill, who had gotten a ginger ale, ignored Trevor's disdain and ate her food. She was grateful for the way it settled her stomach, instead of upsetting it further. She was just considering where she might lure Trevor off to for the private conversation she was determined to have, when a shadow fell over their table. Looking up sharply, she saw Blake, though it was hard to make out his expression since he was silhouetted by the lights over the dance floor.
"Good evening,"
he said. His voice was smooth as glass, but she heard the note of displeasure in it. Groaning inwardly, she prayed he wasn't going to make a scene. Her trepidation didn't stop her from noticing how hot Blake looked in a tux. He made Trevor look sloppy, like a senior who'd worn his rented tux through 2 hours of rowdy dancing. "Hello," Jill replied to him, hoping he would get the hint in her tone and move along. Of course, she also hoped he would stay right where he was, by her side, for the rest of her life. But then, a woman can be pardoned for fantasizing over a man who looked the way he did.
"Are you enjoying yourselves this evening?"
"Very much." Jill didn't wait for Trevor to answer, but noticed he was watching the two of them like they were a tennis game.
"And you, Mr. Walton?"
Blake extended a hand to Trevor. Jill knew a thing or two about body language, and there was no doubt who was the dominant player in that exchange. Trevor even tried to stretch his hands unobtrusively on the table, as if Blake's grip had been too much for him.
"How do you think I am with such a hot date?"
Trevor ran his eyes over her, lingering on her chest. Jill's stomach revolted at his leering, but mostly she was alarmed to see Blake's shoulders flex and his jaw tense. She jumped up. "Will you dance with me, Blake?" Saying his name finally dragged his attention away from decking Trevor, as she was sure he wanted to do. He nodded and led her to the dance floor with his hand on the small of her back. Fortunately, a slow song came on. Jill moved into Blake's arms, relishing the feeling of rightness that always swept over her when he was close. She didn't resist when he pulled her in close, and for a moment she wished they were anywhere but here, anywhere that didn't pull them away from each other. They didn't speak, but a current of communication flowed between them. The charge of attraction surging through Jill's veins couldn't be denied, only resisted. She did her best, but as the song went on, she found herself softening, melting into him. She knew he could read the yearning in her eyes, but didn't have the strength to turn them away from his beautiful, brooding face. Finally, though, she forced herself to go back into business mode. "When this song is over, I need to go back to Trevor, and you are not to follow me." The song ended then, and Blake didn't say anything else. He just let his arms drop as he took a step back. Glancing back over her shoulder, Jill saw Ivy approach him and move into the next dance with him. Her brain stuttered. He'd brought Ivy? And Ivy looked stunning tonight in a crimson sequin dress with a plunging back and her hair piled on top of her head to show off her long, slender neck, a neck which Jill very much wanted to squeeze just then. Determined to go home as soon as possible, Jill headed straight for Trevor, who was, by her count, on his 4th glass of champagne.
"What do you say we go find somewhere private?"
He jerked to his feet, and while he wasn't at all unsteady, she noticed that his eyes were overly bright. "Let's." The crowd was so dense they had to weave through it with Trevor following behind her the best he could. Finally, they broke out of the main ballroom and found a long hall leading toward a glass door. A few people stood talking in clusters, but when Jill and Trevor stepped outside onto the broad balcony, they were the only people there. Probably because it was a hot, humid evening, and only fools or lovers would brave it. Jill had no problem categorizing herself as a fool. She walked over to the metal guardrail and looked out at the sparkling lights of the city. Trevor came up behind her and put his arm around her shoulders, resting his hand on her upper arm. Repulsion shivered up her spine, and she longed to throw it off, but she was so close now. Instead, she turned to face him better. "Have you thought more about our conversation?" Trevor nodded and moved to lean his elbow against the rail, folding his hands together.
"Can I depend on you to give me and Gourmands a positive recommendation to McDaniel?"
Choosing her words with precision, Jill answered, "Of course. Gourmands will receive a glowing report, and I only need to add your excellent management to my recommendation that Mr. McDaniel not only keep the company, but invest in expanding it." Jill could almost see dollar signs flash in his eyes as she said these words. He licked his lips.
"Then I will be quite able to show you my appreciation."
"How much do you appreciate it?" she asked pointedly.
$10,000 worth.
"Make it 15, she said, running her finger up his arm. "And I'd say we are well on our way to a prosperous relationship."
12, and a bonus when McDaniel's investment hits the ledgers.
"Deal," she said, holding out her hand to him. Instead of shaking it, he raised it to his lips.
"I always have had a thing for women who knew how to negotiate."
"And I appreciate a man who takes advantage of opportunities. It's your chocolate supplier, isn't it? That's how you're laundering money, right?"
Trevor flinched, then looked around a moment. Jill suspected that he'd had just enough to drink to let him feel he was in control, but to make him more careless than he otherwise would be. He certainly seemed willing to share more information with her. "Yeah, in return for giving him our business, Oliver prices his products at the same rates we paid for more premium ingredients, then gives me cash for the majority of the profit he makes. It was simple, really."
"It certainly was. What do you say we go back the way we came and get out of here?" Trevor's eyes lit.
"I'll call my driver."
"You do that," Jill said, taking her own phone out of her clutch and sending a message to her driver. Precisely as she had counted on, by walking very quickly and slipping through tight spaces between shifting bodies, Jill was able to lose Trevor in the crowds. She glanced back once and saw him looking around with a perplexed expression on his face and nearly laughed. When she got outside, she looked around for her car. To her surprise, Rick appeared out of the shadows.
"Been up to no good again, I'd bet,"
Rick said. Jill winced, but smiled the best she could. "I've been up to a great deal of good, actually. But I was dealing with a slug, so I feel incredibly gross right now. I'm going home."
"Well, just be glad Trevor Walton didn't try anything he shouldn't have. I was under orders to take him to the ground if he did."
"You saw us on the balcony?"
"Sure did."
"Does Blake know?"
"He will,"
Rick said, his voice uncompromising. "Oh, dear heavens, I hope I survive this in one piece." Then, seeing her car at last, she hurried over to it. Rick beat her there and opened the door. She nodded at him, reluctantly glad he'd had her back, even if she hadn't known it. Then she sank gratefully into her seat and tried not to think about how Ivy would be hanging on to Blake for the rest of the night. Chapter 22. Blake couldn't focus on anything Friday morning, even though he'd come in early so he could work in peace. It had been one of the most miserable nights of his life, with Jill disappearing with Trevor and Ivy hanging on to him like the plant she was named after. His head ached, and his muscles were tense from a long night with little sleep, but he was determined to survive until Jill had finished her report, then yank her into a conference room and talk this all out until they were 100% square with each other. A knock on his door alerted him that he was no longer the only one in the office. It surprised him when Ivy came in. She'd had enough to drink the night before that he expected her to be a little late, not early. Her devotion to her job didn't make him any happier to see her.
"Yes?"
She came closer until he could see the darker circles under her eyes, imperfectly concealed with her heavy makeup. What caught his attention the most, however, was the strange glitter in her eyes. "There's something you need to know about Jill Harris." He lifted his eyebrows.
"Have you not maligned her enough in the past?"
I have always had a feeling I should keep an eye on her.
And it has nothing to do with my obvious romantic interest in her? Blake was tired of playing games with her.
Only because I was concerned that you might not see anything beyond her pretty face and long legs.
With a wave of impatient fury rushing through him, Blake clenched his fists. Spit it out, Ivy.
I heard her with Trevor Walton on the balcony last night. She's blackmailing him for a positive report and a recommendation that you invest in gourmands.
Blake froze. There was no way that could be true. You heard wrong. It was not a question. He knew there was no way Jill was capable of that.
I didn't. She found out that he's been lining his pockets through a supplier, so she had plenty of leverage, and he had the bankroll. They negotiated until they agreed on a check of $12,000 and a bonus after you've invested in the company.
His brain was frozen. He heard what Ivy was saying, but nothing was processing. This didn't fit the woman he knew, the woman he loved, or thought he loved.
What are you going to do, sir?
Ivy's impertinence turned all the pain of this possible betrayal on her. Why? Do you want to see Jill suffer? See her humiliated? In prison, maybe? Ha! If I get my best lawyers on it, I might even be able to get her a cell next to my mother.
My only concern is for the company and for you. I know how much you value honesty and good ethics.
Blake got up and paced in front of the window that made up the east wall of his office. The morning sun gleamed with an ironic warmth on a day that had grown suddenly dark. I do. And, Ivy, I wish that you would be honest with me. I have known for some time that you have wanted more from me than a professional relationship. I was prepared to overlook it as long as it didn't impact your work. Upon consideration, though, I have decided that it is affecting your judgment and causing you to impose on my private matters. I will give you the courtesy of resigning and a glowing recommendation. Please accept it before other measures must be taken. Her face blanched.
But I'm telling you the truth.
You very well may be. I will get to the bottom of that issue, I promise you. But that has no bearing on why I can no longer have you as my personal assistant. Blake turned to face the window. Goodbye, Ivy. It was several long moments before the click of Ivy's heels moved away from him and the door shut behind her. Once she was gone, his shoulders sagged and he walked back to his desk. He just needed to think. He had been so sure of her. There had been so many signs that led him to believe he could trust her. When she spoke of how well her job paid, it had been a joke, as if money was the least of her concerns. Maybe because this wasn't the first time she'd extorted money from someone. A week ago, no one could have convinced him that she was mercenary, or despicable enough to take advantage of finding a crook within his company for her own enrichment. Why was he considering it now? Because she had definitely been up to something with Trevor, something she refused to tell him about. And if she had been on the up and up, why couldn't she confide in him? Surely, of all the people in the world, he would have been the one person she could talk to about it. Coming to this appalling conclusion, Blake stared down at his empty desk, sure that his heart had burned to ash. There was a burning, hollow feeling in his chest that ached past bearing. What should he do? He was in an untenable position. Having made himself and his company the standard for high business ethics, he could not now refrain from exposing her. He realized belatedly that he had fired the one person who could corroborate his claims. What a sickening, tangled nightmare. No, wait. There was someone else. Blake grabbed his phone and sent Rick a message, telling him to report to his office immediately. As he waited for Rick to arrive, he paced his office again, trying to control the rising tension that twisted in his gut as he realized Jill would be soon arriving in the office.
he just hoped she wouldn't seek him out, at least until he knew how he was going to handle this. A knock on his door nearly made his heart stall out, but it was Rick.
Yes, boss. Ivy made some serious accusations about Jill. She said she overheard her making a deal with Trevor. I sent you to follow them. Did you hear anything?
Rick's face tightened and his jaw clenched, but he nodded. Blake listened as Rick repeated nearly word for word what Ivy had said, and each word felt like a death sentence.
Well, that confirms it. Now what?
Sir, I suggest you act cautiously.
Why?
I know, Jill. I believe you do too. In fact, I thought you... Well, I won't say anything about that. My point is, there may be a very good explanation for all of this. Blake raised his arms.
What could it possibly be?
Rick shrugged.
I'd advise giving her a chance to come clean. Thanks, but I didn't ask for your advice, just to know what you heard. You may go back to work.
Rick sighed heavily, a worried scowl lining his face. But he didn't say another word before he left. His words, however, stayed with Blake. He would give Jill a chance to come clean, as Rick phrased it. She'd be giving her report in a few hours, and he'd be listening very attentively. He barely heard the next knock that landed on his door, so when he looked up and saw Jill coming in, shock immobilized him. His face was so frozen, he couldn't have spoken or changed his expression to save his life. "What's wrong?" she asked.
"I've had some bad news."
He nearly laughed at the inadequacy of the words and the irony of speaking them to her. "Anything I can help with?"
Are we sharing things with each other now, then?
Blake knew his words foamed with bitterness, but he couldn't check them. Jill straightened and the color ran from her face. "You're about to get a full report. You'll be able to ask questions until you are satisfied you have everything you need to know." She narrowed her eyes. "And if you want to continue the Q&A in private, I'd be more than willing." Her tone was sharp and taunting, and as angry as he was, he responded to it with enthusiasm.
"I'm looking forward to it. Why should we wait for the meeting, though?"
Pressing her lips together, Jill pointed a finger at him. "Because I'm professional enough to do things properly." Blake's laugh was harsh and broken.
"Are you?"
Now she looked as bewildered as she did angry. Before she could say another word, however, another knock fell on the door. Blake and Jill stared each other down until she moved abruptly to open the door. The man on the other side was a stranger to Blake, but it was obvious Jill knew him well. "What are you doing here?" she asked, not allowing the older man to enter. He was short, with a graying, balding head. He wore a crisp suit at odds with his loose jowls. "Your father sent me. Excuse me, please." Jill stepped back, but she glared at the man as he walked up to Blake. "Hello, I'm Bert Johnson. I've been sent to oversee Miss Harris. We apologize that it has taken so long to get one of our senior executives on your account." "I told my father not to send someone. What happened?" Blake thought Jill looked as if she was a hair's breadth away from snapping. However, this was the perfect solution to his problem. If she didn't have access to his businesses, she wouldn't have any leverage to extort money. At least then he wouldn't have to go through the pain of pressing charges against her. "This was a decision by the board, Miss Harris. You are simply too junior of an employee to handle such a large account." "Am I? Amazing, since I've already done it. I was just on the point of making my recommendations. We have a meeting in less than 2 hours." "Sorry, but that won't do. Now that I'm here, I need to review all of your reports and collaborate on your conclusions before we make an official recommendation." Blake decided it was time for him to enter the conversation.
"This meets with my approval. In fact, I would prefer to let Mr. Johnson take over for you, Jill."
He nearly couldn't bear the look of hurt on her face, as if he had plunged a knife into her and gutted her. "Would you, indeed?" Her words were quiet, but they rang with fury. "I will remind you both that I was hired by Nate Haverton. Since he is the one who is paying for our services, he should be the one to make the final decision." Blake looked away from her and strode over to the window, unable to bear this a moment longer.
"He's arriving for the meeting this morning, correct?"
"He's already here. I'll go get him." Her voice shook slightly, but Blake couldn't help but admire her composure. He doubted he'd be able to maintain his for long.
"What is going on here?"
a male voice asked from the doorway. Turning, Blake saw Nate coming in, his expression none too pleased.
"Jill told me that you both want to take her off the account."
"My account, in case I need to remind you both." Blake sighed. This was going to be difficult. There was only one way to resolve this, though he'd hoped to avoid it.
"There have been allegations made against Miss Harris, which I have verified through 2 witnesses, one of whom I trust implicitly."
"What allegations?" Mr. Johnson and Nate asked in unison. Avoiding Jill's eyes, knowing it would crush him to look at her, he said,
"That Jill conspired to extort money from Gourmand's Candy by blackmailing the manager, Trevor Walton, who was apparently feathering his nest through shady dealings with a supplier."
Jill gave a sharp, mirthless laugh. "It's true, except, of course, that you're missing one vital piece of information. And when you hear it, Blake McDaniel, I hope you choke on regret." Chapter 23. She would not break. She would not shatter or cry or flinch away. She would stand and speak her truth before she left his world forever. Focusing her attention on Blake, she said, "It was all a setup. I lured him into making a deal with me because I needed proof of what I suspected. Ruining a man's reputation and livelihood is something I don't take lightly. And even though I had the data to make a strong case against him, there was absolutely no way to prove it. I recorded the whole conversation, which I have already sent to you. Yes, you'll hear me say vile things, but I extracted the information I needed for you to make a solid case against him. To further prove that I am telling the truth, you will see that I have outlined the whole matter in my report, which I completed last night and printed this morning when I first reached the office before I knew anything about being accused. If you read to the end, you'll see that I recommend investing both in Elysian and Gourmand's after booting Trevor out on his tail and sicking your lawyers on him." Jill watched with a detached, bitter sort of pleasure as Blake's face tightened and paled. Then she turned to Mr. Johnson and handed him another report. "Here's everything you need to know. Though if you want to see all the extraneous data, you may have to get it from Camden." Nate dropped a hand on her shoulder.
"I have not fired you, Jill."
She tried to smile up at him, glad for a friend in the middle of this horror, but she couldn't manage it. "Thanks, but I'm resigning. I wouldn't work for my father now if he'd offered me half the company." Desperate to leave before she broke, she turned for the door. Blake's voice froze her in the doorway.
"Why didn't you tell me?"
His voice was a plea, and part of her ached to believe it meant he still cared. "Because I knew you were jealous of him, and I didn't want to influence your opinion further if I was wrong. I also didn't know how you might react that evening if you'd known. I hoped you'd trust me, that I'd never betray our relationship, whatever it was. I never thought you'd think so poorly of me as to believe I was capable of this." She turned to Nate then, saying, "Can we get out of here? I can be packed in no time." By the time Jill arrived at Nate's home in Alabama, she felt like a hollowed-out shell. How had so much hope and affection turned to dust? Nate must have been texting with Charlotte, because she met them at the front door and wrapped Jill up in a tight hug that almost broke her, as frail as she felt. and that's when the tears finally fell, washing down her cheeks in a flood it was impossible to see through. "You poor thing. Come inside." Charlotte led her through their large plantation home into a cozy and private room on the ground floor. They sank down together, and Jill tried to tell her friend all that had gone wrong, made worse by all that had gone right. So very right, and now so very lost. But her words got tangled up with sobs and fragmented by her racing, jumbled thoughts. "Okay, calm down, honey. Maybe you should wait to tell me after you've stopped crying." "I don't think I ever will." But eventually, slowly, she did stop. There was an end to the amount of moisture her eyes could produce, but not to the well of hurt inside her. "I thought I loved him, Char," she said a long while later, after the whole long story had finally untangled itself. "I hate to break it to you, but you probably still do. Trust me, love just doesn't go away because someone hurts you. That would be too convenient." Jill gave a stuffy chuckle. "I was ready to give up everything to be with him. My job, my profession. But I messed everything up." She sniffed. "And so did he." Nate came into the room then.
"I thought I should warn you that I gave permission for Blake's plane to land at my airstrip. He'll likely be here in about 30 minutes.
"You did what?" Charlotte asked, standing up.
Shrugging, Nate said, "I felt for the guy. I know what it's like to royally screw up with the woman you love."
Jill glared at the door as it closed behind Nate. "How dare he come here? Why won't he just leave me alone?" Charlotte sat across from her on the couch, and Jill felt glad she had a friend, right up until Charlotte grinned at her. Narrowing her eyes, Jill sat up straighter and threw the pillow she'd been cuddling down on the floor. Then she braced herself for what she knew her friend would say. "Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. It's too perfect. Do you remember how much you teased me about falling for Nate?" "No, I remember encouraging you to go after him." "Yeah, but I mean after that. Like during the whole week before my wedding. You teased me so bad about marrying a billionaire. And now you've gone and fallen for one too." Jill glared at her. "That's so nice of you to rub it in that you got your happily ever after." Charlotte wiggled a little like a kid with a new toy. "Yeah, well, why else would Blake fly all the way down here after the catastrophe he caused?" Unable to deal with the stress and confusion, Jill stood up and walked around the room. "I've got to leave. I can't be here when he arrives. Where can I go?" "You aren't going anywhere. You're going to stay here and face him." "But what do I do?" Charlotte shrugged. "I don't know. It depends, doesn't it?" "On what?" Meeting her in the middle of the room, Charlotte hugged her tightly again. "On whether or not you guys love each other enough to forgive. But hey, one thing first." "What?" Jill pulled back to look at her wise friend. "You might want to go do a makeup check." Jill reached up with both hands and rubbed under her eyes. Her fingers came away black, but before she could move, the door opened and Blake came in. "Too late," Charlotte said, with way more humor in her voice than Jill thought the situation deserved. But then she looked up and met Blake's eyes, and all other thoughts fled.
"Can I talk to Jill?"
Blake asked Charlotte.
"Alone?"
Nodding, Charlotte left the room quietly with nothing but a knowing look thrown Jill's way. Jill stood still, a whirlwind of emotions. "I was determined to never see you again." His somber mouth tightened.
"I don't blame you."
He stepped closer, but kept some distance between them.
"I couldn't let you go without begging for your forgiveness. I only waited long enough to get my legal team on top of the situation with Trevor before coming after you."
"How could you believe I was capable of such duplicity?"
"I don't know that I ever believed it. Not really. My instincts were screaming that Ivy was wrong. But then Rick heard it too. And you'd been so secretive about Trevor. I felt as if my legs had been knocked out from under me. I'm sorry. I handled it all wrong.
You know what hurt me the most? When you cooperated with my father's attempts to bump me off this job.
She thought she'd drained the well of her tears, but she was wrong. She could no longer see Blake's features through the glimmer in her eyes, but she could see his familiar form standing so close she could almost reach out and touch him. Taking a deep breath to control the weakness in her voice, she said,
"You knew how hard I worked to make that report."
I just wanted to keep you from actually going through with it. Jill, look at it from my perspective. After seeing what my own mother was capable of, fighting for years to undo the damage she'd done, I didn't know how to cope with going through it again with the woman I love. If only I'd stepped back and thought it through better, I would have...
Wait!
Jill's voice shook and her heart raced.
Did you say the woman you love?
His unwavering gaze sharpened. Yes, I did. But you should hear that from a man who deserves you. Jill pressed her hand over her mouth. The tears running down her cheeks spilled hot across her fingers. Then, wiping her cheeks, she said,
No, I'm hurt and angry, but I know it's more my fault than yours. If I had just told you everything from the beginning, none of this would have happened.
No, but you were right. I wouldn't have been able to stand back and let you bait a criminal into exposing himself, especially not one who lusted after you the way Trevor did.
I was always afraid you might pop him in the nose sometime.
He's lucky I didn't do a lot worse than that.
Jill stepped closer to him. She couldn't help it. Blake, what are we doing? I'm so afraid this proves we shouldn't be together, but that kills me. I love you too.
Then what in the blazes are we doing?
In less than a heartbeat, Blake closed the distance between them and gripped her shoulders.
Jill, we failed our first test, but that doesn't mean this is over. Not unless you say it is. Please don't say it is.
Awash in hope, Jill clenched her arms around him and buried her face in his neck. She felt his hands run soothingly up and down her back, and only then realized how much she was trembling. This man, this driven, strong, incredible man, wanted her. Surely her heart was too small to contain such joy.
Jill, sweetheart, I can't see your face.
Laughing, she leaned back and looked up at him. But I'm a mess.
Yes, but still, the most beautiful woman I've ever known. I know there's a lot for us to figure out, but nothing else in my life makes sense anymore if you aren't a part of it. And if you'll let me, I intend to bind myself to you in every way possible, with wedding rings and children, and titles and deeds and bank accounts.
And muffins and hot tubs?
Blake burst out laughing. As many as you want.
Her fingers tightened on his shirt. What about Hayden?
Are you kidding? You two didn't start off well, but she loves you. Having your help will save me from turning gray before she graduates next year.
Sounds like there's only one more thing I could ask then. Will you teach me to ride a horse? Jill thought she'd never seen such a blaze of attraction in any man's eyes.
That's it.
Without another word, Blake swept her up into a kiss that at once soothed and promised to set her afire. She clung to him, taking all he offered and hungered for more. But when his kisses slowed, melting into sweet tenderness, she rose on her toes, giving in return, until Blake pushed back, his eyes so intense she blinked under their fire. You keep kissing me like that, Blake McDaniel, and I might have to come back to Texas sometime soon. Growling softly, Blake shook his head.
You're coming back now. And once we get there, I'm burning that blasted suitcase of yours.
What in the world for?
Because you won't need it anymore. You'll be home.
Jill smiled as a rush of love radiated through her. That sounds amazing, but you might want to wait till we get back from our honeymoon.
No way. You won't need much for that trip. Take a smaller bag. Now, no more talking. It's distracting me from my task.
Which is?
Proving how much I adore you.
Epilogue. Blake's boots were covered in mud, so he took them off on the back porch so he didn't track it through the house. He'd promised Jill he would only be gone a few minutes after they'd arrived at the ranch. But of course, once he went out to check on things at the stable, that promise had gone up in smoke. They'd been married a few months, but this was only their second trip to the ranch as man and wife. He wasn't about to spend it mucking about in the pastures. He was going to shower, then spend the rest of the day with Jill doing whatever she wanted to do, though he did have certain hopes in that direction. As he passed through the kitchen, Hayden looked up from the sandwich she was making. "Have you seen Jill? She said she was going to watch a movie with me." Blake still hadn't gotten over how close Jill and Hayden had become over the last few months. Of course, neither of them had ever had a sister before. The only problem he had now was getting Jill alone in the little spare time they had away from business.
If I see her, I'll remind her.
Maybe. Thanks, but I'm going to start without her.
Do that.
He walked into the master bedroom and stopped short at the sight of Jill sitting cross-legged on the bed, with tears running down her face.
What the blazes?
Gasping, she looked up from something she held in her hand. It's time.
Time for what?
Blake was lost. To make decisions about what I want and what I'm doing.
I'll volunteer for both of those.
She laughed, but only briefly, as her thoughts turned back to whatever was on her mind. I need to figure out what I'm doing with my career. I've been so happy since we've been married, free from the pressure I felt working for my dad. I love helping you manage your businesses and finding ways to improve them, but...
But what? You know I'll support you in anything you want to do.
She held out a white plastic stick to him. He took it automatically, but his brain felt frozen. A pregnancy test? With his heart beating like thunder, he looked down and saw the words, "Not pregnant," spelled out in black digital letters. He looked at Jill, hoping desperately to figure out what he was supposed to think or say. Though he felt disappointed, he had no idea what she felt. He did know that holding her was probably the best thing he could offer right then. Forgetting about the mud splattered on his clothes, he sat down and pulled her to him. She began sobbing, so he rubbed her back and kissed the top of her head, willing to be her rock as long as she needed him to be. After a moment, when her crying subsided, he said, "Talk to me, sweetie. We've been using protection from the beginning. You wanted time to figure out what you wanted." She sat back. "I know. But I was a week late, so I started wondering. It wasn't till the test came back negative that I realized how much I was hoping to be pregnant." Blake's heart warmed. He understood now.
You know I want to have kids. If you want them too, let's go for it.
He kissed her lips.
In fact, we can start trying right now.
Jill smiled, but held him back with two hands on his chest. "But how do I balance being a mother and having a career?"
We'll figure it out, I promise. You know how busy I am, but I'm determined to be a better parent than I ever had. And whatever you decide, I know you will be too.
But what if I decide I don't want a career anymore? Or what if I decide I do? Rubbing her arms, Blake said,
Dreams change, and then they change again. The only way to be happy in this life is to be true to your heart.
Jill leaned forward and kissed him. You're the best. I love you.
Love you too, sweetheart. So much so that I'm going to forgive you for nearly giving me a heart attack. Next time you decide to pee on a stick, can you give me some warning?
No problem. Next time you come inside with mud on your clothes, can you take them off before you get on the bed?
Blake laughed. You've been telling me to take off my clothes since the day we met.
Just because it was so hot that day and you were wearing a suit coat.
And now you're at it again. Don't worry, though. I intend to support you in anything. Having a career, having a baby. Heck, we can have a whole pack of kids if you want 'em. But if what you want right now is for me to take my muddy clothes off, I guess I'll just have to man up and keep my word.
Jill threw a pillow at his head with impressive aim, but he wasn't fooled. She was as happy to build this life together as he was. This concludes The Truth About Billionaires by Michelle Pennington, narrated by Nancy Peterson. Copyright 2018 by Michelle Pennington. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Michelle Pennington, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.